1. There is nobody who can defeat you, who I created. The smile of the witch as she voiced those words appeared to be tinged with the hue of blood to Aldebaran. As if clinging to him, as if cherishing him, as if lamenting him, as if pleading with him, as if revealing to him, as if despairing of him, the witch gazed at Aldebaran at proximity so close that he could feel her breathing upon him. Her white facial features, her black irises, were things Aldebaran thought quite beautiful. Likely amongst those whom Aldebaran knew, she was a contender for the first or second most beautiful. The combination of silver and amethyst, and the combination of white and black. For Aldebaran, who admittedly knew nothing more than a narrow world, those were the utmost beautiful combinations of colors, and the apex of what ought to be revered the most. 2. When the shell he had challenged many times finally cracked, it felt surprisingly hollow. Aldebaran, with a clang, a black orb fell onto the tea party table. While keeping his eyes on it as it rolled, Aldebaran widened his eyes in surprise. He had seen examples of what its success was meant to look like many times, and it was something he had even been made to experience himself, but he had felt like the road to actually succeeding at it himself was long and far, as if it was a never-ending series of swings and misses. Of course, it was none other than her who had told him. He would get it eventually, he had also thought so, but Aldebaran, to think when I finally got it right, it would feel this underwhelming. While unmistakably voicing his true feelings, Aldebaran picked up the black orb rolling on the table and toyed with the strange sensation which felt neither cold nor warm in his palm. He might have appeared underwhelmed, but this black orb was the apotheosis of yin magic. Nay, this was not something that took the righteous path, rather taking the pinnacle of heresy, it was the forbidden art al-shamak. By limiting the targets for its efficacy to those possessing witch factors, its effectiveness was heightened to the utmost extreme. 'Twas the sole anti-witch trump card in this world. With Aldebaran's acquisition of it having been prescribed as an absolute condition, it was the hyper-magic he had been endeavoring towards until today. I know that you are immersing yourself right now, but I would like for you to turn your attention back to me already. Aldebaran, woa, taken aback by the sudden voice, the black orb slipped out of Aldebaran's hand. And as that black orb protested, wait, it tumbled down onto the verdant grass. Aldebaran, whoops. Don't mind, witch, your manner of speech does not seem concerned in the slightest. Come on, hurry up and pick me up. While answering with a yes, Aldebaran hastened towards the fallen black orb. Fortunately, the grass of the plain had been trimmed quite short, so there was no worry of losing sight of the orb. Aldebaran, anyway, it rolls around much more than I expected. Maybe it'll be easier for you to move around now that you're an orb teacher. You want to stay like that, witch, do not say such frightening things. Albeit it is a forbidden art of my own development, it is far too effective against those possessing witch factors, so it is truly impossible to exert one's own strength. If you have seriously lost your mind to the point of wishing to seal me away, I would have no means of resisting. Aldebaran, teacher in this state, witch, Why are you muttering in a way that seems like it is even slightly possible? Scary. Are you making a joke in order to drive me into a corner? Even though she was supposed to be a witch who did not comprehend emotions, the fact that she was so good at acting afraid grated on his nerves. Ignoring those sentiments of his, Aldebaran spotted the black orb that had finally come to a halt, and nimbly picking it up, he rolled it around in his hand again. For a moment, he began to feel like he ought to keep the witch sealed away in such a manner. Witch Aldebaran, but that momentary delusion was succinctly erased by a single one of the witch's calls. Instead, what remained in his heart was a sense of reality that finally surged up, and the unease that accompanied it. The grand conclusion that he had always been told about, and the courage needed to grapple with that. Aldebaran, if you get out of here, teacher, witch. What is it, Aldebaran? For the most part, the preparations are in order. My authority, the magic that was necessary, and witch, your growth. Indeed, the time for that is nigh. Whether she understood Aldebaran's feelings or not, the witch's voice was calm. Since she would occasionally appear childish or strangely playful, it would be easy to form a misunderstanding. She was a witch, and her relationship with Aldebaran was not more than sharing in a certain objective. By no means would their hearts ever understand each other, nor would they ever treasure the other dearly, and yet. Which it would seem like you have just a bit of a misunderstanding. Aldebaran, caught off guard just as he was about to settle his thoughts, he let out a foolish grunt. Within Aldebaran's hand, the black orb, having gained the will to shatter, cracked like lightning. That which could not be shattered by any means other than authority or dragon sword, was shattered by efforts not belonging to the caster, Aldebaran. The next moment, Aldebaran looked up at the witch who had been liberated from the black orb. With Aldebaran sprawled out on the grassy plain, the witch gazed at him after pushing him down. Restrained by the witch's black eyes from up close, Aldebaran could not muster any words. To Aldebaran, who had fallen silent, the witch continued. Witch, you have no need to feel unease. I have provided you with as much knowledge as I could, and you have managed to deal with all the challenges I had presented you with. Without even seeking insight from the words of the other witches, yes, Aldebaran, teacher, I'm witch, you do not need to say anything. A finger pressed against his trembling lips, Aldebaran was silenced by the witch, whose facial expression shifted. The witch's thin lips curved into a gentle half-moon, and she displayed a smile which she had never shown him before. As if to captivate Aldebaran's eyes, his breath, his heart, it was a smile tinged with the hue of blood. The witch, who ought to have possessed no colors other than white and black, now displayed the hue of blood which, there is nobody who can defeat you, who I created. The words slipped through Aldebaran's eardrums, permeating his brain, and were seared into his soul. Never forget, never forget, never forget. Deeply engraving itself into his being was the witch's blessing unto Aldebaran, who had always been chasing that star until this very day. The witch would never speak any falsehoods. Ergo, that was the truth. Aldebaran, nobody can defeat me, which, yes, that is so. I wish for you to prove that. Certainly there is nobody who will ever attempt to extol you, but I alone solemnly vow to bless you from the bottom of my heart when you succeed. For Aldebaran, that oath was the irresistible temptation of the witch. There existed in this world only two people who Aldebaran wished would acknowledge his existence. Since that was something that could never be expected from one of them, he could only pray that the other one would. Aldebaran, I'll win, teacher, so that I may be myself. Which, in accordance with the witch's expectations, Aldebaran replied so, a flame alight in his heart. And hearing his reply, an entirely different emotion flashed through the witch's eyes, ever smiling. As for which of the witch's wounds that had originated from was, Aldebaran knew not. Only in the witch's words, her teachings, her blessing, he believed. Before his eyes stood the beautiful witch of white and black. When he closed his eyes, envisioned was the beautiful witch of silver and amethyst. While chasing a glaring, odiously twinkling star, Aldebaran awaited that moment. Finally, that would be rewarded. That it would be rewarded, he believed. As if to give shape to her blessing upon Aldebaran and his courageousness, the witch's lips fell upon Aldebaran's forehead. Feeling within the sensation of those lips a wish that seemed as if the witch was clinging to it, the following star whispered, Aldebaran, I, no matter what, will definitely kill you. Chapter 37, Mindset. 1. Subaru-sama and Beatrice-sama have fallen into the hands of the man calling himself Aldebaran. Bitter regrets. Currently, countermeasures are being taken to deal with that person, with Emilia-sama taking charge. Report, indeed, after receiving Klin's report, which arrived using the authority of Tristasha, Roswal found himself shaken by the gap between his rational acceptance of what had happened and the difficulty of accepting it emotionally. Their location was the Bariel mansion, the estate that Priscilla Bariel inherited from her late husband, late Bariel, and which had become masterless once more after her death. Currently, Roswal, accompanied by Priscilla's servant Schult, was visiting this place after being separated from Emilia and the others. Klind appeared and brought the report to a room in the mansion. Frankly speaking, Roswal was not at all delighted with Subaru's suggestion to take the grieving owl to the Pleiades watchtower. It required a protracted amount of time to find and secure Subaru, who had been transported to the Valatian Empire. Rem had also been transported there, but Roswal did not indulge in self-deception. Roswal's goal was to bring Subaru back, and Rem's safety was secondary. Of course, everyone in the camp was happy that Rem had returned, but they could not be optimistic considering the time that had been squandered. They had to start working immediately to make up for the delay in the necessary measures to be taken for the royal selection. It was just then that Subaru came to consult with them about going to the Pleiades watchtower. What should be given top priority? Roswal tried to persuade Subaru from such a perspective, but he was unable to change his mind, and in the end, Subaru's proposal was approved. Nonetheless, Subaru's decision was not entirely without merit. Please, I humbly request you handle Alsama, and the one who said that, bowing their slightly curly pink crown of hair, was Schult, Priscilla Bariel's servant and loyal vassal who had been carefully protected by her. Though still a child, Schult was astute and determined to be strong. Despite the enormous shock of Priscilla's death, he desperately tried to support himself with his own delicate legs, determined not to dishonor the name of his late master. Schult was also close to Al and had been deeply concerned about his trauma. Subaru's consideration for Al went a long way in winning Schult's trust. Making a favorable impression on Schult and earning the gratitude of the Emilia camp would be a huge advantage in the upcoming royal selection, particularly in dealing with the now vacant Bariel domain. When the royal selection began, Emilia and Priscilla became rivals, but they came to respect each other through mutual acceptance and became close friends. When Priscilla passed away, Emilia took on her legacy and supported the people of the Bariel domain who had been under her protection. Schult, who was deeply loved by Priscilla, was essential to this. Emilia also promised that she wanted to be friends with Priscilla after the royal selection, so some embellishment was just artistic license. Hence, Roswell reluctantly sent Subaru and the others to the Pleiades watchtower and chose to accompany Schult back to the Bariel domain. However, that had been a mistake. Subaru-sama and the others, then what about Garf? What happened to Garf? Garf went with them to protect Subaru-sama and the others. Clind. Unfortunately, Garfield was defeated by Aldebaran's schemes and suffered serious injuries. He fainted. We had hoped that the effects of the divine protection of Earth spirits would take effect, but the fact that he was injured in the Augria sand dunes, a region filled with miasma, proved harmful, and its effects were less than expected. Weeks, Garf, as Roswell pondered, Frederica, who had accompanied him to the Bariel domain, overheard Clind talking about Garfield's condition while he was with Subaru and the others, and looked down in regret. Her expression did not show disappointment or dismay at Garfield's failure to fulfill his expected role, but rather a deep sense of relief at being alive and concern for what hardships he faced. Roswell was also relieved that Garfield was alive, but Roswell, I don't understand, tilde. Aldono's strength is nowhere near Garfield's. Of course, Garfield's mind still has a lot of room for improvement, so it's possible that he was attacked mentally and his opponent took advantage of that weakness, tilde. Frederica, with Garf, that is the most likely explanation. He is so gentle-hearted. Clind, kindness is not something to be condemned for. Even if it is for disciplining oneself, there is no need to choose harsh words deliberately. Highlight Frederica, you are always like this whenever this sort of thing comes up. In response to Clind's thoughtful words, Frederica gritted her fangs with a complicated expression. Their relationship began more than 10 years ago, when Frederica left the sanctuary and began working for Roswell, but the rift that opened up between them was difficult to reconcile. At first, Frederica looked up to Clind like an older brother and followed him around, calling him Nie-sama at all times. However, when Frederica started to grow taller, their relationship changed completely. Roswell, who knew the circumstances, showed understanding toward Clind in what caused the issue, but Frederica, who was suddenly pushed away, was not convinced. Because of that, she had continued to harbor an intense disdain for him like a poisonous snake or a scorpion, and it was hard to express anything about it. In any case, Roswell, Clind, judging from your attitude, I guess there was a situation where Garfield could not be blamed. What happened, tilde, Clind? The husk of the divine dragon Volcanica has joined Aldebaran. In response, the sword saint, Reinhard van Astria-sama, has already set out to subdue it. Expedient, Frederica HK. Sword saint Sama. But if that is the case, Roswell, unbelievable, Aldono defeated even Reinhard Kun. Clind, to be precise, it would be more accurate to say that they have been constrained. Correction. In addition, various problems are repeatedly emerging in the royal capital. Master, we urgently request your assistance. Proposal. At Clind's words, Roswell narrowed his eyes and sank deep into thought. Frederica's emerald green eyes were wide open with shock, staring, unable to process the overwhelming torrent of information, and Roswell shared the same thoughts more or less. The difference between her and him was that while she was understandably dumbfounded by the deluge of information, even though he was feeling the same, Roswell still had a choice to make. In other words, would this not be the appropriate time to fulfill his promise with Subaru? Roswell, before Subaru was officially knighted, after the situation surrounding the sanctuary had settled, Roswell told Subaru his thoughts and stance. If Natsuki Subaru vowed to continue picking up all the pieces, Roswell would resolve to take measures to make him start over if he ever were to lose anything in the future. That meant burning everything he did not wish to lose, and the subsequent abandoning of the world in which his subjective self currently lived. Roswell, with Priscilla-sama, it was a tricky decision. It was difficult to decide whether or not to include Priscilla in what Subaru considered to be everything. However, Roswell decided that the death of Priscilla, a preeminent political rival, would be a tailwind for Amelia, who wanted to win the royal selection, and therefore decided that her death was not covered by the contract. Furthermore, he did not think that Priscilla's death, based on what he knew, should be overturned. Priscilla Bariel's death was the result of her own choices. Unless the individual was indispensable to Roswell's objectives, he would not deny that choice. But Subaru's current situation appeared to be dire. According to Clind, it would seem that there had been no severe casualties, but considering Al's situation, it was only a matter of time before something happened. If something was going to happen sooner or later, then Subaru should be made to start anew, given how things were progressing. If it were required to do so, Roswell would do it. However, Beatrice. Roswell held a glimmer of hope for Beatrice, who had been taken captive alongside Subaru. It was not because Beatrice was a great spirit who had mastered the yin attribute, nor because she was an unparalleled being created by Echidna, the Witch of Greed, the greatest magician of the world, nor because she would protect Subaru with her strong feelings of determination and resolve as his contracted spirit. For Roswell, it was an extremely perplexing and difficult emotion to process, but there was no basis for it. Roswal wanted to believe in Beatrice. He could not help but feel that way. Margrave Sama, I most graciously ask for your help. It was not Frederica or Clind who spoke. Schult, who had been present in the mansion's reception room at the meeting to discuss the future of the Bariel domain, interjected. When Clind appeared after using compression to teleport, Schult repeatedly exclaimed, "Huh," and "ah," in surprise at his report. But now the child who had just spoken to Roswal appeared to have lost much of his previous weakness. No, it had been completely hidden. People would call that hidden, untouchable mask either courage or determination. Schult, I apologize on behalf of Al-Sama for what he has done. Furthermore, I implore you not to allow Al-Sama to do any further harmful behavior. Frederica, Schult-Sama, Schult, I will be fine. Everyone at the mansion will help for Priscilla-Sama's sake, so please, I beg you. Schult bowed his head deeply, and Frederica looked at Schult's trembling shoulders, then turned her gaze to Roswal. In her eyes, there was a plea for him to accept Schult's wish and a desire to help him, but Roswal, if I'm to act upon Schult-Kun's wishes to the fullest, we can't leave Frederica behind. Especially if Aldono has the divine dragon with him Tilda. Frederica, Master, what do you mean by that? Clind, I will tend to that. Volunteer, Frederica frowned, perplexed about her connection to the divine dragon, but before she could ask for an answer to her doubts, Clind spoke up. Frederica found herself confused by what he meant, but Roswal was not. Clind's words had a meaning beyond their surface meaning. Clind thought that no matter how many words he used, Roswal would not change his decision. Seeing Roswal's gaze, Clind slightly relaxed his lips and spoke. Clind, I was captivated by a soul so dazzling that I was moved to no longer be a bystander. Jealousy, so he spoke. To this guy, it seems like he's able to go back to time gone by. But it don't seem to go very far back, though. As soon as those words left Ramji's mouth, the room was swept over by a silence that contained all the various conceived thoughts in that moment. Amelia's beautiful gem-like eyes opened wide, while Rem's eyes, sparkling like the surface of a clear lake, blinked rapidly. Meanwhile, it was not hard to tell that Ram was clearly puzzled, as Maylie tilted her head while playing with her braids. Maylie, I don't really get what you're saying at all, Tilda. She muttered an impression similar to Amelia's. If Clind had been there, someone might have been able to react more calmly to Ramji's report, but Clind, who had just brought Rem and Ram, had been requested to meet Roswal and the others, so they could not see his response. Still, not having to hear that topic, whilst Roswal was present alongside the others, might have been a blessing in disguise. Turning back time, that's Subaru, returned by death. Subaru muttered those words, folding his arms as Petra's voice faintly trembled beside him. Petra looked up at him at those words, and had no room left within to let her heart flutter at her beloved for having reached the same conclusion she had. After one clash with him, Ramji surmised that Al was utilizing an authority outside of the norm. He had managed to hold off Garfield and Ezo at the Pleiades watchtower, fought bravely against Reinhard at the Augria sand dunes, albeit with the help of the divine dragon, and with just 3 people broke through the 500-man felt camp led by Ramji, and finally took Roy Alfred of Gluttony from the royal capital, even evading an unrestrained, enraged Emilia in the process. That was, as for all the misdeeds and grave sins Al perpetrated, the dots finally began to connect as it all started coming together. It was possible that Al, the same as Subaru, could wield return by death. Subaru, Al's a guy from another world just like me. So there's a considerable chance he awakened to a similar pattern as me. I mean, in Isekai stories, that type of pattern's a given. Why didn't I think of this? I'm beyond stupid. Petra, then as expected, Al-san is the same as Subaru. Subaru, yeah, there's a high chance of that. No, maybe it's a leap ability similar to mine, just a type that's more user-friendly. There's a possibility. That is to say, the real pleasure and fun often comes from seeing the differences between Isekai powers and figuring out that they aren't exactly the same as one another. Petra, you're betting your life, so who cares about cliches or the real pleasure? The important thing is we've discovered one of Al-san's secrets, so what are we going to do about it? Subaru, yes, that's exactly right, but I've unraveled a bunch of things. If that's really the case, then maybe he could sneak past Reinhard and set traps for him and stuff, could he? Like, actually, is return by death enough to do something about Reinhard? Wouldn't you need to die like 100 times? Now that Al was suspected to be the user of some other sort of time leap ability, Subaru held his head in frustration. Honestly, Petra did not hold the sword saint, Reinhard van Estria, as utterly high up in opinion as her surrounders did. Maybe it was because she had not met him in person, but if he truly was as strong as she had heard he was, then carrying out feats to match that did not seem astonishing. Rather, the person that took on enemies stronger than themselves produced results that surpassed expectations, and the one who took on those who held power greater than theirs with all they could muster was Subaru. Petra thought he was very cool. That was why Petra was very disheartened to see Subaru estimate himself below Reinhard. She wanted him to puff out his chest and say how cool he was. That said, if too many people became aware of Subaru's greatness, that could result in another potential problem. Petra, well, with me, Emilia Nisama and Rem Nisama, along with Beatrice Chan and Patras Chan, I think we've got a flawless lineup for now. Even if someone were to realize Subaru's charm a bit late and tried to cut in, they had already formed an impregnable enclosure that simply could not be penetrated. That gave Petra confidence. Presently, her concern was Subaru's overkindliness, and the possibility that he might have shown some bias to the other side, but even so, she trusted Emilia would remain in his number one spot. Although that was also the thing that gave Petra considerable worries. In any case, if Ram-sama is sane and doesn't have tunnel vision, then this is troublesome indeed. Ram, I care a lot about that lass's case, so your understanding helps. That's how Aldebaran managed to break through even our encirclement. And Emilia Bain bested in the royal capital was also likely thanks to that guy's authority. Emilia, I apologize. I still don't really understand. As for Ram and Ramji, these particularly sharp two, they seemed ready to progress the conversation swiftly. Emilia put a stop to that. At Emilia's side, Rem cutely nodded. Rem, I feel the same as Emilia-sama. Turning back time, was it? Nisama, what does that mean? Ram, that's right, Ram-sama didn't sufficiently explain matters to you, Rem, who have just woken up and aren't yourself yet. Take a look at this, Rem, that's a gold coin. Ram stepped forward softly, showing Emilia and Rem the gold coin placed in her hand. The gold coin was engraved with the image of the famed divine dragon Volcanica, and gripping that coin tightly, after she had flaunted it to Emilia and the others, Ram flipped her hand and let the gold coin fall. Watching the arc it drew as it fell to the floor, Petra understood Ram's intent. The gold coin hitting the floor would serve as a metaphor of the advantages of time leaping. Emilia, watch out. Honestly, Ram, you can be such a clumsy scatterbrain. Rem, Nisama is sometimes unexpectedly careless. That's also part of her charm. But before the gold coin hit the floor, Emilia, moving swiftly, picked it up. She returned the coin to Ram, as Rem said something somewhere in the midpoint between comforting and encouraging. The expression on Ram's face after she retrieved the gold coin was full of meaning. Subaru, hey, wasn't Ram trying to show that it falls if you didn't know it would, but if you had known it was going to fall you could stop it? Petra, probably. But this works out, let's leave the explaining to Ram Nisama. There's no time to be all content chatting with Emilia Nisama and Ram Nisama. She felt a bit bad for leaving it to Ram, but while Emilia and Rem were still catching up, Petra shifted to the next issue. She racked her brain on how to really deal with Al. She wanted a bit more details on whatever Al's authority was. If it turned out they could refute Subaru's earlier speculation. Meili, Petra-chan, are you okay? Tilda, Petra, Meili-chan. While Ram and Ramji were focused on explaining things to Emilia and Rem, it was Meili who rather unexpectedly called out to Petra. Meili too was on the meager side of understanding the concept of a time leap, but she prioritized Petra's well-being rather than knowing Al's authority. Reaching her hand out gently, she touched Petra's cheek and murmured, so warm. Meili, we've been running in a rush around non-stop Tilda since leaving the tower, so I haven't brought it up yet, but I know you read a book in the tower. Petra-chan, okay Tilda. Petra, yes, that's true. I would appreciate it if you'd keep quiet about it to Emilia Nisama and the others. Meili, you're keeping quiet because you don't want to worry the others, right Tilda? Petra, yes, of course. Petra firmly clasped Meili's hand that had been on her forehead with both of her hands. Just as Meili had said, Petra probably did have a bit of a fever. Although, rather than poor physical shape, she thought it was a fever from her brain overthinking. As it was, she already had a lot on her mind, and now it felt like her little brain was now also in charge of dealing with Subaru's thoughts and emotions as well. Maybe it was because of how deeply she cared, but just reading the Book of the Dead of that sole person of Subaru had left her like this. Ezo, who had read more than 10 of them, had to be completely off the rails, and as for the one who had built the Grand Library, Flugel, who had probably designed and built it so that only such lunatics could handle it, he had to be completely out of his mind. He was surely the type to assume if he could do it then anyone could, the kind of thinking that truly irritated Petra like nothing else for better or worse. But at the same time, Petra also thought this. If not for that great library, there were so many things she would have gone her whole life without ever knowing. And among the things she had come to know, there were definitely things she wanted to know. So long as that flame within her heart continued to burn, Petra did not want to stop. Even when all was said and done, her mind was still seething. Petra, and also I've been thinking. Meili, thinking what about Tilda? Petra, if what Ramji said is right and Alsan's authority is what I think it is, then Subaru, Petra. As Petra lowered her eyes and pressed a finger to her pale lips, Meili and Subaru leaned in toward her. The two of them could not see nor recognize each other, yet their puzzled reactions were so matching that Petra almost laughed at the comicality. Then she spoke. What she said was, Petra, I think I might know Alsan's weak point. 3 felt so the one who put Reinhard's mother to sleep was Reinhard himself, having hesitated to put that to words, something quite unusual for her, Felt thought bitterly of herself. And that was not because it was a matter concerning Reinhard. No, in a sense it was. Since their initial meeting, Felt was constantly being thrown off balance by Reinhard, and regarding incidents involving him, there were many times where she could not pass judgment or make decisions typical of herself. That was influenced by him continuing to forcibly prevent the results of her decisions, and to take it a step further, was influenced by the fact that he had seen her with a teary face near the loot house at the very beginning. But likely the greatest factor was that Reinhard had given up on many things. That was what made Felt hesitate to fully accept Reinhard. Simultaneously, it was the reason why Reinhard would never entrust anything to Felt from the bottom of his heart. There was a philosophy of the slums that resided within Felt, a wise saying that went live strong. No matter where one was born, no matter who one was, the saying believed that a person's spirit could survive no matter what might befall them. When taking that philosophy into consideration, Reinhard was not living strong. Be it as a lion, as a dragon, or as a human being, Reinhard was half-hearted. But if part of the reason for that was the truth that Felt had just come to realize, if that's so, it doesn't add up. However, Felt immediately refuted the hypothesis she had just come up with. With a certain conviction, Felt carefully examined the relationship between Reinhard and his slumbering mother, Luana Astria, but supposing that Reinhard was aware of the truth, his actions and conduct up to this point would not make coherent sense. Of course, it was not impossible that Reinhard was concealing that truth from Felt, calmly covering up the fact that he was involved with the cause of his mother's inability to wake up. Felt not a chance. That Klutz could never pull off something so shrewd. Was there anybody else in the world besides Felt who could have described Reinhard like this? Well, those who foisted their ideals and dreams upon the sword saint would surely harbor objections, but the garbage treatment of Reinhard within the Felt camp had been relatively normalized. The sisters Flam and Grasses had known him for a long time, and took advantage of their familiarity to embarrass Reinhard with their cute sarcasm, and the stray dogs divorced from notions of respect, Gaston, Ratchins, and Camberley, incessantly bombarded Reinhard with a well-grounded stream of bad-mouthing. Ezo, who frequently interfered with the management of the Astria family's territories, was often greatly troubled, saying, "How have they managed up until now?" And Ramji, who seemed to not harbor a favorable impression of the Sword Saint, never changed his blunt demeanor towards Reinhard since the beginning. And of course, the one who lambasted and insulted Reinhard the most in the world, besmirching his title of the supposed ideal, greatest knight, was none other than Felt. The various words and actions from the camp's individuals, Reinhard had taken it all. And when taking it, what did he do? He smiled. In a truly joyful manner, he smiled. In those moments alone, it was as if he had not given up on anything at all. Felt, even if that fuckface hides his true feelings, that sorta smile can't be faked. That was Felt's conclusion, and unlike the people who placed their excessive hopes in Reinhard, it was an idea that could only be produced by someone who saw Reinhard in such a manner. And besides Felt, the only ones who could talk about Reinhard in this way were the members of her camp, the knights who were Reinhard's close friends, and Felt. I'm tempted to add the fact that he's your kid to the reasons why I think he's incapable of hiding things. Before Felt as she scratched her head, having been socked in his mug, Heinkel was down on one knee gripping the sword that had been tossed back to him with a face as pale as could be. Pouring too much strength into his hand gripping the sword, the fingers and hand had turned white, trembling in a rattle. The emotions behind that were neither anger, nor fear, nor sorrow, but they were clearly communicated to Felt by Heinkel's quivering blue eyes regardless. If those emotions were to be expressed in a single word, despair would likely be the most apt. A truth that he could not afford for anyone to discover had been discovered. Such was his unavoidable, inescapable despair. That deeply etched despair bound Heinkel in his entirety and had driven him into a corner. His figure was so exceedingly wretched that it gave Felt the illusion that Heinkel's very life had been plucked away by despair. But in all likelihood, Heinkel would not die so easily. If his life was one capable of being stolen by a despair that swathed him entirely, it would have happened a long time ago. Heinkel repeatedly opening and closing his mouth, Heinkel continued to mutter in a voice that formed no words. Narrowing her red eyes at Heinkel's reaction, Felt contemplated the relationship between Reinhard and the man before her eyes, as the starry sky looked down on them through the gap in the rocks. With her decision to take part in the royal selection, Felt had made Reinhard her knight. From Felt's perspective, Reinhard was the strongest knight in the world, known as the Sword Saint, but at the same time, he was the person responsible for separating Felt and Ramji, and who furthermore was a loathsome individual who annoyed Felt by trying to refine her and make her wear dresses and shoes with high heels. Since that impression existed within Felt, she had never made any effort to pry into Reinhard's circumstances, but she came to hear about them whether she liked it or not. About how Reinhard was treated by the Astria family, and how he was perceived by society. What arose especially frequently in conversation were rumors surrounding the death of the previous generation's sword saint, their Vanistria, and the circumstances leading to the official recognition of Reinhard as the sword saint after inheriting the divine protection of the sword saint, those being the incident when he was 8 years old, where he stopped the invasion of the kingdom plotted by a Machiavellian of the three countries, and the unerasable stain of his complete obedience to Heinkel Istria in the years that followed, persisting until around the time he joined the Guard. Reinhard did not speak much on any of these events, and Felt had not questioned him about them either, but it now gave her a strong feeling of unease. The most extreme idea being that Reinhard was at one point completely obedient to Heinkel. If that was the truth, then what exactly was Heinkel fighting so hard for? Felt had not investigated Reinhard, but in order to grasp the circumstances regarding the power held by the head of the Istria family, she had investigated Heinkel. Heinkel had quite a poor reputation, but most of it was about his failures as a knight and as a father, and everything Heinkel had tried to forcibly accomplish using the name of the Istria family was entirely in an attempt to gain the means to awaken the slumbering Luana. She would not describe him as living humbly, but he was far removed from the common luxuries of nobility and had made curtailments in most facets of his lifestyle so that he could devote everything to waking his wife. That was the impression of him that she got from the numerical figures. But Felt, if you really had Reinhard's complete obedience, you could have done anything you wanted. In both fame and might, there existed nobody in the kingdom who exceeded Reinhard. He might have had the integrity to deem it unacceptable to ever use Reinhard for his own purposes, but not if Heinkel was anything like the rumors suggested. If the rumors about Heinkel were true, he could have used Reinhard's fame, might, or whatever else was required to entirely skip the process of going out to locations by himself, negotiating directly with the other side, and resorting to forcing his way through swordsmanship if that proved insufficient. Instead, he did his best to avoid involvement with Reinhard and persisted with a hang-up to awaken his slumbering wife through his own efforts. But why? If his wife was more important to him than anything else, then the scales would not tip no matter what was placed on the other side. That was only so long as something equally weighty was not placed there. In that case, Felt, your approach to what's important to you is way too damn twisted. Heinkel, HK. That instant, the cowering Heinkel grit his teeth and a light dashed. Feeling the upsurge of swordly aura as a gust of wind, Felt understood that what had appeared as a flash was an attack of Heinkel's sword, unsheathed in the blink of an eye, whose chilly point was now fastened to her neck. Heinkel stopped going on and on about what's none of your damn business. Felt, oi, I'll say this now, but Heinkel, don't move a fucking muscle. With eyes bloodshot and spittle foaming at the corners of his mouth, Heinkel's shout caused Felt to bite the inside of her cheek, lamenting her own blunder of excessively pressing him. Unlike earlier when she had hit him back, when it was clearly just a threat, the current aura being emitted from Heinkel was charged with a definite intent to kill. She understood that the source of that intent was neither hatred nor indignation, but rather a certain kind of defensive instinct, but that was exactly why she realized she had drawn out far too troublesome emotions from him. As tension ran through Felt's entire body, Heinkel's blue eyes violently trembled before her. Heinkel, this is my problem. I can't stand it when outsiders delve into it without a shred of reserve. Much less when it's a brat like you. I won't let you learn about any more of this. Felt more. So you're saying there's still something else? Heinkel, HK, shut the fuck up. Catching on to something at the end of Heinkel's words, Felt unconsciously blurted that out. Right after she thought she had once again triggered a violent tremor in Heinkel's expression, he erupted. Then the tip of his sword was drawn back for but a moment before accelerating, and it thrust forward a step further. It happened the instant before that could come to pass. I'm begging you, please don't do anything to provoke the old man. Heinkel, gah, a figure swooped down, and in its hand was a stone sword. With a stone dowel, it had mercilessly struck the temporal region of the kneeling Heinkel, causing the latter to fall flat onto the ground. As Heinkel fell over, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Standing beside him and shrugging his shoulders in exasperation was Aldebaran, who had intervened when the situation grew perilous. And in response to Aldebaran's entrance, Felt softly snorted her nose. Felt, bastard, you were just watching until I was in serious danger, weren't you? Aldebaran, though you were also just talking to the old man with a hunch that I was keeping an eye out to make sure you didn't carelessly get yourself killed, Felt Chan. That ain't a cute way of conducting yourself. Felt, after all, I absolutely hate being called cute. Sticking out her tongue with a beh, Felt gave Aldebaran no thanks whatsoever for being saved. Only checking to see that the collapsed Heinkel had not died, she sighed. From Heinkel's last few words there, it seemed like there was still something else with Reinhard. He was the sword saint, seemingly the reason behind his mother's slumber, and something else on top of that which Heinkel was hiding. Felt feels like it'd be irresponsible to say I won't ask anything until he speaks up. Aldebaran, well, that's a fine declaration of your intent. Do you understand the situation? Felt, from what you say, you've got no intention of harming me, and once you've finished everything for your objective, you'll let the royal selection resume, yeah. I think it'd be best if you were defeated, but for now, whether you win or lose, the things I've got to do from here on out are the same. Aldebaran can't argue with that. As Aldebaran lightheartedly waved his right hand, Felt snorted once more. Taking the sword still clutched tight in Heinkel's grip, she aligned its tip with the scabbard and sheathed it. The moment before it fully returned to its sheath, the blade of the sword inscribed Astrea shimmered in a manner that appeared excessively merciless and cold to Felt's eyes, irritating her all the more. Chapter 38, Scorched by the Sun. 1. In other words, if this was not a gold coin but a full-powered attack by Garf, Emilia Sama, who would already know what Garf was going to do, could easily avoid his very obvious attack, then counterattack and leave him crying and groaning. Emilia, I see, so that's what you mean, but wait. It would be bad to make Garfield cry. I would rather find a way to befriend Garfield instead. If so, you would not have to fight back, because if Emilia Sama can just keep a cool facade and effortlessly avoid Garf's attacks, eventually Garf's mind would break and the matter would be settled amicably. Emilia, then that is reassuring. Really? Even though it would break his mind. Emilia said that with a big question mark over her head as Rem handed her back the gold coin. At the moment, in her mind, Garfield was too busy crying like a child or collapsing to his knees in despair. Rems, who had taken over the role of explaining Aldebaran's authority from Ram, was relieved to hear that she had managed to give a brief explanatory overview of Aldebaran's authority, turning back time. Ram, you're amazing, Rem. You did a great job of getting Emilia Sama to understand. Rem, happy to be able to help Nisama. Even though Garf had to be sacrificed. Ram, if all it takes is for him to cry and be depressed to keep things going, Garf would happily endure it. It sounds like he's sleeping peacefully, so Ram will have to go and visit him later. Rem, yes, that's right. Garf would be delighted to have Nisama visit him. Seeing Ram shrug her thin shoulders dismissively in exasperation, a complicated, bitter feeling ran through Rem's heart. Now that Rem had regained her memory, she remembered that she and Garfield were originally at odds over Ram. From childhood, Rem had disliked Garfield for the way he dared to nurture feelings for Ram without knowing his place, such that it had resulted in them arguing with each other many times. However, when she thought back on Garfield's efforts in the Empire and the conversations they had on the way home, she felt extremely guilty about the way she had treated and viewed him as she had in the past. More importantly, Garfield was unable to fulfill his role of protecting Subaru, Beatrice, and the others. When he finally woke up from his slumber, he would surely be extremely depressed and most likely blame himself. Rem, it's sad to hound Garf like that, but I understand. Rem will have to let it go. Now we need Garf to recover as soon as possible and become a part of our fighting force to help rescue that person. Ram, right. But there's nothing wrong with being bound by your possessiveness, Rem. If you don't want to do it, we can put Garf's matter off for later, okay. Rem, but you know full well that I will not ask you not to go, right, Nisama? Ram, no clue. Rem sighed at the dazzle of Ram, who smiled thinly and responded in a dignified manner. How much of Ram's compassion and concern had been idly wasted in the 2 periods of time she was asleep and without memories. Of course, Ram was not the only person Rem worried about. It caused trouble for everyone within the camp, and even those outside of it as well. Fortunately, Rem originally did not have any friendships with anyone other than those involved, so the possible damage in that sense was minimal. Rem, rather, it seems that before my memory returned, I was able to interact better with Katia-san, Maiselda-san, and others than I did when I regained it. Looking back on the recollection of her life story, Rem had those impressions. Even though she was transported to the Valatian Empire by chance and had to survive, it was not surprising that Rem had been more open to establish relationships with people when she had no other choice. To top it all off, Rem had been entirely unkind to Subaru, always pushing him away when he only was trying to stay close and devoted to her, and so on, over and over again. It made her want to strangle herself. Rem, if only Subaru-kun had looked Rem in the eye and talked to me directly, but Rem was the one who refused to do so. Ugh, some part of Rem wanted to defend herself, saying that it could not be helped because she had no memory, and some part wanted to convince herself that she could have conveyed her sincere feelings if she had managed to face Subaru directly. Regardless, the fact remained that Rem had caused a great deal of inconvenience to those around her, especially Subaru, so she had to do everything in her power to make up for it. Rem will resolve this situation successfully. After that, to show Subaru-kun my gratitude, Rem's own fingers must be broken. That's what I have to do. If you do that, Subaru won't be happy and he might even die from shock, so please don't do it. Rem, oh Petra-san. When Rem turned around after her secret resolution was heard, she saw Petra with a troubled brow. Thinking that she should not have let her hear that, Rem pointed the palm of her hand at her and said, "No, Rem, please don't try to stop me." Rem owes Subaru-kun many apologies. If my unworthiness is not punished, I won't be able to face Subaru-kun, Petra. So you're punishing yourself because you want to feel better, not because you want to apologize to Subaru, Rem Nisama. Rem, that's not what I mean, Petra. Even if you don't mean it like that, I'm just saying that's how it's going to end up. Okay. What Subaru wants you to do is not to punish yourself for it, but to accept the happiness that you have been missing out on while you were asleep, Remni-sama. Rem, as Petra softly lowered the corners of her eyes, Rem's breath involuntarily caught at the former's words. It was a gentle and sweet admonition that sounded similar to the words Subaru had said to Rem when she blamed herself on the morning that the witch beast incident had been solved in Arlem village, the first day that Rem had felt special feelings for Subaru. For some reason, the Petra before her eyes seemed to overlap with the Subaru from that time, just a little. Rem, surely that is all the more proof of the influence that person has had on everyone, isn't it? Petra, huh? What do you mean, Remni-sama? Rems, nothing. Petra-san, your words brought back some very fond and cherished memories of mine. Do you remember when the witch beasts attacked Arlem village? Petra, yeah, yes. I remember. At Rem's question, Petra's cheeks slightly tensed up. Then Petra's gaze flickered towards the girl standing in the corner of the room, Meili. She apparently had joined the camp while Rem was asleep and had been serving a role in the kingdom, while Emilia and the others had struggled in the empire. She seemed vaguely familiar, but why was Petra paying attention to her now? Petra, Anyway, please don't do anything that could cause harm to yourself, Remni-sama. The world would fall into darkness if your precious white and delicate fingers were to get hurt. Rem, Petra-san, Petra, if you absolutely insist on doing it, I'll take responsibility and break my fingers too. Rem, Petra-san. When Petra suddenly clenched her small hands into fists, Rem's voice involuntarily pierced a shrill note. Petra smiled mischievously at Rem's reaction, and she continued, That's why, Petra, you mustn't do such a thing, yes, Rem. Yes, understood. With that reminder from Petra, Rem nervously gave her a nod. This was partly because she had succumbed to Petra's enthusiasm, but it would be more correct to say that the Subaru-like impression she was getting from Petra blocked any room for a counter-argument. She also seemed to have overlapped with Subaru just earlier, but the way she held back Rem now, the way she had offset Rem's hastiness by crashing directly into her with her own extremes was very much like him. Rem, getting a keen sense for the magnitude of Subaru's influence through Petra, Rem fell silent. In a way, Petra's current state seemed to indicate that she understood Subaru better than Rem did, and it would not have been strange for her to harbor jealousy or feelings of envy. But oddly enough, Rem did not feel any such emotions towards Petra whatsoever. She did not know why that was, but thinking of Subaru just now, another splinter caught in Rem's heart. That was Rem, Aldebaran-san's authority, that which she had just finished explaining to Emilia by using a gold coin, the authority of turning back time. Thanks to Ram's very patient explanation, Rem had comprehended just how terrifying such a thing was, but as she thought about it more in order to explain it to Emilia, some suspicions began to simmer within herself. An authority to observe the future that laid ahead and avoid that which was undesirable by turning back the clock. Rem, that person as well, that spark of suspicion that had faintly sprouted grew quickly within Rem, spreading like an inferno as it burned through the fields of her thoughts. Then, amidst the scorched ashes that remained, there laid a number of embers that had ignited, feeding the flame even more. For instance, how there was always a thick fragrance of miasma that hung over Subaru. For instance, how miasma would often grow deeper and more intense, as if it was enveloping Subaru. For instance, how Subaru would read into situations with inexplicable insight and find a path through to the solution. For instance, how a multitude of deaths had been averted thanks to Subaru's presence, with Rem having been one amongst them. When taken individually, these elements would seem like nothing more than nitpicking, but when taken with that single rule-breaking factor at its core, an authority, everything fit together surprisingly well. In the 1 in 10,000 chance that Rem's intuition was correct, the boy known as Natsuki Subaru, despite possessing a nearly unparalleled power Rem, he only ever uses it for the sake of others. What a selfless person he is. If one could start over at any time and revise things to suit their own convenience, nothing would stop them from behaving selfishly and reshaping the world as they pleased. However, Subaru did no such thing, nor would he ever employ such methods. That was best understood by Rem, who represented someone who had not bent to Subaru's will. If Subaru had been utilizing his power to bend people's minds to his wishes, then Rem would never have managed to break Subaru's fingers. In other words, the fact that Subaru's fingers had been broken was proof of his sincerity. Maybe Rem should also break her fingers to match Subaru-kun's after all. Petra, even though I just got you to give up on doing that. Rem, you're mistaken, Petra-san. This time is not for some backwards, negative reason like being unable to face him, but a forwards-facing, positive one like wanting to share the same pain as Subaru-kun, Petra. Whether it's forward, backward, upward, or downward, that's a big fat no. With nobody willing to listen to her, Rem's enthusiasm fell flat. Anyhow, putting aside the matter of finger breaking, Rem's idea that Subaru possessed an authority of the same type as Aldebaran's was one that she was only growing more confident in. But even after hearing the details of turning back time, it seemed like Ram, Emilia, and the rest had not arrived at the same conclusion that Rem had. Perhaps it was because Rem harbored a deeper understanding of Subaru. That was not the case. Rather, it's the opposite. Unlike Rem, the reason why Emilia and the others had not arrived at this notion was because they, continuing to live whilst Rem slumbered, knew just how hard Subaru had been working each day until now. From what she had been told, during the time Rem had been asleep that lasted greater than a year, Subaru made a contract with Beatrice and had worked tirelessly to become a knight worthy of Emilia. Because they knew of Subaru's efforts, they would not have harbored any suspicions that any other elements had contributed to his successes. And though it was so vexing that it felt as if her heart was on the verge of being torn asunder, Rem knew nothing of those efforts. That was why there was such a massive gap between her and those who had surrounded him in their perception of what Subaru was capable of. But that in no way diminished Subaru's heroism. Above all, the fact that Subaru had now fallen into this situation meant that even if he possessed an authority, it was not omnipotent, and therefore the reality that Subaru had mustered up all of his wisdom and courage to take the hands of others and move forward remained unshakable. So even now, there still remained plenty of opportunity for Rem to become Subaru's strength. Rem, knowing that Nisama, the captive Subaru, needed their help. With that certainty in her own thinking, Rem hastened to share her thoughts with Ram and everyone else, hoping to increase the fuel for their discussion. It was a theory based on intuition and the Oni's ability to smell miasma, so it would be difficult to convince them, but she was sure that Ram, who was very intelligent, and Emilia, who was very accepting, would listen to what she had to say in earnest. With that thought in mind, Rem was about to speak out to Ram and the rest, the former of whom had turned towards her and asked, "What's the matter? We have now returned." Tardiness, it happened at that moment. In the hall of the royal residence, where Rem and the others had gathered, two men appeared as if in the blink of an eye. One was Clind, a handsome man wearing a monocle that gave off an impression of intelligence. And the person Clind had brought alongside him was Rem's master, whom she had known for a long time and owed a great debt of gratitude to Emilia, Roswal. "You came, Roswal." "Yes, Tilda, Clind has informed me of the situation. I've now heard about Subaru-kun and Beatrice's predicament, and of the circumstances that could possibly shake the very foundation of the royal selection, but I'm simply too exhausted from our travels to the Empire. I could never afford Tilda to say such a thing. Tilda. Emilia, that's really reassuring. We'll fill you in on all our discussions right away, but before that, Roswal." Emilia greeted the tall figure that was Roswal, who had just appeared, and gestured with her hand towards Rem, who had been standing just behind him. Roswal turned his head at Emilia's gesture, and his heterochromatic eyes focused in on Rem. In response, Rem pinched her skirt and performed the proper curtsy. "Rem, Roswal-sama, it has been a terribly long leave of absence. Allow for thanks to once again be bestowed for venturing to retrieve us from the Empire. Rem has returned to service." Roswal's throat rumbled slightly upon witnessing Rem's gratitude and return to service. The next moment, his tall body began to stagger as if he were dizzy. "Ram, Roswal-sama, Roswal, no, I'm fine, it was just so sudden, as if I was about to drown in information." Tilda. Standing by his side, Ram quickly steadied his body, to which Roswal responded with a wry smile. It seemed that because Rem's name had been regurgitated, it had caused a resurgence of memories. It was disappointing that it had not been through the power of her bond with Subaru, who had zealously polished her iron ball, the Morning Star, but seeing the place she occupied within others being filled again after such a long vacancy was not a bad feeling. Though there were some who might have called it tactless. Either way, Roswal, welcome back, Rem. Once this situation has settled down, why don't we discuss what has been happening with the mansion in the time you were absent, about Ram, in particular, Tilda. Rem, yes. I look forward to it from the bottom of my heart. With great comprehension, Roswal was able to quickly move on from the shock of remembering Rem. Impressed by the strength of her master's spirit, Rem tried again to reopen the conversation anew. However, Rem's sleeve was tugged firmly from behind Petra. "Master, wasn't Frederica Nisama with you?" Roswal, yes, I had Frederica stay in the Bariel domain. I already agreed to give my help there after all. I also couldn't bear to leave Shulk-kun alone. Furthermore, Clind said he would fulfill Frederica's expected role. Tilda. Petra, fulfilling Frederica Nisama's role. Can Clind Nisama really do that? Clind, harsh. I must endeavor to dispel those doubts. Strenuous effort. Petra frowned as she confirmed Frederica's whereabouts, seeing that she did not return with Roswal and the others, while Clind calmly vowed to make up for her absence. During this exchange, Rem had turned her head to look at Petra's profile as she tugged on her sleeve and asked, "Petra-san." Petra had just now clearly interrupted Rem and changed the subject, bringing up a different topic. Of course, the whereabouts of Frederica was another area of concern, but her actions had another meaning of significance. While Rem pondered this, Emilia introduced Ramji to Roswal and began to talk about which countermeasures they would need to take across camp boundaries. Seeing this, Petra turned to Rem and gave her a small beckoning gesture. That was when, Petra, perhaps you also noticed something about Subaru Remni-sama. Rem. The way you said that, Petra-san, have you also noticed Subaru-kun has an authority? Petra, don't say anything more than that, the witch might hear you. Rem could not help but keep silent when Petra put her finger to her own lips in a shushing gesture. Petra did not explicitly say so, but her words indicated exactly what was on Rem's mind. It was evidence enough to prove that Petra also thought that Subaru also had the authority of turning back time. From the words that followed, Rem could guess that Petra had been privy to more information than she was. It was a bit of a stretch to say that the witch would hear them, but Rem, as I already heard that Reinhard Sama is holding back the Witch of Envy at the Augria Sand Dunes, this is not something that I can laugh off as an exaggeration. Petra, yes, it has to do with that. I'm not absolutely sure that is the case, but I think it's best if we don't talk about this subject. I don't want to ever experience that feeling again. Petra's mutterings were filled with an almost frightening level of earnest realism that they carried a weight as if she had personally experienced the consequences from uttering those taboo words. Naturally, Petra's quiet appeal made Rem stop speaking and swallow those words into the back of her throat. But that meant missing the opportunity to reveal Subaru's true accomplishments so far. Rem, that's not what he would be concerned about, would it? Before and after losing her memory, Rem had 2 opportunities to get to know Subaru. What she had learned through those 2 occasions was that Subaru possessed an earnest sincerity, which struck deep into her heart, and that honestly and openly evaluating everything that was revealed to him was secondary. Wishing Subaru to be praised and rewarded for all of his actions and intentions was merely a reflection of Rem's own values. Petra Remni-sama, there is one thing I want to ask you, Petra asked Rem, who swallowed her own prayers in the aftertaste of her lingering sentimentality. It was not a particularly hushed voice, but to Rem it seemed as if Petra had asked her question with great care, so that only she could hear it. When Rem nodded her head slightly, she felt the seriousness of the situation, a feeling which reminded her of Subaru's earnestness. Then Petra, Remni-sama, would you do anything to help Subaru? Behind this question, Rem sensed that Petra was expressing her belief that she could and would do it. There was no sense of rivalry with it, but her deliberation lasted less than a second. Rem, yes, of course. I am Subaru-kun's Rem, after all. That was an answer that required no hesitation on Rem's part. 2. His exhaustion continued to accumulate with every passing moment, something Aldebaran felt keenly. Aldebaran, I'm fine with procuring food locally, same with getting water by freezing the atmosphere and licking the ice, but the fact that our sleeping hours are being curtailed is seriously draining. They continued to face relentless sabotage and endless torment for the Aldebaran party. The majority of the damage inflicted by those disturbances was nothing so major that left them wounded or pressed them to retreat from the war front, but rather nasty tricks that just kept them in a state of exhaustion. And whenever he would think along such lines, they would be hit with an attack of the same class as the falling boulder that had been the first maneuver used against them at the quarry, highlighting the underhandedness of the techniques which did not allow them to relax their vigilance whatsoever. The greatest problem at hand was that they possessed no means to perfectly defend against this. Aldebaran, military-grade internal affairs minister. Military-grade internal affairs minister, The violent way it sounds ain't just for show, eh? The internal affairs minister of the Amelia camp, Otto Suwin, was a man who often appeared meek and feeble. His role within the camp was that of cushioning, someone often reduced to the butt of a joke, and while his position might have been necessary for their everyday operations, he was not an individual who necessitated vigilance during the most crucial of moments. That perception had been completely mistaken. The fact that he could converse with any living thing was something Aldebaran had underestimated, overwhelmingly so. The price for that was something he was paying with an unbelievable amount of vigor and resources. Aldebaran, moreover, the problems don't end with just that devious internal affairs minister. There's also trouble stirring between the old man and Felt Chan. In addition to the ongoing sabotage, what troubled Aldebaran's mind even further was the friction that had arisen between his own party members, the budding of a seed of trouble he could not overlook. Aldebaran had not originally planned on Felt being among them, but having needed to bring her along to maintain his relationship with Aldebaran, her presence had been a huge blow. That was the matter of Felt having touched upon the crux of that which stirred up Heinkel's emotions. It seemed as if Felt had touched upon almost everything that Heinkel did not wish to be touched upon. While his son, Reinhard, was containing the Witch of Envy at the Augria Sand Dunes, with his own hands had Heinkel stabbed his father, Wilhelm, for getting in the way. The price for carelessly disrupting his mental state on the verge of collapse was something Felt had almost ended up paying with her life. No, in reality, she had ended up paying with her life many times. If Aldebaran had not reset things with his territory, Felt's death would have been set in stone. That would have then invoked Aldebaran's ire, and Heinkel would have been driven into a corner. As it stood, the divine dragon's consciousness was in the unnatural state of being overwritten by Aldebaran. If something that considerably roused the dragon's instincts were to be brought upon it, it was quite possible that the magic of the Book of the Dead would come undone. Hence, Aldebaran had forcibly cut off the conversation between Heinkel and Felt, but Aldebaran, it's nothing but a band-aid fix. If I ever carelessly leave the old man alone with Feltshan, I can easily see things getting bloody again. Having said that, it'd be impossible to leave anybody but ye to handle restraining that Roy bastard. Shit, I'm not doing a quiz about getting a wolf and a goat to the other side of a river on a boat. I ain't good at those any which way. Though it was one of those so-called logic puzzles, he had been placed in a somewhat similar situation. The current circumstances of allocating his mental resources to a futile battle of wits was undesirable, but with that said, if you just cast away Heinkel-sama or Felt-sama as you please, it'll become much easier, you know, Aldebaran. How many times do I have to tell you, I ain't gonna do that? As a light-hearted voice suddenly interjected with that proposal, Aldebaran clicked his tongue before responding. With hands joined behind her back, Yi walked towards him with a spring in her step, as if performing a dance. Seeing her by herself, Aldebaran narrowed his eyes within his helmet. Aldebaran, eyes, why are you alone? You ought to be with someone, Yi. Felt-sama is with Val-sama, the Sin Archbishop is strung up, and Heinkel-sama is bound tight. For the time being, things have settled down. Aldebaran, even so, that doesn't mean we don't have any holes. Yi, that would be correct. But it currently seems like Al-sama has the potential to become our biggest hole, you know, Tilda. As she spoke, Yi hugged one of her knees as she crouched down before Aldebaran. As her cat-like red eyes peered into him, Aldebaran experienced a taste of discomfort. No matter how bluntly he answered, her judgment was correct. Without a doubt, the one most clearly exhausted among their members was none other than Aldebaran. Aldebaran, but that's a matter of course. The goals I'm aiming to accomplish are the biggest and most numerous. Hence it's natural that I have to shoulder the difficulties. Yi. As a result, if Al-sama were to be crushed halfway through, wouldn't it be unbearable to watch? Aldebaran, what is it you want to say? Yi. Like Tilda, I've been Tilda saying that which Yi-chan wants to say is the same as it's always been. Before you get crushed like a bug, Al-sama, you should rein in your conditions for victory. Aldebaran, I told you already that's, Yi, why is it that you must cling to such clean methods, Al-sama? Resting her chin in the arm upon her folded knee, Yi posed a sharp question. Yi's eyes, narrowed to a thread's breadth, faintly opened, and sensing that the playfulness of her voice had vanished, Aldebaran was unable to muster any immediate response. And taking advantage of that silence of Aldebaran's, Yi resumed. Yi, our opponents will come at you with reckless abandon. It's only natural. After all, Al-sama, you robbed them of their companions, wounded them, and at the end of it all, put the fate of the world on the line. After all that, of course, they're going to be willing to risk their lives, Tilda. They won't hesitate to use methods that go against the righteous road, fair and square. Aldebaran, I know that I'm causing you a lot of trouble. Not only are you being endlessly harassed, but you even ended up clashing with the sword demon in the royal capital. Yi, you're mistaken. It's not that I want to complain, no, in a sense, this might just very well undoubtedly be a complaint though, Tilda. Aldebaran, what are you trying to say? He had been unable to finish his words. Without dodging Yi's hand as it suddenly reached out, it pushed down on Aldebaran's forehead, causing him to fall backwards. Then, as Aldebaran blinked his eyes, Yi glided on top of him after pushing him down. Aldebaran, at that close proximity, Aldebaran and Yi crossed gazes. That instant, Aldebaran immediately poked the drug package prepared behind his molar with his tongue, intending to commit suicide so that he could redo this moment. Yi, the madam has passed away, Al-sama. Aldebaran, HK, Yi, she passed away. Haven't you said it yourself many times now? Just before Aldebaran could swallow the poison, Yi spoke thus to him at such a close distance that he could feel her breath on him, causing his throat to seize up. He need not be told. Priscilla Bariel had died. That was the basis for everything. The reason why Aldebaran had taken the leap for this decision, the genesis, and the final shackle. Because she was no longer among them, Aldebaran was released from all the chains that had bound him. And so, while fully aware that it would make him the enemy of all beings, that it would plunge the world into chaos, he had started this. Yi, is that true, Aldebaran? Ah, Yi, is that truly the case? The madam is no longer among us. That's why nothing matters to you anymore. No matter who you betray, what you destroy, or how you might be perceived, you're completely fine with it. Is that true? At the repeated question, Aldebaran froze. Even now, he could make it so this moment never happened with a single movement of his tongue. With that as insurance, no, even if he lacked that insurance, Aldebaran would likely not have moved. Yi's words and gaze harbored a power to bind him far greater than that of any steel thread. Is that true? So she had asked. Just what answer did she want from him? Is that true? So she had asked. Of course it's true. What else could he possibly say? Is that true? So she had asked. Of the certainty of Aldebaran's resolve, she inquired. Ye, the results might be questionable. The damages brought about might even be outrageous. But here's what I also think. Your way of doing things is way too clean. Aldebaran clean. Ye, you confront your opponents head-on, surpassing and surmounting their strategies, and you take advantage of their weaknesses when your military prospects are lacking, but you don't allow there to be any casualties. Your resolve is clean, Alsama. That's why you've ended up being so terribly cornered like this. Aldebaran, ye, Alsama, how about you quit yearning for the sun? As Ye smoothly reached out her arms, she grabbed both sides of Aldebaran's helmet. Her hands made no attempt to remove the helmet, but rather they locked his line of sight onto herself, refusing to let him look away. That gesture combined with the whispering of her words fettered Aldebaran's soul, preventing any and all movement. To stop yearning for the sun. Ye, crawl on the ground, cover yourself in mud, stop looking up to the sky and bathe in the blood. It's all right. I'm already covered in filth, so I won't balk at basking in the blood and the mud alongside you. Aldebaran. No matter what you say, I'm Ye. You've no need to give up that which you aren't willing to. But if that's what you wish, then please don't try to be clean. If you would just give up on being clean, then, pausing there, Ye's lips curved into a gentle half-moon. That smile of Ye's, tinged with the hue of blood, was terribly transient, overlapping with the smile of someone else. Ye's nobody would be able to defeat my Alsama. That was the smile of someone engraved into his soul, the one who had molded Aldebaran. Aldebaran, with a bloody smile, as Ye spoke in a manner as if clinging to him, as if cherishing him, as if lamenting him, as if pleading with him, as if threatening him, as if despairing of him, Aldebaran heaved a long sigh. Then Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. In order to not relinquish that which was truly difficult to let go of, he thought that just maybe he ought to cover himself in mud and blood. 3. A strong, throbbing pain gouged into his brain, causing Otto to let out a small groan. Already 20 hours had passed since he threw open his divine protection of the soul of language. During that time, he had not been continuously checking the open channels, but even if he did not speak through them at all times, he did not fail to collect every single scrap of incoming information. Consequently, maintaining his divine protection in a half-open state, Otto ate and slept sparingly as he continued his endless solitary battle. Otto Emilia-sama, I see that you have joined up with the Margrave and the others. Although he did not exercise as much power as he did tracking Aldebaran's group, he managed to confirm the movements of his allies as Otto sent out animals in both directions as scouts. He had not been in active contact with Emilia and the others, as he did not want his concentration to break, but beyond that the main reason was that Otto did not want his recklessness to be constrained. No matter how one looked at it, if they knew that Otto's nose had bled enough to fill up a cup, Emilia and the others would undoubtedly stop him. Otto, however, it is necessary. Soon, Aldebaran's group would arrive at the Kararagi city-state's Grand Magalade Geyser, where they would attempt to fulfill their goal. Most likely, that would be the time limit. In the end, these were just Otto's instincts, but he was convinced that not stopping their foes here would be their losing condition. This was surely their last chance to retrieve Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice. Therefore, it must be prevented. But the deciding factor did not lie with Otto. Always the one that held the decisive factor was someone other than Otto. All that Otto Suwin could do was support someone else. And so, in that support, he would wring out every drop of blood and energy in his body. Laddie, please don't die. Otto, at least you are not telling me to not be reckless. Laddie, doesn't it seem like being reckless is a hobby for you? I know it's something you wouldn't stop doing even if I told you to, so I won't waste my breath. Hence, please don't die. And at the supportive expression of his loving dragon Frufu, Otto bitterly chuckled. Fundamentally, Otto was moving separately from the rest of the camp, and his means of transportation was the being with whom he would speak to whenever push came to shove, in case his divine protection of the soul of language steeped him too deeply in the thoughts of other living creatures, and he had to avoid becoming unable to return. He made sure to always travel with at least Frufu by his side. As expected, since Frufu had known him since childhood, she seemed to be able to read Otto's mind, and had often saved him with her dependability. This was especially true when they were alone in the mountains, far from human habitation. Frufu, I don't know if this will help, but why don't you get some sleep? As you said earlier, that group is currently resting. Now you don't have to worry about losing sight of them. Why don't you take a break? Otto, what are you talking about? If he is resting, then he is not being hindered. Instead, right now is the greatest time for profit. Frufu, treating this situation as a time for reaping profits, your bad habit is slipping out, laddie. Frufu shook her large head in exasperation, her tone and demeanor carefree. Considering the current situation, one would think she was too easygoing, but Otto knew that this easygoingness was intentional so that he did not become anxious, so that he could not get irritated. Actually, while talking to Frufu, his willpower had steadily recovered. Thanks to this, it seemed he would be able to hold out a little longer. Frufu, that's not what I was trying to do, you know. Otto, even if you did not mean to, you are helping me. My Frou-Frou is really the best partner. Frou-Frou, you really have a way with words, laddie. A low groan of dissatisfaction rumbled from Frou-Frou as she smiled, while Otto took a deep breath. Then once again he drew his consciousness to his channels, towards the birds, insects, and schools of fish that he had entrusted with tracking Aldebaran's group, trying to figure out as much of the enemy's movements as possible. Of course, since he needed to exchange information with the animals, Otto's pursuit of Aldebaran was just slightly delayed, and there was some amount of lag. Still, that he had not lost sight of Aldebaran's group, and he had been able to continue chasing them without loosening his grip, was due to the great power of the Zada bugs. Most animals were frightened by the presence of the divine dragon that accompanied them, and no matter how earnestly he begged them, they refused to go beyond a certain point. However, Zada bugs were different. Rather than the individual, they were more concerned with the survival of the swarm, and so they could fearlessly draw close to the divine dragon, making them terrific for reconnaissance. Once this was over, including the peaceful place that he had promised to them, they needed to be treated as kindly as possible. Frou-Frou, if you're too supportive of the Zada bugs, Miss Frederica, Miss Petra, and the others will be even more grossed out. Otto, I know that for some reason, a lot of women hate Zada bugs. But if they become aware of their contributions this time, maybe that will change their perception. Though Otto understood that there was very little hope of that. It was not just the women's side. After Otto's battle in the sanctuary, Garfield had also seemed to develop some reluctance towards them. Subaru and Beatrice too. Once they were safely broken free and heard about the work the Zada bugs had put in, what kind of face would they make? Otto, at the very least, they should convey their gratitude to the head of the swarm directly. Well, that will be a little difficult, don't you think, Tilda? Otto, just then caressing Otto's ear, was a voice that did not belong to the insects, nor the small animals, nor Frou-Frou. Immediately after he gasped, Otto's body suddenly shot into the air. Frou-Frou, laddie, there was no dragon carriage, so as Otto's weight, which had been straddling her back, suddenly disappeared, Frou-Frou let out a desperate cry. Frou-Frou's cries were in vain, as Otto was hanging from one of the trees on the mountain, kicking his legs as his hands and neck were constricted by something that felt thin. Just barely he had managed to get his fingers in front of his neck and escaped being asphyxiated. Otto, ugh, you don't seem like a fighter, but it was amazing that you reacted immediately. Is this what they call always being prepared for battle? Onyai-san, you would be a great shinobi, you know. As Otto was hanging, dangling and shaking, a slender shadow appeared from beneath his feet. A girl with crimson hair and a maid dress with Wasu elements, all the features matched. She was one of the people in Aldebaran's group, an enemy that Otto must eliminate. See, didn't I tell you, Al-sama? There's nobody who can defeat you. The crimson shinobi Yi Tenzin, as her cheeks blushed red, looked up at the hanging Otto. Chapter 39, The Final Line. When Yi, Al-sama, how about you quit yearning for the sun? When she had spoken those words, he did not know what sort of emotions or expectations she had harbored. His own position was that of controlling her through fear, binding her with hatred, and utilizing the guarantee of her desires for revenge. From her perspective, it ought to have been satisfying to see him so cornered. Only the fact of the matter was that she had given many reactions that were not coherent with that line of thought. In that case, just what were the true motivations hidden behind her contradictory attitude? He had given up searching for that answer. Only one thing was certain. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. The advice given by Yi Tenzin had removed a single shackle that had been present within Aldebaran. Though not deliberately self-imposed, it had been in subconsciously placed shackle, inhibitor, hurdle, psychological chains that had slammed the brakes on the overpowering quality of Aldebaran's authority. Now that he was free from those chains, the options available to Aldebaran expanded to an infinite domain. Aldebaran target, 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Fire altar, Aldebaran, all right, origin. Responding to the order without hesitation, Aldebaran, who had been waiting in the background, stretched out its wings. Alter, it had expressed no confusion in regards to that alias. By way of the Book of the Dead, the update in his intentions had already been communicated. The alias origin was also an easily understandable but trivial matter. Without the room to put his opinions on that alias into words, a white light, the dragon's breath, was unleashed. Aldebaran, the divine dragon's dragon husk, the tremendous might of its breath demonstrated the maximum capabilities of its specs, and proved to be a fine article that even the sword saint, Reinhard van Estria, had just barely managed to neutralize. And on the current battlefield, with the sword saint absent, nay, on the area that could not even be described as a battlefield, the breath was unleashed, raising it to the ground. Everything natural, everything man-made, and most notably, all life consisting of not just plants and animals, but humans too, was erased. The range output of the dragon's fully powered breath reached out to several kilometers, and anyone unfortunate enough to be engulfed by the light of ruin that arrived without giving any warning would cease to exist, lacking even the time to register pain. And now, passing the order to Aldebaran, Aldebaran had performed that deed. Aldebaran, as commanded, 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, scorching down the area signified by directions corresponding to the positions on a clock, it reduced all who stood in its path to naught. In all likelihood, the lives lost could not have been counted in just the hundreds or the thousands, but numbered well in the realm of the tens of thousands. Ha 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 tilde, well done tilde, laying his eyes upon that which could only be described as tyranny, the act of brutally trampling all in one's path, the suspended Roy Alfred snickered in amusement. Strung up with his arms bound, Roy placed the soles of his free feet together, thus cheering as he clapped not his hands but his feet. But while nobody aside from Roy contributed to that noisy applause, none of the members present there appeared to criticize Aldebaran's actions. Present instead was delight, understanding, subordinates, and fear. All were his henchmen, even the ones who had no say in the matter. Thus, basking in their gazes, Aldebaran looked up to the sky. Aldebaran, with the dragon's breath unleashed, not only was the land scorched, but signs of its influence appeared in the sky and surrounding atmosphere as well. With the clouds torn asunder, and the rain and wind that were supposed to have occurred banished from the land, the traces of the dragon had been deeply engraved, ravages of the dragon's rage, so to speak. Naturally, there existed no living beings that did not fear the ire of the overwhelming existence that was the dragon. Because there existed no beings that could fight back against a rampaging dragon mad with rage, it was an ironclad rule that when faced with the dragon's fury, all forms of life would keep their heads held low, attempting to conceal their presence and waiting for the storm to pass. Therefore, the likes of birds and bugs promptly approaching the ravages of that rage was far beyond unnatural. Aldebaran looks like a miss. Seeing a flock of birds assembling around the area scorched by the breath to ascertain the damages, Aldebaran muttered words that would fade away in the confines of his mouth. The vast majority of animals were straightforward and faithful to their instincts. If that was being distorted, and they were acting in a manner dishonest to their instincts, it was proof of some sort of unnatural interference. That was to say, it was proof that the existence enacting that unnatural interference had survived. Ascertaining that, Aldebaran, next. Muttering that, he unwrapped the poisonous drug package within his mouth and gulped down the deadly bane. And then times Aldebaran, target 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Fire alter. Subsequently, upon returning to his restart point, he oriented himself towards the next area and instructed the dragon to trample it down. 2 Aldebaran, target 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Fire alter. Aldebaran, target 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Slight adjustment. Aldebaran, target 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Aldebaran, target lock to 7 o'clock. Just range output breath to 80%. Aldebaran 70%, Aldebaran 60%, Aldebaran 65%, Aldebaran 65.5%, Aldebaran 65.5% confirmed. 714. Having been told that his way of doing things was too clean by Yi, Aldebaran revised his thoughts. Gaining awareness of the pride he had been blind to, he earnestly examined what was truly necessary in order to accomplish his objective, and arrived at an answer. The no-killing restriction. From the moment Aldebaran had decided on the removal of Natsuki Subaru and resolved himself to abide by his own purpose of creation, he had established that as the minimum obligation he would need to uphold. From this world where many had already been lost, with even she who had embodied the sun having disappeared, he would not cause anything more to be lost, so he had decided. But by overly adhering to that vow, Aldebaran had subconsciously placed a shackle on his own authority. In order to uphold his vow that he would not take the life of anyone, he had ended up imposing the same binding to the journey itself. With Aldebaran's authority, with his territory, the events that transpired in the repeating world would endlessly be made to have never happened until that matrix was finally marked with a full stop. In that case, so long as the records balanced out to no killing by the end, he would not need to worry about deaths during the process. By keeping that conclusion outside of his conscious awareness, Aldebaran had unwittingly levied that shackle upon himself. In order to finally remove it, Aldebaran had continued to waste time in futility. No, without Yi's words, he might have still been none the wiser. Aldebaran, I knew that the Niaisan was trying to use his divine protection to whittle us down. The problem lies in his meticulousness and the unlimited hand of cards. It really seemed like there was no way to avert that, but, no longer bound by that shackle, Aldebaran surmounted that challenge with brute force. Nothing about it was difficult. His pursuer was borrowing the eyes and agency of insects, fish, and other small animals in order to get a grasp on the movements of Aldebaran's group and enact various forms of sabotage upon them. But considering what he conjectured to be the extent of effectiveness of his opponent's divine protection, even if his directions to the animals had an immediate response akin to telepathy, it was not as absolute as something like brainwashing. Every single time, their pursuer would have needed to directly issue a command. And in order to enact that, the commanding pursuer himself would have needed to be stalking Aldebaran's group while maintaining a reasonable distance. Through the brute force of the dragon's breath, he had deduced the position of their pursuer. Aldebaran narrowing down the area using clock positions and measuring the distance with the depth of the breath. Given that we're doing something erratic, he can't afford to withhold his hand in order to get a grasp of what happened. Then the act of playing his hand is proof that the Niaisan made it out unharmed. But what about when he doesn't play his hand? His hand, without the leeway to mobilize the troops he had allied with his divine protection, it would have served as proof that he had vanished from the world. With that ascertained, Aldebaran had regressed his territory, closed in on the direction of his pursuer's presence, measured the distance, and finally managed to identify the opponent's position with utmost precision. Of course, during that process in the mountains, forest, and even some towns, a great number of lives had been sacrificed, but absolutely all of that had been made to have never happened. By balancing the records in the end using his territory, the casualties outside of Aldebaran numbered 0. No, Aldebaran's death was not counted, so the casualties numbered 0 total. Aldebaran, combined with when I was selecting the members for the tower, 1,347, he really gave me one hell of a time. There was nothing more exhausting than someone thought to have already been dealt with pulling the carpet out from under him yet again. In that sense, it would have been no exaggeration to say that the pursuer, Otto Suin, had given Aldebaran more trouble than either the Sword Saint or the Sword Demon had. If it had been his suggestion to send Emilia to Aldebaran and Wilhelm to Yi at the royal capital, then the damages he had caused this group amounted to far more than just Aldebaran's 1,347 deaths. Of course, it was precisely because he had judged him to be such a large threat that Aldebaran had spared no cards in his hand, thus succeeding in stringing up that formidable enemy. Ye Alsama over here tilde. Waving her hand, Yi beckoned to Aldebaran and the rest from below. In accordance with Yi's call, Aldebaran perched down on the ground, and Aldebaran hopped off of its back. Halfway up the mountainside, behind Yi, who had arrived first at the target point, was a green internal affairs minister strung up to a tree and a ground dragon lying on its side with its limbs tied up. Perhaps because the ground dragon had so fervently struggled against the steel thread bindings, its pale blue dragon hide was stained with blood, and even now it continued to desperately writhe while panting in exasperation. Aldebaran, as expected, the loyalty of a ground dragon's quite something. Thinking back, the current generation's Patrash was also like that. Yi, the idea to make an example out of it flashed through my head, but it seems like he's the type to just become even more stubborn instead of breaking, so I decided not to. How was Yi Chan's judgment? Aldebaran, I think you got the right answer. Besides, there's no point in a warning if he can't even see it. As Yi greeted him while tilting her head, Aldebaran scowled within his helmet. In his vision, present above the writhing ground dragon, the strung-up internal affairs minister, Otto, was cocooned in steel threads from his head down to the tips of his toes, which of course included his eyes and mouth. It was a state in which he could not do a single thing. By nature, a single steel thread was so thin that one would need to strain their eyes to even ascertain its presence. Since they now appeared as an opaque tool of restraint, he could not imagine just how many had been wrapped around. Yi, unable to get a glimpse of any light, unable to even make a peep. It'd be possible to form communication with the outside through even just breathing, let alone whispers. And so I've wrapped his entire body up with no gaps, save for a single airway connecting to his ankle. With this, he'll be too busy focusing his breaths on clinging to survival to have any leeway to fill them with intent. Aldebaran, I know this isn't about you getting revenge, and is instead just proof that you're taking precautions. After all, this Niaisan would actually be capable of plotting something against us if we gave him any room to speak. Yi, I'd never operate on my personal grudges, tilde. Yi Chan isn't that bad of a shinobi, you know. Placing a finger to her cheek, Yi was in quite a good mood as she made a curious smile. Given how much complete and utter hardship Otto, the harassment specialist, had put them through until now, she would have likely had a substantial amount of resentment built up even if she said she bore no personal grudges. To begin with, the industry leaders of carrying out harassment and conducting wars of attrition against enemies were none other than the shinobi. Aldebaran, so now that you've finally dealt with that, I guess you'd be in a good mood, yes. Yi, tilde, you really are a gentleman who can't understand a woman's heart, Alsama. It feels good to pin down an opponent who persistently made attacks of the nastiest kind in a sly, exhaustive, relentless manner, you know. Aldebaran, isn't that pretty much exactly what I said? Yi, but the number one thing is that you're finally acting as the monster you truly are, Alsama. Without a shred of concern for your trivial humanity, you fully embraced the monster within. Aldebaran, Yi, for that reason, even something like having Valsama fling me at full strength was nothing so outlandish. Aldebaran, seems like you've got your fair share of complaints with that strategy. As Yi was correcting Aldebaran's mistaken impression, she added that bit onto the end. With the modification to how he utilized the territory, he had located their pursuers' whereabouts. After completing that, they had needed the quickest means to reach their opponent before he could discern their intentions, that had resulted in having the airborne Aldebaran hurl Yi to the target position. On top of being crude, it was a plan that had greatly imperiled Yi's life, but because the opponent was located in the mountains, which provided a great amount of buffering material, Yi, with her ability to create cushioning with her steel thread technique, was deemed to be the most suitable candidate for it. Yi, even though this duty was most suited to someone who won't die no matter how far they're hurled away, there was no way we could entrust it to Heinkel-sama in his current state. Aldebaran, an old man-shaped hole, might have bored through the mountain while the old man remained alive and well, but you're right about entrusting any important duties to him with his condition right now. Between Heinkel and Felt, a considerably deadly rift had formed. In response to that issue, he had worked out a countermeasure to stabilize it for the time being, but that had incurred Aldebaran's displeasure and was nothing more than a temporary band-aid solution. Because it was the type of problem that could resurge for whatever reason, Aldebaran and Yi had decided that it would be best to not touch on it for the time being. Anyhow, Aldebaran, finally, it's checkmate. With Otto's movements and resistance sealed, Aldebaran looked up at the opponent whose current state ought to be dubbed a silver chrysalis, and keenly felt the victory he had attained in this round of the game, which had gone on now for a long, long time. However, the opponent Aldebaran was playing against was not just Otto. It was a multifaceted bout against many challengers on a kingdom-wide, even worldwide scale. Just because he had managed to make it through a single round successfully did not mean he could continue to carry that around as a source of satisfaction. Above all, in order to ensure that they would never make a comeback as a challenger, he would need to be thorough with their elimination. Though even if I cut away his eyes, ears, tongue, and limbs, I'd still technically be obeying your orders, Alsama tilde. Aldebaran, Yi, Phi tilde ni, Alsama so ska tilde rai. To inflict wounds beyond any hope of recovery, thereby forcing withdrawal from the front lines with only their lives intact. Doing so would be naught but a hollow pretense. For Aldebaran, the no-killing restriction was not something so flexible that he could say he kept it so long as nobody died, and it would be troubling if it was. That sort of thing was tantamount to declaring that world peace could be achieved by cutting off the arms and legs of everyone in the world. Hence, Aldebaran would not rob Otto Suin of his eyes, tongue, arms, or legs. Instead, that which he would take from him was his reason for fighting. Aldebaran Roy, I'm relaxing the curse mark's functionality. It's your time to take the stage. To Aldebaran Roy, I'm relaxing the curse mark's functionality. It's your time to take the stage. Every inch of his body constrained, Otto Suin, with certitude, heard the pronounced voice of the opponent looking up towards him. On merely one point, Aldebaran and the rest were mistaken about the efficacy of Otto's divine protection of the soul of language. The soul of language, namely that which was called voice, was the reverberation of sound. Those reverberations would always touch Otto's body should he be within range of its reach, even if his ears were plugged. The divine protection of the soul of language did not translate sounds that entered the ear. It sensed and picked up the reverberations of intent that touched the entity named Otto. Therefore, Roy, what a roundabout, strange coincidence, isn't it, Oniisen? Even though both Lei and Louis missed out on eating Oniisen despite desiring to impress Stella, in the end you've been set on the dining table before us like this, so it would seem. The voice of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony licking his lips, Roy Alfred, was also detected by Otto as a thing of certainty. Otto, however, to much frustration from the depths of his heart, there was no longer anything Otto could do. He had still been detecting the voices in his environs through the divine protection of the soul of language, but with his mouth obstructed, his limbs restrained, and now obturated from even transmitting his will, Otto was helplessly powerless. Frufu, what are you doing? To laddie, stop, please stop. He heard the painful beseeching of an agonizing Frufu immediately below his hanging feet. For the moment, it seemed Aldebaran and his group did not intend to inflict any further harm onto Frufu or much less, take her life. Hence, he wished for Frufu to quietly wait for the storm drifting through to pass. That was his utmost desire at that moment. The rest Otto HK, with a voice that fell short of being voiced, Otto's heart consternated in trepidation for his comrades not present here. Amelia and Ram, Petra and Maley, Rem, Clind and Roswell, he had heard that even people of the Felt camp were cooperating. They would surely come up with an ingenious plan. Had it been possible, Otto wished to give a serious blow to the opponent with his own hands, even on Garfield's behalf. Moreover, for the captured duo of Subaru and Beatrice. Roy, how sad Oniisen. How painful Oniisen. But we'll treat those cries of agony alternating in joys and sorrows altogether and give them love. After all, this world is gluttonous drinking. Gluttony in Lento, he sensed the polluted, violated appetite of gluttony drawing near him, creeping close to him. Without any means to resist, Otto accepted it. There was nothing he could do besides be chewed and digested. Thus, for however long, Otto Suin continued to pray, continued to wish, continued to dream. for his own final stratagem to fall into place. Roy, well then, let's eat. 3 Roy, thank you for the treat. With the efficacy of the authority of gluttony invoked, the hanging Otto Suwon was devoured. The deed was unaccompanied by any befitting effects generated, no shining visual effects, nothing so flashy or gaudy occurred. In only quiet and solemnity, the feast dished up onto the platter settled into the stomach of an ill-mannered diner. What had transpired was merely this commonplace meal. Although I barely saw anything just now, it truly feels like foul play. The feeling of tension in the threads vanished in an instant after all. Her voice laden with unhiding repugnance, whispered whilst touching the rings that sent forth the steel threads. What her words suggested was that the opponent in bind, Otto Suwon, his resistance in order to escape from the constraints of the steel threads had disappeared. That was evidence of the efficacy of Roy Alfred's eclipsing manifesting. 1 Aldebaran, on top of that, we still remember that Niai-san. As promised, you only ate the memories. Seems like you really held yourself back. Roy, ahaha tilde, what's with that? So short on gratitude and wonderment tilde. Just so you know, separating just the name or just the memories and chewing it is pretty tough, you know. It's trouble like sifting through the grilled ingredients in between a sandwich without opening up the bread, you see tilde. Aldebaran, don't care. Don't do it and you die, that's the end of that. Separate and eat quickly and cleanly. Aldebaran snorted at Roy as he spoke of his authority's hardships in front of Otto Suwon, limp and motionless whilst entangled in the steel threads. In reality, Aldebaran had no intention of hearing out Roy's advocation of what a high deed it was. Should he blunder, he would simply die, his soul scorched by the effects of the curse mark engraved on his body, bound by an oath with Aldebaran. Of course, it would be a problem for Aldebaran were Roy to die at this time, so he did intend to redo at every instance of failure and search for a way to ensure Roy did well. Alsa Matilda, as for that Sin Archbishop, isn't he getting a bit cocky? If you're going to restrain his actions with the effects of the curse mark, then rather than appeasing, persuading, and winning over his heart, wouldn't you have had ways to make him abide more suitably with lesser strings attached? Aldebaran, engraving a curse mark isn't as light a job as you're thinking it to be. To begin with, in curse marks bound by oaths, there's a risk for the engraving party as well. The opportunity for engraving a curse mark is limited to exactly one time in someone's entire life. It's a trump card to make the kinds of people who won't ever listen seriously obey, whispered into Aldebaran's ear, who pressed her forehead whilst answering. As the name suggested, the engraving of a curse mark, a kind of curse art, was a deed that had existed before magic and curse arts branched into separate sects. The nature of it was rather close to the origin of magic. Speaking further of the impression given by the curse mark based on its impression, the one who taught Aldebaran how to engrave a curse mark and the nature of them would likely bestow the plight of a half-day-long tedious lecture about it. Roy, for you to be so kind and use that valuable opportunity for us. Very nice, so nice, quite nice, how very nice, really nice, isn't it nice, as we can believe it to be nice, gluttonous drinking. Gluttony. By this point that is love isn't I tilde T, wah. Are you saying over this adorable, sexy, and devoted maid that is Chan, you prefer the nasty-teethed Sin Archbishop? Alsama, you infidel, Aldebaran, right back at you, stop matching paces and linking up with the Sin Archbishop. Aldebaran winced at the combo of the blabbering Roy and the yabbering Yi. On Yi's end, she likely had had no intention of getting along with Roy there, or ever getting along with him for that matter, but the way she utilized anything to sway Aldebaran's heart was truly befitting of a shinobi. On the other hand, Roy bore the attitude of being conversable and comprehending for a Sin Archbishop, and had almost bestowed him with that misunderstanding. However, he mustn't misunderstand. For Aldebaran, both Yi and Roy were equivalent, used for his goals, and targets of fear for potentially backstabbing him depending on the situation. And that was Aldebaran. Roy, don't get too cocky. Start talking, what was the Niai-san you just ate scheming? That's what I fed him to you for. A chilly warning was issued by Aldebaran, who kept Roy contained well within attack range. His restraints unfastened, Roy had gotten his fractured limbs restored by the healing magic of Aldebaran, but neither had he gained trust in the slightest nor was he permitted freedom of action. However, in the direction the plan would now head towards for the end game, it was not realistic to carry a tied-up Roy along. As an example, should he ever seek to rely on Roy's authority as gluttony like he just had, to keep him turned face down as a card that could not be used immediately would be some excessively maladroit handling. Not in the slightest loosening his vigilance towards Roy, what was necessary were further arrangements for a policy to subdue Roy. Fortunately, the curse mark was sufficiently fulfilling that duty. Though it would be nice if he could tell us something useful tilde. As she spoke, the vigilant Yi tugged on her slender finger, tightening the invisible steel thread to keep Roy in check. It had been none other than Yi who had disapproved of utilizing Roy's authority until the very end, and while she did welcome Aldebaran's declaration that he would unshackle himself based on her advice, she still fervently insisted that he free himself from the chains that were the no-killing restriction itself. In reality, if Aldebaran did actually call off the no-killing restriction as she had insisted, and freely made use of the life-or-death power he had over all his opponents, his objective in and of itself would be accomplished rather quickly. To do that, all he would need to do is have Aldebaran shoot out its breath in all directions, never allowing any enemy to draw near. However, Aldebaran refused to do that, and instead, he insisted on adding new options, that of permitting death as part of the process and making use of Roy Alfred's authority. As a matter of fact, this was the implementation of a forbidden technique, that of proactively utilizing a Sin Archbishop's authority. It was an act that could not be compared to Aldebaran exercising his own authority, which occupied an unenumerated position, so to speak. Those inherited evils, the authorities that had given rise to a great number of tragedies and sacrifices until now, to make use of them for one's own purposes simply because it proved convenient. Likely outside of Aldebaran, that was a trespass that only a single other individual had perpetrated since the dawn of witch factors in this world. Ultimately, that was the extent to which such conduct crossed the line. If he could not attain results proportional to the misdeed he had committed, there would have been no meaning in his decision to go against the sun. Aldebaran, so let's hear it. We deliberately ruined our opponent's life. You're not going to tell me that there's nothing, Roy. Tilda, hold on. Wish you'd not rush us like that, Tilda. It seems you're misunderstanding, but even we can't all of a sudden comprehend absolutely everything about the one Jew Tilda St. Eaton. Things that have been known since the beginning don't really spring to mind unless the scenario deems it necessary, you know. Same as that, Aldebaran, I ain't going to tell you twice. Roy, yes, we're saying we understand. Let's see who Tilda H. This Onyi-san was more abound in life experience than expected, so even we are a bit surprised. After making a plethora of excuses, Roy concentrated on recalling the memories of the freshly eaten Otto. Roy was probably commenting on a mix of the many ups and downs in the life of Otto, who possessed the divine protection of the soul of language, and the extraordinary quantity of voices he had come to hear. However, there was a sudden pause in Roy's tasteless words, incurring Aldebaran's suspicion. Unmistakably, that was proof that he had struck a memory that caught his attention. Aldebaran, what is it, what you find? Roy, haha, it seems we were more careful than expected. There is a foolproof for the scenario in which he was compromised. Aldebaran, foolproof, a safety measure to defend against any foolish mistakes. As soon as Roy's lips formed those words, a terrible chill ran down Aldebaran's spine. Not a countermeasure for an oncoming assault, but a countermeasure for after he was compromised. If Otto Suwon had prepared such a thing, then it would be happening at any moment now. Aldebaran's we need to hurry up and a withdrawal from the premises or a regression of the situation via suicide. As two possible options came to his mind, Aldebaran mobilized before deciding on his counterplay. In a sense, it was successful, and in another sense, it had led to failure. That was, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Aldebaran-sama." The sweet voice of a girl struck Aldebaran's earlobes as if it were a surprise attack. The interloper had appeared in quite literally the blink of an eye, and by making an entrance without having given any preface, his instincts did not even have the time to sound the alarm bells. That blue-haired girl, having altered her appearance and garments since her time in the Valetian Empire, was not something he could bear the sight of. That was something he only realized right after he had caught sight of her, waving the skirt of her maid outfit. That instant, his mind was rapidly threatened by the name, existence, and nature of the maid girl. Aldebaran, with her name and memories having been eaten by the authority of gluttony, the girl's name had been erased from the register of Odd Lagna, where the names of all life were engraved, with that having been regurgitated due to the malicious intentions of bizarre eating, that which Aldebaran had disregarded as something that would manifest no meaningful damages, now ruptured through his mind. Forcibly overwhelmed by an impact that compelled him to recall her existence, Aldebaran, who was supposed to have shouldered a fate that would not permit his thoughts to ever come to a halt, had said thoughts left behind in the dust, "Yi, Al-sama." As Yi promptly raised her voice, she reached her slender arm out towards Aldebaran. Whilst glimpsing those white fingers in the corner of his vision, Aldebaran found himself unable to move. And in that immobile state, during the single second for which he had been dispossessed of his thoughts, the situation progressed. That instant, Aldebaran's body was detached from the space it had occupied up until a moment prior, and thrown out into the sky, basking in a ferocious wind. Aldebaran, the sun for which he had ceased yearning, cast its glaring radiance, searing Aldebaran's black eyes as he fluttered through the air. This was now do or die for the Aldebaran party, a critical juncture that had commenced without any forewarning. Thus, on the struggle for the Grand Mogalade Geyser, on the battle to decide the fate of the world here to come, the curtains now rose. Chapter 40, Flash Rumnade. One having fallen victim to Roy Alfred of gluttony, Otto Suin was forcefully removed from the battlefield. As one blessed with the divine protection of the soul of language, the man who had accumulated its highest level of mastery in history had done exactly as he had proclaimed, humiliating Aldebaran's group, the enemies of the world, and inflicting great suffering upon them. That was why the conclusion of his lonesome battle was brought about by a ruthless imprisonment that left no opening for counterattacks, leaving him completely helpless. His words were sealed, his actions were sealed, his tricks were sealed, his wits were sealed. Every weapon in his arsenal was sealed away, and finally, even the memories that defined who he was were stolen away. Thus was how Otto Suin was utterly defeated. When Aldebaran's group resolved to seal him away with such overwhelming force that gave no time to plan a countermeasure, even Otto found himself powerless, unable to resist. Because it was impossible to predict exactly when and where his opponents would launch a counterattack, he was unable to construct a trap zone using his signature divine protection. And so there was absolutely nothing Otto Suin could have done upon being attacked, his last resort merely being a desperate struggle in the event of an assault. He had simply left instructions for the Zada bugs to fly off en masse so that his location would have been revealed in the event he was defeated. 2. Al knew Rem before they met in the Empire, before Gluttony even ate her memories. There's no doubt about it. That was when the imaginary Subaru voiced his opinion, while they were in the midst of planning a surprise attack. With his arms and legs crossed as he sat in midair, Subaru's stern face caused Petra to recall the events inside Subaru's memories, in the royal capital where Al and Rem had crossed paths. That was when Subaru made a major blunder at the castle and was desperately trying to make up for it. Although Petra did feel that Subaru's reckless behavior back then was quite bad, she did not feel completely disillusioned towards him. However, Subaru himself remembered it as an utterly humiliating experience that made him squirm just thinking about it. In fact, everyone who was there must have looked down on Subaru's reckless behavior, so the only person who would not feel disillusioned by his actions, if Petra were excluded, would be Rem, who had been blindly devoted to him as far back as then. Be that as it may, Subaru, unable to escape the cycle of negative emotions, had visited Priscilla's mansion in search of a way to save Emilia, who was being attacked by the witch cult. There, Subaru received an incredibly harsh and cold response from Priscilla, but the crucial connection between Al and Rem was revealed right there as he was being expelled from the mansion. He did not know the specific reason, however. Subaru, Al mistakenly called Rem by Ram's name and was extremely shocked by that fact. When I asked Rem about it, she said she had never met him before, Petra, so Alsen knew about the two of them beforehand. Perhaps he researched the rival camps for the royal selection or something like that. Subaru, so you're saying Al could have been in charge of the Priscilla camp's countermeasures against the other royal selection camps. I don't think that's impossible, but it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that Al knew Rem. In other words, Petra, just like with all of us, when Alsen sees Remni-sama, his memories should get all mixed up. Subaru, exactly. I would call it a flash from Nade. With a silent snap of his fingers, Subaru winked and Petra gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, Petra was reluctant to treat Rem like a flash grenade, but she and the others had already confirmed that there was no way to counteract the effects of memories returning. A scene with Petra and the Subaru within her, or Ram, the deeper the relationship and attachment, the greater the impact, but even the slightest opening was still an opening. All that was left was to take advantage of that opening. Petra, let's show Alsan just how angry we are. 3. Let us here give an explanation for the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred. His nature bearing the disposition of bizarre eating, wielding the burther of myriads of tragedies, the authority of gluttony, Roy had completely incapacitated Otto Suin, tormentor of the Aldebaran party. His eclipsing had not only incapacitated Otto, but chewed and digested his 22-year-old walk of life, assimilating his joys, his angers, his sorrows, the culmination of all that which was his, into a heterogeneous blend, which was eaten up in one breath from atop the platter. Wringing his throat upon finishing the incorporeal meal, Roy tasted the life of Otto Suin, commanding a greater precision and degree of freshness than a deep read of Book of the Dead, tasting an adequate breadth of alternating joys and sorrows for it, having overcome so-so trials and tribulations. With somewhat rich seasoning and flavor, he bestowed to it an evaluation of 2 stars. By evaluating what was eaten this way, it felt as though he had fallen heir to the spirit of gourmet belonging to his sibling who had already lost his life. Lay Batenkados, but setting that aside, to eat one's memories meant it was possible to know that being's way of thinking and philosophy, and to its extreme, while in the midst of battle, even learn the orders of things that were planned, what had been schemed and plotted. Therefore, originally, despite the aftertaste of triumph and sense of accomplishments felt after Otto's defeat, sensing the ambush planned for the subsequent instant should have been a simple and spontaneous task to accomplish. However, it did not transpire so, because Otto had not shared plans with his comrades about what tangible actions they would take after he had been incapacitated. Merely, Otto Suin had solemnly believed. Should he just extend a signal, for the moment he would comprehensively be incapacitated, his comrades would not let it go to waste. Because he, devoid of plans or anything such, bet everything on just powerful bonds. It is a pleasure to meet you, Aldebaran Sama. Unmistakably, it had happened in the blink of an eye. A closing and opening of the eyes. But the presence of the blue-haired girl who had interloped in that instant, while a matter of course for Aldebaran, neither Yi nor Roy nor even Aldebaran could react. An outsider who was not supposed to be there had suddenly appeared without warning. That alone was enough to pry an instant from Veran soldiers, but in this scene, the one onto which that had been most lethal was Aldebaran, for whom it did not end with a mere instant. Aldebaran, Yi naturally had no acquaintance with her. Roy was exempt due to it being his own authority, and Aldebaran, while sharing in his memories, possessed a fundamentally different soul. Thus it was a phenomenon that did not occur for any of them. Stimulating the black-stained memories etched into his soul, alongside the sensation of something that had been removed being forced back into his brain, Aldebaran's consciousness went white. Regardless of who had defined it as such, it was a flash grenade of memories. Al-Sama, a shrill, frantic voice called to him, and hands that reached out from beyond his white-stained vision grabbed hold of him. However, that did not save Aldebaran from his predicament. Aldebaran's the legs that ought to have been firmly planted on the ground hurtled through the air, and as Aldebaran basked in a ferocious wind, he lost his sense of up, down, left, and right, and realized his body had begun revolving. Unable to control his body, still lording overhead was the blue sky wherein shone the glaring sun. As that radiance scorched his black eyes, Aldebaran realized something. Through some means, he had been teleported straight into the sky, thrown outside of his territory. Aldebaran HK. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Re-establishing the territory that had been forcibly severed, Aldebaran grit his teeth. Forced to go along with the opponent's plans, he had been driven to update his matrix. No longer could he return to before the surprise attack a moment prior. But if he lagged behind in his decision to update it, Aldebaran would have been defeated with nothing he could do in return. Aldebaran's authority was invincible, but that was entirely within the set bounds of his established territory. Were he to perish outside of those bounds, he would be the same as the many lives who were not afforded any second chances. Aldebaran, digesting the circumstances he had been placed in, Aldebaran's consciousness concentrated on reality. Given that he had been forced to update his matrix, to Aldebaran, everything from here on out would be both a treasure and a calamity, a tailwind and a headwind, a virtue and an evil. Aldebaran's sky, the roaring hum of the wind, the violent sense of suspension that seemed to strike his body, the fact that he was falling from such a high altitude despite having no memory of being sent up there, meant that the due procedures had been omitted. For a moment, what flashed through Aldebaran's mind was the authority of the strongest witch, but that could not be it. If the opponent had truly been that witch, the phenomenon that occurred would have differed. He would not have been thrown out into open air like this, and above all, Aldebaran would have been killed 100 times over before he could even blink. Hence, he could eliminate that possibility from the multitude of worst-case scenarios. As he narrowed down the possibilities, he gathered his surrounding situation in parallel. At present, if there were any irregularities nearby Aldebaran as he was being jostled by the wind, that would be Al-Sama. Tightly grabbing onto Aldebaran's single arm and clinging on was Yi. Just before he had been thrown out into the sky, she had pounced on Aldebaran just as he had frozen up from having eaten the flashbang of memories, and thus had been sent up from the forest to the sky along with him. Whether he ought to count that as a blessing or a curse, Aldebaran mentally separated the things he could and could not do now that Yi was here, and decided on the first action to take. That was, Yi, I'll steady our posture. Al-Sama, don't part from me, Aldebaran, Abug. Simultaneous to Yi embracing him and attempting to form some sort of countermeasure against falling, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package within his mouth and gulped down the poison. He could tell that Yi had widened her crimson eyes and was looking at him with an expression of surprise. But given that he had already ended up taking a lethal dose, there was no helping it. Yi, I'll ask later. Blood frothed at the corners of his mouth and tasting rusted iron as that mercilessly defiled the inside of his helmet, Aldebaran's consciousness was crushed by the wind times Aldebaran, HK. It was something he had known would happen, but reality seemed to follow up by greeting him with the howling wind. When he opened his shut eyelids, ever present there was the odious radiance of the sun. As it glared down at him intently, Aldebaran grasped that he was surrounded by several hundreds of meters of sky. Aldebaran, you've got to be kidding me. Warping, instantaneous travel, teleport. No matter how one chose to express it, the result was the same. In the sense of manipulating physical space, that which fell in the realm of yin magic was a hyper spell that necessitated all sorts of conditions be met. If one carefully constructed the technique and erected a field wherein it was etched, it would be possible to create a limited warp connected by 2 doors through that field. Or probably even without advanced preparations, if a caster could simply visualize the coordinates of a destination and constructed the technique to send their target there with the preparedness to fully expend their own gate, they might have been able to issue just a one-way ticket. Ultimately, the phenomenon that had sent Aldebaran and Yi into the sky was at an impossible level of difficulty, even if technically achievable through magic, which meant that some other form of foul play was involved. Not once had he gotten word of a divine protection that could physically interfere with others to such an extent. Of course, like in the case of Reinhard, divine protections thought to be trivial could be implemented in an unusual way, and there were also those who would end up tailoring them into dreadful weapons of war, but Aldebaran, this is different. But if it's an authority, as far as Aldebaran knew, the existing authorities of wrath, gluttony, and lust belonged to the Sin archbishops, while sloth and greed were both in the possession of Natsuki Subaru. Excluding Aldebaran's authority, which ought to be classified as all manners of unenumerated, supernumerary, and appropriated, the leftover possibilities were pride, as well as Vanagloria and Tristasha. The last two were supposed to be unusable by anyone, so the only candidate remaining was pride. Times Aldebaran, pride has come. Sprung up, gotten involved. Nah, that ain't what matters here. Be it someone Aldebaran knew who had been chosen as pride, or be it someone he did not know who had gotten involved as pride, that which he ought to focus on was the possibility that he had made an enemy of an authority holder. Save for Natsuki Subaru and Reinhard, the only variables that could pose a threat to Aldebaran were unmistakably those who held authorities, none other than those destroyers of concepts, permitted to bend the very rules of the world, trampling upon them as they pleased. Times Aldebaran, all right, settled down. Are you finally done panicking after being forced to go along with your enemy's plans? Feeling as if he heard those words voiced by the roaring wind, Aldebaran gave his reply. In order to be able to do so, Aldebaran had sorted out the situation in his head. Of course, the actual circumstances of being thrown out into the sky, the regret he had about Yi having come along with him, and the sensation of his consciousness being whited out by the resurgence of memories, in reality, none of that had changed. But that was a cheap price to pay if he did not die for real. Such was Aldebaran's life. In exchange for that dirt cheap price, he could easily afford to let his head, body, and mind take a breather. Al-Sama, Yi grabbed onto Aldebaran's single arm, and seeing her tied-up hair violently fluttering like a dog's tail in good spirits, Aldebaran advanced his thoughts onto the next phase. With both himself and Yi alive, they would need to land on the ground. For that purpose, Yi, I'll steady our posture. Al-Sama, don't part from me, Aldebaran. Nah, that's my line. As Yi enthusiastically tried to initiate her own measures after being thrown high into the sky, Aldebaran hindered her by forcibly pulling her into his own chest. Because he had used his right arm to do so, he rapidly forged the usual stone prosthetic arm and rose it aloft. That instant, a vehement impact struck his prosthetic arm from above, adding speed to their free fall. Heavily reverberating across the artificial arm was a blow from a dreadful and fiendish lump of iron. Mixing in with the tremendous voice of the wind, it was a threat present at the end of the clanging chains, dancing like a writhing snake. Contrary to its name, it was a spiked iron ball with a form molded to send people into an eternal sleep. Prepare yourselves. On the opposite side of the iron ball that had smashed into him, descending was a blue-haired girl who appeared to carry the sun on her back. Having greatly diminished Aldebaran's advantage, the opponent who had shot up the signal for the commencement of the battle, Rem bellowed. Slowly protruding from her forehead was a single horn. It was a sign that she was of the Oni clan, proof that she was a member of the race created to decisively purge this world of all traces of the witch. But even more than that, now that he had recalled her existence, it took on a different significance to Aldebaran. That was Aldebaran. To begin with, you're not even supposed to be alive, Lil Miss Rem. For leaping into the air with hardened resolve, the hem of her maid's uniform fluttering behind her, Rem gripped the handle of the Morning Star tightly in her hand as she glared down at Al and his maid below. Up until this point, the surprise attack had gone perfectly according to plan. By exposing Al to the sight of Rem, they robbed him of his ability to make decisions, rendering him frozen, and in that instant they utilized compression in order to abduct him. This not only separated Al from his allies, but also trapped him in a position where he was prevented from moving right away, allowing for him to be successfully dragged out into the sky, a matter on which everyone had readily agreed. When it came to the crucial timing of the aforementioned attack, Otto, who had been pursuing the Al troop while engaging them in guerrilla warfare, had prepared a message to be delivered in the event that he was defeated, a precaution that proved invaluable. That signal marked the defeat of the formidable Otto at the hands of the Al troop, and thus was tantamount to the moment in which their tension would ease, even if only slightly. Rem, Priscilla-san was one who showed me utmost kindness. As someone who cared deeply for that Priscilla-san, I cannot stand by and overlook Al-san's outrageous actions any longer. When objections had been raised about Rem going to confront Al directly, Rem had chosen those words in order to express her own wishes. Ultimately, while that was merely a matter of the mindset that formed the foundation of her resolve, it was also undoubtedly a display of Rem's true feelings and the core of her unwavering motivation in facing this battle. Of course, right beside that core was the presence of Subaru, who had been captured by Al. Rather, he might have actually been the core. No, Priscilla-san was also the core after all, so there would just need to be two cores. She would have to apologize to Beatrice-sama later. In any case, that determination of hers settled the matter of Rem's participation in the unit that would confront Al head-on. Strategically speaking, there was no particular vision of Rem being particularly useful on any other battlefronts, but even aside from the initial disruption of memories, there was more than enough of a possibility for Rem to be super effective against Al. The specifics of that possibility were precisely Aldebaran. To begin with, you're not even supposed to be alive, Lil Miss Rem. The moment the iron ball smashed down from the high skies, Al blocked the firm impact with a prosthetic arm forged of rock, shouting angrily as he caught sight of Rem. Despite being buffeted by the roaring winds, Rem heard those words with clarity, thus convincing her of that which Petra had told her about the possible relationship between Rem and Al that she was not aware of. Although Rem can't remember any such interactions between Alsan and her incompetent self, she had also checked with Ram, but it seemed that her only contact with Al was limited to one time in the royal capital before the royal selection officially began. It seemed they had not had a conversation memorable enough to leave an impression, and even what they had talked about remained ambiguous. Likely the point of contact between the sisters and Al was one-sided, perceived only by the other party. But Rem, that manner of speaking is truly hurtful. When we were attacked by Erikis and Geralt, the ones who had saved us were you, Alsan, and pausing there, however, Rem firmly swallowed all her hesitations, and Rem, Priscilla-san, is that not right? Deliberately bringing up Priscilla's name, Rem had attempted to agitate Al. For resorting to the worst, most underhanded tactics she could think of, Rem despised herself. However, thinking it necessary in order to put a stop to Al's outrageous behavior, she steeled her body and heart as an Oni and fixed her stern gaze on him. Aldebaran, in response to Rem's provocation, Al did not raise his voice, instead choosing to maintain silence. Within his jet-black iron helmet, Al's expression remained hidden behind his visor. The light dwelling in his eyes was unknown. Even the amount of pain Rem's words just now had inflicted upon him, everything remained unknown to her. Rem, here it comes. However, Rem did not wait for Al's reaction, resuming her onslaught without granting him any time to rest. Rem had already set her priorities. From the beginning, when compared to Ram, who displayed talent and genius a cut above the rest of all other beings in this world, Rem was clumsy, mediocre, and inferior in every way. If Rem desired something beyond the reach of the average person, then she would just have to carefully select the best possible means for that end. For the time being, Rem excelled at ignoring lower priorities in order to focus on her higher ones. Rem's Huma, alongside the incantation, Mana interfered with the world, invoking the unreal phenomenon known as magic. Unlike Amelia's Huma, which manipulated heat and condensed moisture in the atmosphere to create ice, Rem specialized in the type of Huma that created water from nothing using magic, outputting that water as materialized ice from the outset. Neither Huma was necessarily superior to the other, but the Amelia-type Huma, which utilized the moisture in the air, required less mana and possessed the advantage of remaining in place after serving its purpose, allowing for it to be reused. On the other hand, the Rem-type Huma required more mana because it created water from nothing, and after being used, it would return to mana and leave no trace. Based on that explanation alone, the Amelia-type Huma might seem to have the overwhelming superiority. However, the Rem-type Huma had its own powerful advantages. This was due to the fact that it could create ice at any desired location and in any desired shape, regardless of the amount of moisture in the air or the quality of the water. Rem. Kicking off the ice platform she had created in midair, Rem ferociously lunged toward Al and his companion. By manifesting a Huma that was anchored in place, Rem created an impromptu platform capable of withstanding even her full-powered kicks. The power of the Morning Star, unleashed after gaining a momentary boost from the platform, was beyond comparison to that which only utilized the force generated by gyrating her body. The iron ball spun violently as it hurtled toward Al, sparing no quarter. Capable of easily crushing a human body upon direct impact, it was as if it was responding to the affection Subaru had shown by polishing it every day, closing in toward Al from Rem's hand with delight, closer and closer and closer, as if I'd let you. At the moment of impact, the loving iron ball was halted by countless threads. Upon closer inspection, that was the work of the crimson shinobi held in Al's arm, twisting her body to glare at Rem. She was a thread user without peer, subservient to Al. The shinobi, embraced from behind by Al, weaved the threads she had extended from both hands into a net to softly catch the iron ball like a cushion. Her skills were impressive, but that was not what caught Rem's attention. In the first place, the plan behind this surprise attack was to completely isolate Al from his allies by throwing him out into the sky. For her to have intervened there, something was wrong with her. No, it was mistaken to think that there was something wrong with her. Rem was well aware of why she had been able to do it. Despite everyone else having been completely stunned by Rem's sudden appearance, the shinobi retained enough leeway for herself to reach her hands out and channel it into practical action. As for what had allowed her to do so, Rem, that would be love. Aldebaran, wrong. Shinobi, you're wrong. In response to Rem's confident outcry, Al and the shinobi shouted back almost simultaneously. Taking advantage of that opening, Rem forcefully pulled back the morning star that was about to be taken from her and retrieved the iron ball from the shinobi, who was reluctant to lose her balance. In preparation for her next attack, Rem created multiple new footholds, shot herself off them, and rapidly descended in pursuit of the two. However, shinobi, it's scary when someone catches up to you, but when stretched too far, even a lead can become a shortcoming, you know. As composure returned to the previously tense expression of the shinobi, she flashed a sweet smile as she shot out a thread. And the target of that thread had been the foothold of ice that Rem had created midair. Having been suddenly thrown out into the sky, Al and his shinobi had had no choice but to enter a freefall, but by anchoring onto the footholds created by Rem, they would be able to stabilize themselves. From what she had heard, the shinobi's skills far exceeded Rem's own. If the opponent were able to compensate for the disadvantage she had been given, the gap in strength that ought to have been somewhat closed would be reopened in no time. Rem, indeed, of this I am aware. I am full of shortcomings, after all. That was why Rem would not allow her opponents to compensate for their disadvantages. Shinobi HK, hearing Rem's reply no, feeling the sensation she had just grasped vanishing like mist, the shinobi's expression once again lost its composure. The foothold of ice she had attempted to use as an anchor point vanished, as if it were a dream or an illusion. Of course, neither was it a dream nor an illusion. It was mana. Rem had simply returned it to being mana at will. Despite both being Huma, this was the main difference between the Amelia type, which once frozen, stayed frozen, and the Rem type, which froze only when desired and was easy to tidy up. Rem, simply put, Rem's version is more offensive. Right before Rem's eyes, the shinobi lost the target upon which she was exerting strength, thus breaking her stance. Holding onto the shinobi, Al was caught up in that as well, almost losing his balance, but he managed to reinforce the exterior of his cracked prosthetic arm, consecutively blocking a flurry of iron ball attacks unleashed by Rem 2-3 times. Thereupon, Hiya, rising obliquely upwards from below, Amelia's long leg mercilessly slammed into Al's defenseless back with toes armored in a boot of ice. 5. The division of the Aldebaran troop. Against a group rebelling against the world to an extent that rivaled the witch cult, even surpassing it in terms of instantaneous velocity, that was a prerequisite that they absolutely could not afford to mess up. The surprise tactic performed in order to meet that condition had gone about 90% as planned. The 10% miscalculation, how the presence of the shinobi who had chosen to go along with them would come into play, was something that wounded the plan as an uncertain variable, but overly worrying about it would just be all the more harmful. Each of them would fulfill their own part to the utmost. After all, without that sort of faith and resolve, the stratagem to stop the Aldebaran troop would not bear any fruit. True Tilde, everyone's got the sort of look in their eyes that one can't help but tremble, you know, Tilde W. Pronouncing so whilst dangling his languidly hanging arms to and fro, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, exhibited a sadistic smile as he surveyed his surroundings. In his environs were shadows that appeared in succession, as though substituting Aldebaran and the others immediately after they were hurled. Stood there were warriors assembled to defeat the Aldebaran troop. All of them cast gazes that stood their ground against the Sin Archbishop, to which Roy unwittingly licked his lips. Roy, how nice, so nice, perhaps it is nice. But you know, to gather in such large numbers, the combat power required for taking care of us might get rounded up altogether in one fell swoop, isn't it? Ha. Likewise for you, how about showing some lovableness by cowering in fright a bit more? That is, if you do not wish to meet death the same way as your sibling, who perished at the Tower of Sand. On top of Tha tilde T, do you people even have witch beast chans in your strike zone, hum tilde? If not the tilde N, you can think of me as you people's natural enemy tilde. Amidst the warriors, the shadow clutching her own elbows and the shadow combing down her 3-strand braid responded so. Even in the face of their unmistakable hostility, Roy was unable to conceal a smile trembling in premonition of a banquet. This isn't a joke, can't you all see the divine dragon here? You know how much damage it did to the royal capital. There's no chance that you can win this. Contrary to the elated Roy, Heinkel's voice trembled with a face deathly pale. As per his words, he stood right by the feet of the divine dragon while relying on its intimidation, and in response to the hostility that stared him down, he fervently raised his voice with a loathsome expression. That figure ought to have been called a man who borrowed the might of dragons, but Heinkel's point was in fact not mistaken. The divine dragon possessed absolute power. If one were to stand in its way without a plan, what awaited them was a curtain's close of merciless annihilation. Though that's only if you ain't got a plan. Heinkel, HK the old giant, this old giant's seen the demi-human war. Never again will I give mercy ta those barring their fangs against me. I'll be having you return felt. Before Heinkel, as his breathing choked up and he averted his gaze, the giant stroked his bald head and declared such. At the giant's proclamation, Heinkel's cheeks tensed up, but there was another figure that began to stir. And that was none other than the dragon he had singled out earlier. Dragon, I dunno if I should be saying this, but it makes me damn nervous that we've been pushed to this extent. I'm keenly feeling what it means to make an enemy of the world. Despite being a dragon of such dignified appearance, it placed its hand on its head in a strangely human-like gesture, while giving off a sense of presence such that the majority of those who lived in the dragon kingdom would prostrate themselves just by laying eyes upon it. The way it conducted itself made it seem like an entirely different thing. At the very least, in the eyes of those who knew the real divine dragon, the sense of something being amiss was palpable. But then again, unlike the dignitaries of the kingdom, I'm in no such panic about the image of the divine dragon crumbling or of its brand value plummeting tilde. Only tilde, I wonder about the one next to me. Wouldn't you have quite a few reservations, tilde? No, master, you needn't worry. Groundless fear. It would be laughable for me to pile words onto a past that I have already shed. Feeble, looking down on those who showed no fear before the dragon husk that did not align with its own mind or stature, Aldebaran narrowed its golden eyes. Among those standing in their way, attention began to converge on a small silhouette slowly stepping forward. Naturally, Roy and Heinkel also shifted their attention to that silhouette. It was unclear how that individual had come to stand in that position, but strangely enough, they understood without the need for words to tell them. That girl represented the will of everyone present. At the center of everyone's attention, the girl, Petra Late, thrust her finger up towards the heavens and spoke. Petra, it's all-out war. Be dolls and let yourselves get thoroughly defeated, all right, so she declared. Chapter 41, Apprise the Usurper. To Petra, it's all-out war. Be dolls and let yourselves get thoroughly defeated, all right. Indeed, the moment Petra issued her declaration in the mountains from which Al had disappeared, palpable tension immediately began to swell and then burst asunder. That instant, the residual members of the Al troop who had been on guard from the sudden appearance of Petra and the rest, the divine dragon Volcanica, Roy Alfred of Gluttony, and Heinkel, all sprang into motion. However, there existed not a shred of coordination between the three, with each of them acting independently. Petra, upon witnessing them all begin to move, Petra's first stratagem, the first stratagem had been the flash from Nade, prying away Aldebaran's consciousness using the presence of Rem, so this stratagem would serve as the second arrow. It was a stratagem to cause the Al troop, composed of individuals who were each formidable opponents, to break apart into a disorderly crowd. Petra taking Alsan out of the picture right at the onset, and then utterly disorienting the remaining combatants. With a ready go, everyone will start acting on their own. As the imaginary Subaru's voice completed Petra's sentence, the dragon, the Sin Archbishop, and Heinkel all conformed to their own individual senses of judgment. In order to disarray their options as much as possible, they mobilized the bulk of their forces right at the outset. Of course, this stratagem also came with a large risk that the divine dragon would dispose of all of them in one fell swoop, but Petra, likely the method Alsan used to enlist the divine dragon, was the same one used for me. Such was Petra's conjecture on the betrayal of the highly esteemed divine dragon Volcanica. Regarding the state of the Volcanica perched at the top of the watchtower, from what Petra had heard from Emilia, she understood that the dragon had grown senile after many long years. The method of forcibly cramming something into the void of that consciousness was something Petra understood better than anyone from her own experience. Just as Petra housed Natsuki Subaru in part of her consciousness upon reading the Book of the Dead, there was a high chance that Volcanica now housed an existence cooperative to Al. And that existence shared quite firmly in Al's objective, deciding to make an enemy of the world alongside him. There did Petra stake her gamble on a vow of no killing shared between Al and Volcanica. Volcanica Haran, at the outset the one to execute the first strike, was the divine dragon, maneuvering its enormous body with agility. The dragon's mighty maw gaped wide open, and it unleashed a breath that shone with a light of destruction, reducing all to naught. Such was not the case. Instead, unleashed was a mist of fresh water manifested from the dragon's vast mana. Starting with Petra, it engulfed the royal selection combined forces, the Aldebusters, in one fell swoop, moistening all of their bodies. For a moment, confusion stirred due to uncertainty of the divine dragon's aim, but those doubts were quickly dispelled. Petra, the sound of the atmosphere creaking struck upon their eardrums, and they were hindered from readying themselves immediately. Upon looking, Petra and the rest glimpsed that their moistened bodies had begun to glitter with frost and that they were about to be flash-frozen. Ulgoa, within an instant the forest, upon which a white fog was adrift, was overturned by a blazing red conflagration. The freezing via dense mist that the divine dragon had aimed for was suppressed by the power of a swelling flame that seemed to enshroud the entirety of the visible surroundings, instantly thawing the glaciation and even drying the moistened bodies in the blink of an eye. The one who accomplished that feat stood at the center of the formation with a finger raised, having obstructed the divine dragon's aim with a single incantation, and while his personality was just the worst, his skills were that of the greatest magician in the kingdom, Roswal El. Mathers. Needless to say, the higher the level of magic, the more delicate control it required. On top of having immediately responded with magic of the Ultir, which by no means was easily usable by anyone, the glaciation of all present had been utterly annulled, even going so far as to dry their clothes whilst leaving not a single burn. It truly was a divine feat. That Roswal achieved such feats within a single breath left even the divine dragon, having lived since times of yore, utterly aghast. Thereupon, that which you ought to focus on is this. Concentration. The quiet and courteous voice was accompanied by an unimaginable impact. With a light step forward, Clind had soared up, delivering with his long leg a tremendous kick to the side of the dragon's maw, as the latter had come to a standstill. As for the might of that kick, it was something that could hold its own against even Garfiel's kicks, which carried might akin to a cannonball. With its stance broken, the dragon's arms hit the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The divine dragon's first move was thus directly inhibited by the Roswal-Clind combo. On the other side, bolting out as if to tear through that cloud of dust, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Fangs Baird Roy, haha tilde. For you to line up such a delicious-looking assortment of heads, at this point this is just love. Plunging towards the front lines with vigor that spilled his drool, Roy, unlike the divine dragon who had attempted to stop all of the Aldebusters, swiftly pounced at a singular, clearly defined target. Complying to the ferine instinct known as appetite, Roy closed in on his prey with bizarrely refined precision. And the one set as the target for Gluttony's foul tongue was the pink-haired maid standing amidst the formation. Roy, Ram, touching upon something undetectable to the eyes, the outreached hand set the table for the meal. Calling out that name, Roy grinned from ear to ear and called out by that name. Ram's congealed expression crossed gazes with him. The subsequent instant, the Sin Archbishop gave an ostentatious lick to the palm that had touched her. The authority of Gluttony was invoked, and there did a new tragedy burgeon not. Roy blurg, eyes wide open, Roy clutched his mouth at the recoil from his misfired eclipsing, a nauseating sensation akin to vomiting. Before Roy, as his steps began to falter, Ram twirled her body in splendor. Ram, truly a fool. Ram's knee shot upwards, casting a vivid strike up into the Sin Archbishop's jaw. Heinkel shit. After coming this far, the divine dragon and Gluttony, compared to those two who, while differing in their respective aims, had chosen to fight, Heinkel, as the last man standing, selected an alternate path. Having opted for a path unique to that of the dragon's chilly breath or the Sin Archbishop's bizarre eating, Heinkel wielded his unsheathed sword to keep everything in front of him at bay, leaping not forwards but backwards. Gaining distance in such a manner, he was most likely hoping for someone other than himself to change the tide of the battle. However, nothing so convenient will come to pass. Honorable family head. Honorable family head, in truth, I have always wanted to do this. Thereupon descended the twin sisters, having waited in ambush atop the trees since directly after the activation of compression. Flam and Grassus, they were twins who served the Astrea family, but ironically, the one whose torso they slammed their kicks into from both the front and behind happened to be the man who was the very family head of the house that they served. Heinkel Gog HK. The kicks from the sisters who had mastered the flow method gave rise to an explosive roar unthinkable for girls of such petite build. At the impact that seemed like it would crush his organs, deathly cries of pain arose from Heinkel's throat as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. With these three avenues of impacts all occurring almost simultaneously, their strong start had unfolded exactly as planned. And in addition to that, Subaru, now here's the game changer. The imaginary Subaru snapped his fingers, and though only Petra was able to hear it, it rang out loudly. With that as a cue, an alteration was birthed in the battle situation. Another division by way of compression fractured the Al troop even more. Petra Late was more keenly aware of the Al troop's terrifying nature than the results would suggest. After his betrayal at the Pleiades watchtower, Al had enlisted the divine dragon as an ally, evaded Reinhard and Felt's forces, and successfully broke the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony out of prison in the royal capital. While Al's accomplices had played significant roles in the events that had unfolded so far, the greatest threat remained Al himself. Upon learning the true nature of Al's extraordinary power over fate, the power to bring about the results he desired, Petra felt a sense of understanding that was beyond words. That was because she had learned the truth about Natsuki Subaru from reading his Book of the Dead. Subaru, Al also has the ability to leap. If that's the case, then I know better than anyone how dangerous he is. What's more, unlike me with my pathetic fighting skills, Al is the type who can hold his own in a fight, so simply put, it's like fighting a better version of myself. Petra, Subaru, you're really dependable when you're with Beatrice-chan too. When it comes to tricks and cunning, you're every bit as good as Otto-san. Subaru, but the original me was captured alongside Beatrice. As for tricks and cunning, they really aren't the kind of skills that strong people brag about. The imaginary Subaru spoke with a lack of confidence, but even putting aside her feelings of love or bias, Petra did not think that Subaru was inferior to Al, let alone a lesser version of him. Regarding that, she had also heard some interesting speculation from Ramji, who had deduced that Al's authority was most likely a time leap. The suggestion was that Al's time leap was more likely something that went back a short amount of time. Petra, if he really possessed the same power as Subaru, he could have avoided encountering Felt-sama and Ramsan before they had a chance to confront him. Subaru, but don't be too confident about that. It's entirely possible that his restart point just happened to be a spot where he couldn't avoid Felt and the others. Even I wasn't able to completely stop Beetlejuice from attacking Amelia and the others. Petra, I think that was pretty much a shutout. Just as she was about to say more, Petra considered Subaru's feelings and stopped herself. Petra was going to say that if Subaru had perfectly defeated the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, who attacked the Roswell Mansion and Arlem Village, the tragedies that befell Rem and Crush would have been avoided. Subaru did everything in his power. Petra recognized this, but Subaru himself felt differently. Sadly, this led to Natsuki Subaru's low self-evaluation, which Petra found extremely frustrating. But Petra, setting that aside for now, it's not just the ridiculous Alsan, but also the divine dragon that Shinobi made, a Sin Archbishop, and even Heinkel-san all working with him. Subaru, what an unbelievable members list. The dragon, a ninja, a Sin Archbishop, Reinhard's dad, that's right, that Reinhard's dad. This isn't going to be easy, Petra. As for Heinkel-san, no comment. When Subaru made a concerned expression, Petra crossed her fingers over her lips in the shape of an X to indicate that she would not provide an answer. Heinkel had briefly joined forces with them in the Valatian Empire, but he deliberately kept his distance from others, so Petra had virtually no contact with him. The only person who cared about Heinkel, even if only a little, was Garfield, but if he knew what had happened to Heinkel now, he would be devastated. Thinking about how devastated Garfield would be, Petra could feel her anger toward Heinkel welling up inside her. The Amelia camp was united in their anger toward anyone who hurt their loved ones. Petra, phew, I need to stay calm. It doesn't matter what Garfsan feels unless he resolves it himself, and we need to make sure that the path is open for him. Subaru, you say path, but where do we start, Petra? Yes, you're right. It's not an easy decision. But seeing Subaru at a loss, Petra smiled mischievously and turned around. Following Petra's movement, Subaru also looked in that direction. There stood the figures of everyone here, demonstrating the results that had been achieved by Natsuki Subaru, a man who often took everything upon himself, stumbling over and over through repeated failures. Subaru, Petra, sure, I think Alsen and his group are really tough, and if we tried to fight them normally, we wouldn't stand a chance. But we're not exactly normal either, are we? Winking, Petra made one of the cutest faces she had ever made and smiled at the striking figure of imaginary Subaru as she spoke. And so, together with these not-so-normal but reliable companions, they devised a plan. At Otto Suin's signal, the battle began. 5. The authority brought about by the witch factor of Tristisha, compression, was by no means all-powerful. The phenomenon induced by compression was ultimately just the compaction of events that could be feasibly achieved, condensing the traversal time within a traversable range. Such a thing served as a good example. To put it another way, events that were impossible to achieve regardless of the time spent could not be realized through compression. Henceforth, even when it came to the division of the Aldebaran troop, after first throwing Aldebaran out from the battlefield, further dividing the group that remained had been no easy feat. If the opponent was cautious of compression, then the difficulty of applying the authority's effects would rapidly increase. Not to mention, against such foes as the Divine Dragon and a Sin Archbishop, even just taking them away was a Herculean undertaking. Unless it was used on a person who consented to its effects, or a person who was caught off guard, the possible applications of compression were extremely narrow, such was its weakness. That weakness was surmounted by the rapid fire of outlandish stratagems devised by the Royal Selection Combined Forces, the Aldebusters. Overwhelming Heinkel with numbers, taking advantage of Volcanica's mindset that adhered to no killing, and refusing service to Roy Alfred's gluttony as he was in delirium over a feast. All of which, before their execution, had been outlandish stratagems of uncertain success. But the likes of stratagems guaranteeing 100% certainty existed not in this world. What did exist, however, were the efforts necessary to approach that 100% and the hearts that believed in them to the utmost. Those who watered the sprouting seedlings of such possibilities, their spirits were, how delightful. Admiration, nodding so, Clind landed on the dirt, training his gaze upon the divine dragon Volcanica to his fore. Its stance broken, Volcanica supported itself with a single arm, receiving Clind's gaze head-on. Within the narrowed golden eyes of the dragon, the bud of a clearly defined will could indeed be perceived. As Petra had surmised, a separate consciousness was being housed in the divine dragon's dragon husk. Volcanica, naturally, as Volcanica glared at Clind, his attack from a moment prior had been ineffective for the most part. It had been enough to succeed in catching it off guard, but it was a far cry from driving the opponent into a corner. Even so, the objective of the initial surprise attack had been achieved. In the theater of war, where the dragon husk of the divine dragon was being confronted, those facing off against the usurper numbered a mere 2 members of the Aldebusters. The only ones remaining were Clind and Roswell L. Mathers. Volcanica, I guess it's the same technique that sent Origin away. Lifting its body with a hand planted on the ground, the divine dragon muttered in a low, solemn voice. As the dragon surveyed its surroundings with its golden eyes, it ascertained that they were removed from the mountains in which they had just previously occupied, having been moved to a faraway open plain. With a teleportation invoked via compression, it was proof the troublesome opponent had been successfully isolated. However Volcanica, Clind was it. I'd thought there was no way, but it seems like there's no doubt that you're the one who holds the witch factor of Tristasha. Clind. Where did you obtain that information? Inquiry. Volcanica. I'm acquainted with an all-knowing great deity who taught me. Regardless, it was only something slipped in amidst all their blabbering, so I couldn't even remember it until just now. As the divine dragon shrugged its shoulders in an extremely human-like gesture, from its mouth came the term Tristasha and an identification of the witch factor's holder. Faced with that, Clind pondered its words. If the usurper was capable of extracting information from the dragon husk, then there would have been no doubt about it knowing such a thing. But if that were truly the case, then its conduct until this point would have been a tad incoherent. In order for it to make logical sense on both fronts, it would mean that while the usurper had yet to attain full mastery over handling the dragon husk, it had somehow heard about Clind's circumstances from someone else but Roswell. When it's just the two of you coming to a mutual understanding, I end up feeling quite left out. Clind, Master Roswell, you are a talented individual capable of performing meticulous work, but if you go too far, you will be considered highly strung. How they obtained this knowledge isn't the problem. In fact, the stratagem has come together after all. Volcanica, stratagem As Roswell remonished Clind, the usurper grandly unfurled the wings upon its back. The mere act of that kicking up a gust, Clind and Roswell basked in the wind as it swept through their hair. Volcanica might not be my place to say this, but regardless of my allies like Roy and the old man, isn't it a blunder for you guys to have separated from your own comrades back there? Roswell, Well, isn't that a rather fascinating viewpoint? May I ask you to elaborate? Volcanica, you should already know. When there are more people in my line of fire, there'd be a higher chance of easily getting me to curl up. With this body and overflowing power, it ain't easy to hold back. Roswell, I can understand that line of thought. If we had wished to aim for a situation in which you were unable to demonstrate your capabilities at full performance, then that's exactly what we ought to have done. Clind. Unfortunately, that is a condition that applies to us as well. Equivalent. Volcanica. What? The usurper of the dragon husk had implied that they should not have prepared an environment in which it could run amok, but at Clind's comment, it narrowed its eyes, and then proceeded to immediately widen its eyes. As if to encircle the divine dragon, multicolored lights were afloat with no gaps between them. At a glance, they appeared faint and colorful like a gathering of microspirits, materializing in a pool of mana, but anyone with a certain extent of magic knowledge would be able to tell that each and every one of these pale lights was a cluster of immense mana, flickers of great magic, housing dreadful power. Of course, their origin went without saying, the strongest magician without peer throughout history. Roswell, please don't praise me like that, yes. For you to evaluate myself as such despite knowing teacher is an indiscretion that terribly pains my heart after all. Seemingly having read his innermost thoughts at a glance, if Roswell were to demonstrate his true ability at maximum firepower, any surrounding allies would serve only as a hindrance. And thus Clind, the same goes for me. As he spoke, Clind raised up his hand, removing the monocle over his left eye. That instant the atmosphere faintly tremored, that which was faint gradually magnifying, little by little, until it crackled through the space and the earth began to roar. A special monocle it was not. What was necessary was a shift in mindset, a step of resolve to return to the self he had sealed away in the past. By never taking that step, Clind had forced himself to remain as a bystander. With that melancholy and despondency called out by the girl who harbored a shining soul, Clind felt ashamed of himself. Having received that one final push, no longer could he remain halted in his tracks. Ergo volcanica, oi oi. With a sound of bones creaking, protruding from Clin's cranium crowned by blue hair were two black horns. Neither were those horns proof of belonging to the Oni clan, nor were they the horns possessed by witch beasts. Not being either of those things, instead a race that grew horns of such deep blackness, in this world there existed only one. Existences reduced to so few in number that they were thought to have been extinct, the Dragonkin. As the neon genesis of the almighty dragons, they were a new race that had elected to shed their dragon husks in favor of assuming the form of man. Clind, too, was one such dragonkin, but also a being who bore a special meaning to this world. That was because Volcanica, finally, I've identified the source of this strange feeling. So you're this body's, Clind, any further words would be tactless. Superfluous, the usurper still attempted to exhaust further words, so Clind cut it off directly. No matter who it might have been, there existed nobody who held a greater right to silence the usurper than Clind. None were more worthy than the original owner of that dragon husk, now purloined by the usurper. Raswal, the witch's disciple, Raswal El. Mathers, Volcanica, divine dragon Volcanica. Sending powerful magic adrift, Raswal gave his name with his feet planted on the ground. Meeting that with due procedure, the usurper shamelessly proclaimed itself as such. Just how long had it been since he had followed that courtesy and placed himself atop the stage? With such thoughts in mind, as purple lightning surged around his body, Clind too gave his introduction. Clind's dragonkin of the divine dragon Clind. That instant, the two who bore ties to the divine dragon leaped into action, and the magic that had been deployed unleashed its true might. Thus, with a crash and destruction reminiscent of a natural cataclysm serving as the impetus, the battle between those who knew 400 years commenced. Chapter 42, What Effort Doth Shatter the Heart. To Roy, the moment the knee shot up into his jaw, Roy Alfred's cognizance bolted around like a flash of lightning. Peculiar, inexplicable, strange oddity, whirling misgivings, apprehension, dubiety, something's wrong, immense abnormality, error, mystifying, accident, incorrect, irregularity, chaos, doubt, Ram, kindly die. Governed by such misgivings, Roy would not be overlooked by Ram after she knocked the wind out of his sails by some means. Her outstretched white fingers fired a jab into Roy's throat whilst he faced upward. His welling nausea and respiration intercepted. Ache and suffocation assaulted Roy's small frame. However, Ram's terrifying essence lay in the lack of charm of not slackening her hand here. Ram Fula, the blade of wind generated in the space of her hand seizing his windpipe. The honed sharpness arrested Roy's slim throat straight on, and with nowhere for him to run, Roy's throat was mercilessly slashed away from his body. Roy, this Tilda won't go. In that instant, the wind slash cleaved through, and Roy's head spurted blood as though having burst open. However, reach Roy's life it would not, for he had reconstructed the carnivorous beast, Bliheinelga, proprietor of sturdy skin, to whom not a single sword pierced from the 1,000 lunged into him by the garrison in order to seize the brutal criminal. Ram dilated her eyes at the unforeseen outcome, and in that juncture, whilst she remained stance to aim at his throat, Roy forced her along with him as he instantly shifted to the skies above the battlefield. 'Twas the power of warp movement belonging to the leaper Dorkel. One certain day, having attained a supernatural power, by connecting via Odd Lagna as though an abrupt divine oracle, the leaper became a destroyer of order, utilizing that power to assassinate a great number of influential individuals of power. That warp movement indicated no signs in advance, and as Ram stiffened upon being transpierced by the unforeseen astonish, he held her down with brute force and used that interlude to conduct an evaluation of her as prey of the battlefield. Ram, Alfula, Roy, seriously. Devoid of hesitation, she fired a gutsy spell of wind magic to which Roy unwittingly clamored a voice of admiration. The warp movement, without question, must have been beyond Ram's anticipation. But she, in merely a moment, digested the shock of failing to slash Roy's throat and the surprise from the warp movement, and instantaneously counterattacked. Such courage, such fortitude. Roy, you're doing it, Tilda. That blade of wind had also failed to pierce through the carnivorous beast's sturdy skin. And yet he wished to extol that prompt judgment and mobility of action. Hence, infused with the sentiment to extol it, he returned the favor with a fist strike from the Fist King, Niji Rockhart. The hit from the Fist King, who had smashed the heads of all kinds of warriors on the Gladiator Island, upon being inundated by it, Ram's slender body would be turned to a pulpy squash, vanished. Ram, did you lose sight of Ram? What a useless pair of eyes you have. With that unpredicted voice, the supposedly vanished Ram's presence had emerged behind him. Roy reflexively hurled a blow of the Fist King without looking, but the attack missed. As if magic, her presence had shifted to his overhead, showering him with an Enzuigiri kick, and headlong towards the ground did he fall. Roy, a Tilda H, so beautiful Tilda. In the midst of falling to the ground back first, Roy did not even take a defensive stance, wholeheartedly enchanted by that which was overhead, the hem of her skirt waving, the form of a young girl with pink-hued hair fluttered in resplendence. Roy then went on to defenselessly crash into the ground, and as the impact sustained upon his back spread to his abdomen, pain pervaded the entirety of his body, yet he did not mind. Carnivorous beast times leaper times fist king. Super-rational individuals who had surfaced to the top even amongst all that gluttony had eaten, but Ram's might, technique, and clarity of heart had splendidly disposed of them, inducing Roy to feel deeply moved with emotion and sincerity and without plot. Here Roy had to also show something good from his side, and with this notion he swung his legs and stood up, bent his knees, and amassed power in them to pounce at Ram. After all, Roy, unless all strength, all capacity, all of everything is totally invested to offer up his hospitality, it can't be called love, can it now, Tilda? That way of thinking, it's identical to something I've heard somewhere, and I really hate I-Tilda-T. However, faster than Roy could leap to return to the skies, a ferocious, outraged voice rushed on from the side. The roar was accompanied by sharp, beastly claws and an explosive charge. Curved horns and an enormous build that commanded eyes upward, frames supported by limbs that seemed slender and flexibly racing on the ground, was the being called the jet-black king of the forest, synonymous for ferocity and atrociousness. Aru, Roy, Haya Tilda Giltala. Facing Roy as he cheered in delight, a claw swipe swung down. Roy instantaneously countered it with the power of the snow Valum, Tislo. The body exceeding norms, regarded in legend for having intercepted and restrained an avalanche unaided, interdicted the plunging, robust limbs of the witch-beast Straton, latching a grapple in successive order from the right foreleg, then the left foreleg. Then, giving it his all, he sought to twist off both of the Giltalaw's legs, when in an instant his eyes met with pale crimson pupils, wielding a wand that had slipped below the witch-beast's length of legs. Roy, truly the greatest, Ram, Fula. His forehead showered with bullets of wind, disallowing him from even speaking, he was blown away by a tail whip from the Giltalaw. Repelled a great distance, while skiing the ground with his tiptoes, Roy lifted his countenance. Behind Ram, wielding her wand, the young girl clinging atop the Giltalaw's back, Meili, used her slender fingers to point towards Roy, no, towards Roy's rear, and cried. Meili Sikhi I tilde M, which Black Dog Shah tilde NS, Black Dogs, Gudgia Gagugu. Conforming with Meili's shrill call, countless dots of red swooped onto Roy with ferocity. Those were eyes saturated red belonging to black dogs wolfing down their prey, fangs bared in truculence, conceived with the power of magic and a profusion of curses teeming in their bodies, a pack of Ulgarm. The pack of demon dogs mercilessly impaled the body of Gluttony with their fangs and tore it apart. Much to irony, the end of Roy Alfred, who commanded the name of bizarre eating per his pleasure, was his feed for inclement witch beasts. Roy, Atilda, 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 Tilda. The witch beast's movements came to a petrified halt from the sudden voice of song emanating from Roy's throat. The pack of savage dogs stood motionless, and Roy gently caressed the head of one that was biting at his neck. The subsequent instant, the blood spouting from the mouth of his wounds writhed out, taking the form of blades, slashing the witch beasts incapable of escaping, julianing them to skewers, and creating a choir of death wails. Roy, there we go, Tilda. Awakening his body lento, Roy stood up, unveiling his body in an ostentatious debut. Bite wounds from the demon dogs engraved throughout his body. The blood gushing from them turned to blades with a gleaming sheen, suspending the pack of black dogs as if they were fruit growing on the branch of a fruit tree, and reduced them to carcasses. Co-starring of dreams between the curse ballad of the blight-loved troubadour, Noda, who traveled and chanted anti-nationalist songs across landscapes, and the magician who had been unable to manipulate anything save for his own sanguine ichor, the blood-weeping Oni, Advan. Furthermore, he materialized the magic technique of the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows, Maclama Jordan, who had plotted to overthrow the Holy Kingdom by utilizing the residual mana from the remains of perished witch beasts. With the carcasses serving as their chrysalis, butterflies hued in a spectrum of rainbow emerged and started to flutter about as they danced in Roy's perimeter. The butterflies, enclosing as many as the number of corpses, flitted, fluttered, and flittered Roy, ta tilde da. Snow Valum times Blightlove Troubadour times Bloodweeping Oni times Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows. Raising an innumerable count of prismatic butterflies to serve him, Roy pigmented the stage of spotlight, laden with token commendation towards Ram and the others who had attended to him with truly, truly sweet and luscious hospitality. However, Ram and Meili rigidified their gazes and bearings, laying bare their animosity. Roy, now, that was amazing, Tilda. That perfectly synced up coordination just now. It's tantalizing, Tilda. When did the two of you become such close pals? Indeed, you must have gotten closer in the time of the journey through the sand sea that we don't know of, correct, Tilda? Both Ramsan and Meilisan, how mean and sneaky of you, Tilda. Ram, kindly stop trying to calmly initiate a conversation with that blood-stained form that is painful to even look at. Exchanging words with a deviant has Ram's small songbird heart close to bursting with anxiety. Roy, a songbird's heart. A tilde H to proclaim it yourself actually makes it pretty respectable, you know, Tilda. What kind of preliminary preparation of ingredients will fan the flames next? The excitement doesn't stop Tilda. Clapping his hands in applause, Roy swiftly retracted the sanguine blades into his body. Whilst the carcasses of witch beasts fell to thuds, Roy coagulated the blood of his bite wounds, rapidly ceasing his bleeding as he exhaled a breath, entranced. His sentiments of sincerity seemed to not have been transmitted, but his emotion of commendation was genuine. Feelings unrequited were painful. But Ram and the others had kindly labored to an extent much greater than Roy had anticipated, so he wished to cherish that mark. Roy now setting aside his affection towards Ram and the others, Roy conjectured the truth behind the inexplicable phenomenon that had transpired in the midst of the several dozen seconds of offensive and defensive combat earlier, that it was intimately associated with the disappeared divine dragon. It had been truly, truly astonishing. The divine dragon, with that ginormous build, had become nowhere to be seen on the battlefield in all but an unnoticeable interval. Roy, probably it's the same trick behind the disappearance of Helmet Uncle and the Shinobi One-san, as well as Ramsan and gang showing up. Seems like it's Klin-san, but it's very much like an authority, isn't I-T, the vanished Aldebaran Yi and the divine dragon. Moreover, the increasing count of adversaries, and Ram's presence oscillating between appearing and vanishing as well, all of it together aligned with the special ability belonging to Klind within the memories. However, concording to Roy's own knowledge, relying not on memories, it was a possibility that what made that all possible was neither the odd talents of an individual nor a divine protection of disparate nature, but an authority. Though in that case, Klind would end up being the individual corresponding to the sole vacant seat that was pride. Roy, well, guess the people who have disappeared don't matter right now, Not only the divine dragon, but the figures of Klind and Roswal were absent from the battlefield as well. The bounds of Klind's strength were uncertain, but if he were a possessor of an authority, then at minimum, he would likely count as combat power. The tag team of Roswal and Klind engaged in a large-scale battle against the divine dragon. To ensure that its destruction did not extend to their environs, they had changed their battlefield. That was likely the context of what had occurred in the background. Anyhow, if he had disappeared from the battlefield, then that ploy of appearing and vanishing would have no more chances to be used. Thus, what he must prioritize were not the cruel ones who had vanished, but surfeiting the hospitality of those who stood ready before his eyes. Roy, how nice, humans are how nice, The trick behind averting eclipsing, as well as the arrangement of witch beasts with no name to be eaten, or perhaps even the entirety of every element that concocted this battlefield, was an agglomeration of artifices designed to entrap and kill Roy and the others. The prior groundwork for confrontation, it could be designated the preliminary preparation of ingredients, the very spirit of hospitality. Exhausting oneself of all strength to make welcome. For that meant effort what shattered heart. Roy, if so, then this side must also respond by offering up a suitable dress code, or it'd be a discourtesy to that consideration by M. Ming with love, after all, Ram. What do you intend? Taking acute notice of the change in the warmly received Roy, Ram grimaced her finely shaped brows. The beautiful maid laid bare her vigilance, but Roy pronounced no, and shook his head side to side. All-out war, yes, this was a battle befitting of being benamed so, truly the final conclusion. The royal selection combined forces, the enemy camp whom Natsuki Subaru would have labeled something like the Aldebusters, had he been here, had prepared all arrangements for hospitality. All of its members wrung out their wisdom and latent strength in order to demonstrate their true worth, brandishing eyes resolved to labor to death till the very end. That went for not just Ram and the others, but all who had been deployed into being war potential without stint, so to Roy Alfred, everyone earned a perfect 100 score, amounting to the very apex of those to whom he wished to grant gold stars. The singular blemish unworthy of a gold star was not amid his opponents. It laid on his side. Roy, glancing in his vicinity, present there was a red-haired man left behind on the same battlefield as Roy, cowering in an unsightly squat as blood dripped down his nose, the form of Heinkel. Though shameful coming from the vantage of gluttony, Roy's evaluation of Heinkel was surprisingly not bad. Noosed with getting caught in his own traps, and a way of life saddled with somber anguishes seemingly never to be divulged, it seemed to have an impure bitterness only it could yield, hence he induced interest in it as a delicacy. However, that too operated on the major premise that it would not intrude upon the main dish with its aroma or appearance, so presently Heinkel had nothing going for him even where gluttony was concerned. Roy, no matter how concentrated in extravagance a dinner banquet is, if a platter topped with uncooked flavors gets mixed in, it's just a waste. A solitary individual on a battlefield where everyone came together as one and clashed lives against lives, for there to be a singular element capable of putting it all to waste was unbearable, even for bizarre eating. Thus, Roy, uncle, you shouldn't stay moping around forever, so how about you get energetic and lively, Heinkel, wa Essen Archbishop, Roy howled suddenly, to which the nose-bleeding Heinkel appraised his face. Meeting his eyes, witnessing the unnatural sway in those blue irises, made Roy go crazy. A gaze that looked as if it was clinging to something. If he possessed even a fragment of camaraderie or desire to depend on Roy, to seek such a thing from a sin, Archbishop went beyond the limits of imprudent heedlessness. That boundless disgracefulness was, in a certain sense, something irreplaceable, but now it was nothing but purely a hindrance. Roy, shall we just go ahead and free you from your Tilda burden, Uncle Tilda? He would not save him. Neither would he abandon him. With simply a smile, Roy presented a third alternative to Heinkel. Heinkel dilated his eyes, frozen, yet even to him that proposition was transmitted with certainty. The things expressed as burden, just how valuable they were to Heinkel, Roy was unbeknownst to the details. However, they were surely more valuable than his own life or death. The fact that Roy did possess a means to take them away, Heinkel knew from looking into his eyes. What Roy stated was not a threat or anything such in the slightest, but an alternative possibility that could be realized. Therefore Roy thought Tilda teased the spirit Tilda. Roy's chest palpitated in delight budding from his heart at the change in expression of the man gritting his teeth. In such a way to respond to Roy's vivified emotions, the butterflies of rainbow hue began a whirling dance akin to courting as they fluttered. In the midst of prismatic scales glistening the skies, Roy let out his languid tongue and smiled. Now in its truest sense, the all-out war could commence. Roy, want to be satisfied, yet don't want to be satisfied. Life is so flavorful, it's astonishing Tilda. For Heinkel Gog HK, strikes pincering his chest and back, Heinkel collapsed, unable to do a thing. Carol and Grimm, they were the servant couple that had long served the Astria family, and the kicks delivered by their twin granddaughters, who had received an initiation into the flow method, were lethal weapons that completely disregarded their youth. Heinkel Aueg Jugf Blurg. Ever since the curtain had fallen on the war in the Valetian Empire, he had hardly been able to eat a sufficient amount. As gastric juices were wrung from his empty stomach, Heinkel pathetically fell to his knees. Twins, as Flam and Grassus coldly looked down on Heinkel, his cheeks contorted in self-scorn. Despite appearances, Heinkel was still the present head of the Astria family. Faced with Heinkel in such a state, the daughters of House Remendes were supposed to have pledged their loyalty to him, but oh, what an irreverent look they held in their eyes. Flam, our fealty is devoted to the young master. Grassus, esteemed family head, you deeply stabbed the honorable predecessor. At the sharpness of the twins' replies, Heinkel fell silent without uttering even a single bitter remark. Each gave undeniably valid arguments, and provided far more than enough persuasive reasons for why the girls despised Heinkel and regarded him with hostility. The former was something that had always tormented Heinkel, and the latter was an offense that had ended up causing him new suffering, applying pressure to his entire body like a stone weight. Even so, Heinkel, I can't die, the voice dissipating through his molars, could be interpreted in two ways. The first was that he could not afford to die, even when cornered to such an extent, and the second was that even after being cornered to such an extent, he still was unable to die. Even Heinkel himself was unsure of which way he had meant those words, as they had escaped his lips. Heinkel ugh. As Heinkel stood upon such an unstable foundation, the twins showed him no mercy. No hesitation. Circulating the flow method through their bodies, the arms and legs of the girls had become as strong as steel, and so receiving a flurry of their strikes, it was akin to being out under a downpour of a rain of iron. Above and below, left and right, ahead and behind, met with the incessant onslaught of Flam and Grassus's perfectly coordinated opposition, Heinkel protected his vital points with his sword, and could not do anything save for keeping up the defensive as he was showered with blows. The flow method, come to think of it, Heinkel had failed to properly master that too. Even though he was given well-reasoned and thorough instruction on the many combat techniques that first-rate swordsmen and warriors were always subconsciously performing, Heinkel had been unable to perfect them for the purposes of actual battle. Were Flam and Grassus really still just 12 years old? Even though he had spent more than twice their age in time, Heinkel's flow method was nowhere near the level of those two girls. If Heinkel resigned himself to it being a matter of natural talent, would the 100 things that anguished him perhaps decrease by one? Heinkel fucking shit. Swinging his sword in a show of force, the twins, coordinating through a mere exchange of gazes, swiftly evaded it. His imprecise swordsmanship accurately read, he was struck in all the weak points on his elbows, sides, and neck. His bones creaked, and the mouth that had only coughed up gastric juices until now flowed with droplets of blood. As soon as he unintentionally looked downwards, the twins executed a somersault as if they had been waiting for him, their kicks launching right up into his mug. Heinkel sent reeling, Heinkel toppled backwards, the back of his head slamming onto the ground. With his vision flickering and a distant ringing in his ears, Heinkel forcibly restored his consciousness from its momentarily befuddled state, and hastening to rise to his feet, he readied his sword as he glared to the fore. Before him, the twins stuck the landing of their somersault next to each other, gently brushing the hems of their clothes as they looked up. As their gazes crossed, Heinkel detected a faint hue of bewilderment from the pair. Heinkel, likely the cause of the sisters' confusion, was the fact that Heinkel was still standing. In a matter of a dozen seconds, Heinkel had been thoroughly beaten up. His clothes were covered in mud, and his unkempt face was lavishly soiled by a dripping nosebleed. However, Heinkel had not been defeated. Consciousness unceasing, his eyes remained open. Based on their reactions, this was unbelievable to Flam and Grassus. Heinkel HK, but alas, the endurance that had astonished those twins was of no pride to him whatsoever. The tip of his sword shaking as it pointed at the twins, Heinkel's bluff was obvious to the eyes of all. His defeat was already all but decided. Nay, it had not even amounted to a battle in the first place. Since it was not a battle, there was no such victor to be decided. They were not on the stage of vying for victory. Heinkel, even so, he could not afford to be defeated here. He had no choice but to endure. Were he to be taken down here, then for what reason had he even come all this way? For what reason had he stabbed his father, Wilhelm van Astria? He would lose sight of the answer. But if he managed to pull through, then by the skin of his neck, there would still be a glimmer of hope. The light at the end of the tunnel would surely be visible. Aldebaran or the divine dragon or even Yi. In the worst-case scenario, even the Sin Archbishop would be fine. If someone would just wrench open the tide of this battle, then Heinkel's hopes, it happened then. Roy, you know Tilda, uncle, you shouldn't stay moping around forever, so how about you get energetic and lively, Tilda? Suddenly, a voice seemed to rend the battlefield, causing Heinkel to raise his face in surprise. He consciously realized it for the first time. The large figure of the divine dragon was nowhere to be found on the battlefield. On the battlefield where not only Aldebaran and Yi had disappeared, but the divine dragon too, the only ones remaining here were Heinkel, and Heinkel, Sin Archbishop, also confronting an enemy of his own. The only other one left here was Roy Alfred. Wondering when the situation had become like this, Heinkel felt disappointment in his profound inability to heed his surroundings and attempted to surmise the intentions of Roy, who had called out to him. Something like cooperating with a Sin Archbishop, honestly, even he thought it to be deranged. But it seemed like in the Valatian Empire, Natsuki Subaru, the Knight of Emilia, had seized control over gluttony. Thinking about it like that, he forcibly swallowed his intense feelings of reluctance. They had already gone out of their way to free him from the prison tower. Even a Sin Archbishop would surely not want to die. Even if they were despicable, if their objectives aligned, then there would be room for them to join hands. Roy, shall we just go ahead and free you from your Tilda burden, Uncle Tilda? However, the words that followed were ones that directly betrayed Heinkel's hopes. Heinkel, neither was it a proposal of, nor was it a request for aid. Merely a terribly inappropriate, selfish remark. Just what the hell was he thinking? Did he understand the current situation? Neither Aldebaran, with his incomprehensible power to wrest open a path forward, nor the divine dragon with its status as the strongest life form, nor Yi, with her expertise in intricate techniques and harassment, none of them were present. Even though the only ones present here were the weak, fragile, powerless Heinkel and the great sinner of a nature most defiled, Roy, what could possibly be accomplished by making a rift between them? No, it was not that a rift had been made. There had always been a rift, an unfillable gulf, an unsurmountable precipice, an absolute, isolating pit. He had only now just clearly understood that such things did indeed exist. And knowing that, what would come of it? What would come of the things this guy was saying? Having understood the significance of what this guy was saying, what would he do? Freeing Heinkel from his burden. This burden that was already so firmly infused into Heinkel's soul. Such a thing would never be allowed of him, and he would never allow it. Roy thought Tilda teased the spirit Tilda. That voice of delight stemming from the depths of Roy's heart reached not the ears of Heinkel. Confronting Heinkel as he rose, swaying side to side like a revenant, Flam and Grassus tensed their cheeks, and exchanging wordless glances they nodded to each other. And then Flam, esteemed family head, prepare yourself. Grassus, I will hit you with everything that I have. Perhaps seeing it as their perfunctory strikes having backfired, it was evident that the twins' resolve was being sharpened. In accordance with their declaration, a blow utilizing all of their bodies' might was likely imminent. And after he conjectured so, Flam and Grassus kicked off the ground, speeding directly towards Heinkel. No, not directly. Flam and Grassus, Raya, voice and movements overlapping, the twins dug into the ground with their legs and kicked it up in front of him. Shrouding his entire field of vision, the excavated earth made its approach. With a swing of his sword, Heinkel cleaved it in twain. Neither was it a person nor a life. If it was merely an object, Heinkel would not think twice about cutting it down. However, beyond the bisected earth, the sight cleaved open was bereft of the figures of Flam and Grassus. Instead, the twins pincered Heinkel from left and right, and with the greatest amount of acceleration thus far, mercilessly thrust into both Heinkel's flanks. Heinkel, go, without exaggeration. There had been enough might to bury the fists of the twins up to the wrists into Heinkel. Shattering Heinkel's ribs, the blows landed a direct strike on the organs contained within. As copious amounts of blood spurted from his mouth with tremendous force, Heinkel was on the verge of fainting. But faint he did not. He held his ground. And not only that, gritting his teeth and swiveling his body, he seized the arms of the sisters that had thrust into him. Flam, ah, Grassus, this is bad. At the pain of their wrists being tightly squeezed, Flam and Grassus grimaced. Then the two of them used their arms opposite the ones that Heinkel had seized, as well their free legs, to barrage Heinkel with attacks, striking him like a tempest of steel, but Heinkel did not release their arms. It was not something he had desired. Even so, the one and only thing in which Heinkel assuredly surpassed most other people was this towering sturdiness, and the best way to make use of it was probably this. Even while being showered in blows, he grabbed his opponents. As a disgrace to swordsmen, it was an unrefined, uncouth counterattack, one most fitting for Heinkel Istria. Heinkel, sullied by a nosebleed, his face was swollen from all of the beating it had endured. Heinkel swung both his arms overhead and vigorously moved to pummel the twins in his grasp down into the ground. That instant, Heinkel forgot the fact that his opponents were children, that they were people who served his family, and that they were the granddaughters of Carol and Grimm, whom he had known ever since his own birth. No, it was not that he had forgotten. He had merely shut his eyes to it, and so staking it all, he slammed the two of them down to the ground. 6 with corpses as chrysalides, their metamorphosis fueled by life's last embers, butterflies of rainbow eclosed. The spell devised by the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows was by no means something that constructed new life. These butterflies had merely been shaped in such a form, and contrary to being a construction of life, their essence was that of death made manifest. Roy, this was also Niaisama's trump card, wasn't it, Tilda? Magic of rainbow spectra. Amidst the devoured memories, a throbbing sensation arose as he delightfully recollected a sword clad in a rainbow aurora. Fundamentally, the special technique deployed by the finest of knights was of the same ilk as the rainbow butterflies. That which the finest made manifest through his talents and the powers of his contracted spirits, the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows conjured in exchange for the dried-up dregs of life. Such was the entirety of the matter. Roy, but its might stands unchanged, you see, Tilda. Butterflies of death that would entirely obliterate anything they made contact with. Roy's smile giving the cue, around 20 of them surged towards Ram and Melee in unison. Faced with the oncoming threat, Ram and Melee instantly moved in perfect sync. Melee, Ramwanison, Ram, that is not how you are to address me. Melee, I go Tilda T at madam. Following a moderately serious exchange, Melee sat astride the Giltalaw, advanced. Then patting the back of the jet-black witch beast, she prompted it to wield its mighty arms, forcing nearby trees to come crashing down. As destructive roars sounded from the falling trees, Ram dashed to their now vacant position and crouched, her wand extended straight ahead. Ram, El Fula. The surging gale savagely blew the severed trees, hurling them crashing into the kaleidoscope. Striking true, they smashed through the butterflies' scattering scales of death, triggering an aurora of prismatic explosions that lit up the sky. Roy Ku tilde tilde HK. The optimum solution, cognizing it as such, Roy repeatedly stomped his feet, unable to bear his shuddering. The rainbow-hued butterflies, riddled with devastating might capable of unraveling the very structure of almost anything, could have been designated as fire magic stones that would spell the end upon a single touch. In exchange for their extensive destructive power, they were limited to just one shot before being used up. Detonating and dismantling them through application of obstacles was the strategy guaranteeing the utmost safety. Yet for them to counter it, whilst witnessing it for the very first time, left Roy astonished. Roy ho tilde we tilde v tilde r. For the butterflies to have been exterminated in such a manner would have only left the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows sobbing in his grave. The butterflies he had sent into a direct charge vanished in a rainbow-hued explosion, but detouring around the dazzling explosion, the surviving 5 butterflies swiveled wide and aimed for Ram and the others. What was more was that it was not just the butterflies this time, but Roy as well used the power of the leaper to charge in their direction. Thereupon, with the burly arms of the Snow Valum, he aimed to pound the Giltalaw to death first. Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows times Leaper times Snow Valum. An inescapable 3-pronged assault mercilessly detonated upon Ram's group, a flashing aurora smokescreen blocking their front, the surviving rainbow butterflies flanking both sides, and Roy warping into position at their rear. That instant, the sound of a crying child slashed Roy's eardrums. Gadgia, gadgia, the piercing shrill unbecoming of a battlefield momentarily pilfered Roy of his thoughts, and before his eyes, baying the cries of an infant, was a blasphemously molded witch beast that ought to have been deigned a failed creation of God. It brandished 2 spears ablaze forged of bone. incinerating the encircling rainbow-hued butterflies in one fiery sweep altogether. An explosion of aurora blossomed yet again, and with hair waving due to the shockwave, Roy laid eyes upon the grotesque being who had advented before him, the hungry horse king, only supposed to be present in the below ground of the sand sea. Bailey, it was a lot of trouble, bringing it a low tilde-ng. Cranium constructed with an enormous horn, and a torso akin to a human trunk accoutred with a gigantic mouth. Holding them up was an inordinately large build of a horse, far too distorted and repellent to be called a chimera of human and horse. This hungry horse king had now become Bailey's mount, having exchanged places with the Giltalaw. Roy's thoughts fragmented into disarray at that reality, and a great conference of memories foraged for an answer. Raised as the agendas were, the truth behind the happening before his eyes, a precise counter to the imminent crisis at hand, and an opposite reaction to the astonishing reality, such was jumbled together by the pressing urgency of the situation. Right before he selected the agenda to utmost prioritize, what, looking dumb as a pig, the proprietor of the voice who had appeared right behind him, his giant knuckles punched right through Roy's petite frame. Roy HK, his back pounded, Roy's body was shot into flight above the heads of the hungry horse king and Melee. Outdistancing even the erupting aurora, Roy skidded across the ground, halted his momentum with one hand piercing the ground, and stuck the landing whilst twisting his body, his acrobatic movements to reposition himself, forcing the enemy to abandon pursuit. In his field of view, Roy captured Melee, Astraddle the hungry horse king, a giant pigman garbed in a black suit who had appeared beside them, and finally Ram, who was now positioned in a definitively separate locus from before. The arrival of a new enemy, and the tactic of inexplicably instantaneous positional substitution, these were resurfacing a possibility which was supposed to have been relinquished. Roy knew that wasn't it. It had unwisely slipped past him due to extraneous preconceptions influenced by the memories he possessed. That since this instantaneous substitution had to have been brought forth by an authority, it would have been a power belonging to Clind. Thus he had reckoned he need not keep an eye out for it on the battlefield after Clind had disappeared alongside the divine dragon. However, if you're also a father, then don't go laying your hands on kids. Audible, there was a thick, anger-blazed voice and sounds of the vehement impact that followed. At the edge of his vision, he could see Heinkel grasping the twin girls with both his arms, basking in a fist square to the face. Delivering that fervent blow was a large man, present within the memories belonging to Roy, as expected. It was someone who was not supposed to have been here the moment the battle broke out. Gaston. Heinkel walloped right in the face. Heinkel toppled over backwards, allowing the twins to just barely escape peril. Whether Roy's provocation had proved effective or not, Heinkel appeared to have been on the verge of success, but his counterattack was abruptly crushed at its inception. However, Roy would not laugh at Heinkel. After all, he had also been thwarted by the same opponent, with the same technique. And as for the identity of that opponent, it had not been Clind. Roy A. Tilda. Could it be Tilda? Such a thing is possible. Tilda. Unable to conceive of any other possibility, even Roy found himself doubting that exceedingly unexpected reality. Carried within that voice was nothing but genuine astonishment, bereft of any and all denial or disdain for that fact. Bereft though it was, even supposing that was the truth, it was preposterously unexpected. From across every memory that contained her presence, only one conclusion could be drawn. No way, it was not Clind. In both Roy's clash against Ram and Melee, and the battle where Heinkel was being pummeled by the twins, someone had intervened with perfect timing. Whilst overlooking this all-out war, they had continuously employed an authority to reconstruct the situation. That was Roy Petrochan. Since when did you become a Sin Archbishop? Now that's just extremely slanderous. If you're going to call me something disreputable, then call me this. With those words, having dominated the battlefield through an authority, the playmaker harboring a witch factor, Petra Late placed her hand over her chest and stuck her tongue out with a be. Then she declared Petra, the witch of Tristasha, Petra Late. Chapter 43, True Name. To Petra, for instance, if someone else were to use the witch factor held by Clind Niasama, if I were to use it, could I use teleport as much as I wanted even without paying the compensation? When she had first been informed by Clind about the existence of the witch factor of Tristasha and its authority of compression, the first thing that had popped into Petra's mind was that method of abusing it. Clind was not compatible with the witch factor, and as a result, compensation, payment was required to exercise the authority of compression, so he had told her. At the same time, the witch factor of Tristasha was a one-off factor created to be used by a specific person, so by no means would Petra have been compatible either. Hence the special tag team consisting of the warlock who possessed the authority that was returned by death, Natsuki Subaru, and the witch who supported him, Petra Late, was disbanded before it was even formed. While that was a relief, it was also true that she had felt regretful about it. Hence the matter of the witch factor of Tristasha was placed outside the topic of agenda, with them having decided on utilizing Clind's compression to reconvene with their allies and to plunge into the final battle against the enemy. but with Al's authority of turning back time having come to light, the spotlight had once again been placed on the authority of Tristasha while they were working out a plan to decisively stop the Al troop. Clind had informed Petra and the others that, due to incompatibility with the witch factor, it was impossible to exercise his authority without compensation. However, the meaning hidden behind that was Petra. As long as the compensation is paid, then even people who aren't Clind Niyasama can use compression, right? At Petra's verification, Clind's expression did not shift. However, that only served to convince Petra of the validity of her own conjecture. If he had truly wanted to hide it, Clind ought to have acted more surprised, saying, "I had never even thought of that. Petra, in order to do something about Alsan and his group, it's absolutely essential that we split them all apart." Outside of Alsan himself, the most troublesome opponent would be the Divine Dragon Sama, but Clind Niyasama will do something about that, right? Roswell, on that point I can also provide assurance. Clind is a key person to serve as a trump card against the Divine Dragon Volcanica, indeed Tilda. Did I use that right, Petra? Yes, that's correct. During the strategy meeting, the one who had boasted of being able to subdue the Divine Dragon was Clind. Honestly, including the matter of the witch factor of Tristasha, it made her exasperated to think about how many secrets he was hiding along with Roswell, but there was nothing better than his reliability. However, just because Clind was reliable did not mean she could take advantage of him for everything. Petra, but if Clind Niyasama is going to be busy dealing with the Divine Dragon Sama, he won't be able to take people in and out with compression, correct? Clind, I do not deny it. Affirmation. Of course, exhausting all of the power in my possession, I will deliver all personnel to the battlefront without fail, but Petra, no. If you do it like that, I think compression will lose its strengths. The best point about compression is that, like a teleport, it can take our fighting strength in and out and switch things around. There was likely no falsehood in the words Clind had sworn with a quiet expression, however in them a certain heat did dwell. Their greatest fighting strength would securely be sent to the enemy lines. That alone was already an extraordinary feat. But this was also a battle such that, if they could afford to hope for more, then they ought to hope for as much as they could. Ram, and so we shift ta the matter of transfer in the authority. Though before we start ta consider it, I'd like ta verify if that plan's actually even possible. Clind. About that. Hesitation, Petra. Clind Niyasama, please lay all the ingredients out on the table. Clind, Petra, I think that right now is the time to discuss what cards everyone has in their hand and the extent to which we might be able to use them. So don't hide anything. As Clind hesitated to speak out, Petra plainly requested him to. She understood his reasons for being uneager to share, his reasons for worrying over keeping the information hidden. She understood, but this discussion was a meeting dedicated to saving the kingdom, saving the world, saving Natsuki, Subaru, and Beatrice. It was rather charming how Meili had been glaring at Petra as she had told him to not hide anything. Clind, if you wish to know whether it is possible or impossible, then it would be possible. Approval. The witch factor of Tristasha fails to be compatible with myself, and it is merely within my possession. Responsibility, Ram, in that case it is simply a matter of shifting ownership. Huh? That should be quite easy to handle then. It would be a disaster if Clind were to leave it behind. Rem, this also goes for if it were to be left behind, but it would also be quite scary if it were to be stolen or confiscated by someone else in that sense. It's understandable that Clind was the one holding on to it. Unexpectedly, the witch factor of Tristasha seemed to have been managed in a precarious state. The notion that it was understandable that Clind had been the one entrusted with its management, with that Petra agreed. Clind, who always handled everything in a brisk and tactful manner, would have made for an ideal custodian. However, Petra, it might be better to give up that duty to someone else this time. Emilia, someone else, but witch factors are really dangerous. It's something I saw before at the sanctuary. They aren't things you can handle safely at all. Petra, there is definitely a risk. But if it's used well, Meili, HK Petra-chan, I'm against it, you know tilde W. At the sharpened voice opposing her with the most emotion, Petra lowered the ends of her eyebrows. Petra knew that Meili had constantly been worrying about her. It made her happy. After all, when Petra had just met Meili, she was always attempting to get the latter to like her. She had thought that affection would be the best weapon to dull any murderous impulses. And she had hit the nail on the head. Petra, though it might have been a bit too effective. Subaru, I'll say this now, but I'm of the same opinion as Meili. You haven't told me what it was, but you've already paid Clind-san with something, Petra. You can't compromise anything further than this. The voice of a phantom inaudible to anyone else, it instilled Petra with the feeling that she was truly being held dear. Let it be declared. Imaginary Subaru might have been a convenient delusion of Petra's, but the quality of the recreation should have been high enough such that, beyond any doubt, if it had been the real Subaru, he would have said the same thing. Petra, I'm glad that neither Frederick Nisama nor Beatrice Chan are here. Even just Meili had caused Petra's heart to waver a fair amount. If Frederica and Beatrice had supplemented that with a 1-2 punch, Petra might have been knocked out. What about if Garfield and Otto had been here? Garfield would have likely shouted angrily, but she felt like Otto would have understood. After all, Otto was the one currently overexerting himself by far the most out of the camp, so Petra did not think he would have had any right to complain to her. Harboring the self-awareness that she truly was such a blessed and beloved girl, Petra spoke. Petra, let's divide up the roles properly. That way, everyone can do their job to the best of their abilities. For tightly ascertaining the sensation of the rectangular box stored in her breast pocket, Petra focused her attention on the witch factor of Tristasha, which she had successfully received by manipulating her words, cajoling the people around her. Petra, I have to concentrate. By putting that to words, Petra firmly cautioned herself so as to preserve her own sanity. In honesty, until today, Petra had thought of herself as someone possessing a tenacious mental fortitude. She had not lost her mind even after reading a book of the dead, and even if her beloved was not swayed by her in the slightest, she had never once thought about giving up on getting him to turn to face her. She was aware that she had been through many difficulties and gambles for someone of her age. And despite all that, the destructive sense of omnipotence brought on by the witch factor made Petra's head spin. Petra, no, that's no good for me. Subaru, cheer me on. Subaru, Petra, do your best. Don't lose. If you lose after staking everything on a gamble I told you not to do, you know what that'll mean. I'll end up hating you, Petra. In that case, I definitely won't lose. Cheered on by her beloved within her mind, it felt like a bit of a last resort to revitalize her state of mind, but it did happen to be actually effective, showing how magnificent the power of love could be. A witch factor, just what could such a thing do in the face of love? The struggle against a witch factor was ultimately just a mental problem, so it was only natural that the power of love would serve as a wonder drug. The efficacy of that remedy, which had made it impossible for Petra to remain as a mere village girl, was something she understood better than anybody else. Therefore Ram's noble ta fire 8. Then hit him with a soldier ta flowers 3. At the firm voice striking her eardrums with vigor, Petra opened her eyes wide and grit her teeth. With the activation of compression, Petra deployed those designated personnel to those designated positions on the battlefield that had been divided up into an 8x8 grid within her mind, the same configuration as a shatranj board. Sure enough, 2 individuals aligning with the Felt camp had been delivered to the battlefield in the blink of an eye. One of Felt's followers, Gaston, and a fierce-looking pigman known as the King Pig, Doltero. Swinging their mighty arms, they walloped Heinkel and Gluttony respectively, each of whom had been attempting to launch their own offensives and sent them flying. Hey, Tilda. Could it be Tilda? Such a thing is possible, Tilda. Having sidestepped the punch with acrobatic maneuvers, Roy raised his irksome visage, and tearing his gaze off of Ram, whom he had been fixated on until then, he looked at Petra. At Petra, who, maintaining a distance from the duos of Ram and Melee, Flam and Grassus, who were all engaged in direct combat, was positioned so as to grasp the entirety of the battlefield, sat atop the shoulders of Ram Gi. Roy, Petra-chan, since when did you become a Sin Archbishop? Perhaps as ought to have been expected from a Sin Archbishop, he perceived the whereabouts of the witch factor. Nay, were that the case, then he would have noticed their trick much sooner. Likely it was the result of having correctly fathomed that compression was the work of an authority, and thinking about who was in the position to use it the most pertinently. Nothing impressive at all for a Sin Archbishop. Petra, now that's just extremely slanderous. If you're going to call me something disreputable, then call me this. Without revealing her caution towards that insight of Roy's, Petra placed a hand over her chest, and while ascertaining the sensation of the small black box she had received from Clind, she stuck out her tongue with a be, declaring thus. Petra, the Witch of Tristasha, Petra late. In most cases, introducing oneself with such a title would have been received with no warm welcomes. While calling oneself by that was already bad enough, being called that by somebody else was absolutely out of the question. Regardless of whether one was steeled in their resolve or not, that was a title akin to a curse, that of being abhorred by every person throughout the world. However, Petra had boldly declared herself as such, as if it was something to take pride in. After all, the master whom Petra served was the Witch of Glaciation, and her beloved was a kind, admirable knight whose heart was smitten with that witch. 5 God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never hold beautiful flowers. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never partake of my favorite food. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never return to my hometown. 6. The Witch of Tristasha, Petra late. Upon Petra declaring herself so, Roy Alfred felt a sense of apotheosis. Owing to the surprise that she was capable of going so far, and the delight that she had indeed gone that far. To take in a witch factor, and by one's own volition become a possessor of an authority, a being who would be called the likes of witch or warlock or even Sin Archbishop, was an act seeming utterly devoid of sanity. The point upon which they had passed such an aberrant decision was when their scrupulousness to spare no measure, that was to say, their love and affection that was the very spirit of hospitality, was something Roy felt potently, profoundly, vastly, and warmly. Roy the greatest. So glad you turned up, Tilda. Spreading his arms wide, Roy stifled his ecstasy and proffered his gratitude to their hospitality and rendezvous. Seeing that she named herself the Witch of Tristasha, Roy's inference that the opponent's authority was derived from pride had been off the mark. However, Roy had once been told by a monster who entitled itself his mother that the witch factor of Tristasha was a special, defective article with which nobody would prove to be compatible. The witch factor of Tristasha was one of the things that his mother had desired, so upon hearing of its hideaway, his mother would certainly be delighted. Naturally, he did not feel like giving up even a single bite of such a special feast to his mother. Roy, it's a cute, selfish request of her hungry child after all, so she'll surely overlook it, won't she, Tilda? This was a matter of his mother, the personification of the desire for acknowledgement, who loved nothing more than to be revered. Roy could imagine how he would trigger her temper upon her learning that he had given priority to himself over his mother. Once, Roy used to find this egotistic selfishness of his mother's to be unhelpably bothersome, but his current sentiment was slightly different from before. The sentiment that even such egotistic selfishness and conceitedly diseased self-love were irreplaceable attributes to be cherished. Ram Queen Ta Earth 6. Hunter Ta Yang 6. Noble Ta Yin 5. Concording to the aged giant's instruction, a dim glow sojourned in Petra's eyes. It was not as though they were actually shining. As a consequence of her devoting her consciousness to utilizing an authority that was impossible to get accustomed to using, the moments in which she was exerting herself could be pinpointed. Normally, it was a trivial habit not worth paying attention to, but in the midst of battle where an instant's difference demarcated the line between victory or defeat, even that became information coupled to life or death. From Roy's field of vision, the forms of Ram and the pigman, and Meili Astraddle atop the hungry horse king disappeared. And concurrent to their disappearance, they appeared as though surrounding Roy from three directions and waged their offensive. The timing of which he could quite clearly grasp due to the glow in Petra's eyes. Roy, yes, excuse us for a bit. On the brink of their offensive making contact, Roy joined his hands before his chest. When in that instant, the ground rose as though sand dunes were swelling from force applied from left and right, cutting off Ram and the pigman's line of sight from Roy. Entrusting the two to that, Roy focused his concentration on the utmost loud and annoying crying voice of an infant. The field of vision from the back of his head that came to him even without needing to turn, therein were the bone spears of the hungry horse king that Meili was riding on, and alongside that, launched in tandem, the Giltalaw's monstrously proficient arm swung. Bending his body a great deal back, Roy accreted dodge after dodge after dodge, then licked his lips. Compactor Figdor was a hitman who had specialized in burying alive, wielding a strange ability to squash everything from both ends of his field of vision into its middle. And the priestess of 1,000 visages, Irna, was the proprietor of an expansive heart and outlook, all 360 degrees top to bottom and left to right, never to miss bearing witness to the tears of the lamenting, grieving weak. However, the ability of the queen of witch beasts, Meili, did not fall short of them either. Hungry Horse King Gadjia, Giltalaw Aru, the pack of Ulgarm, the Hungry Horse King of the Sand Sea, and the Giltalaw renowned as the Jet Black King of the Forest, Meili's ability of sallying forth witch beasts in succession granted Roy nary a breather for emotional impression. Meili's stratagem of manipulating witch beasts with unbroken horns was something he had been prepared for through his memories, but since he had been deferred from experiencing its true worth at the Pleiades Watchtower, it was a great excitement to witness it in all of its glory. Roy, having been born possessing such a divine protection, your life Mutildason have been full of ups and downs, hasn't it? The way of life have you walked till now, teach us Tilda Meili. Meili, teach us what way of life have you walked, that was something Subaru Oniason and Emilia Wanetchin said to me once before to Tilda O. Roy, really. And then, the bone spears of the Hungry Horse King and the honed claws of the Giltalaw, nimbly and agilely evading them, Roy slurped on his drool, while Meili, glaring at him, with her face harboring animosity and repugnance, pulled her eyelid downward and stuck out her tongue. Meili, the same as what you said about love being whatever before Tilda Re, but in the end. What matters even more than what you say is who says I Tilda T. At the truth which left him with no place to grapple, Roy could only muster a Taha Tilda, with no words to give in retort. At Roy's rear, the pigman smashed through the ground wall barrier, and from overhead Ram dropped, disappearing and appearing yet again. Front, rear, and above, enclosed from 3 dimensions, Roy distorted the space between the length of both of his legs, invoking the magical technique of the Magimanus Magister, Yardre, who had been submerged in the shadows of history and finally eaten. Spears of flame, ice, and earth were brought forth by magic, and immediately locked onto their targets. Their aims were Meili, the pigman, and Ram, but she was not there. Ram, to lose sight of Ram again and again. Why don't you just throw those away? That set of eyes, there she was. At a distance close enough for a hug, Ram's slender frame came into sight. Eight Roy, witch of Tristachia, the compactor times priestess of 1,000 visages times Magia Manus Magister. Surpassing even the combined power of these new superrational individuals, the trio closed in from all multifarious directions, and knowing the identity of the one who had orchestrated this, Roy's throat roared the name out. What had made his throat quake was not rage. It was delight. Throbbing lively, his heart's thrumming pulsations would not cease. Entrusting himself to those thrumming pulsations, Roy re-aimed the spears of 3 attributes from their initial targets, bringing them crashing into one another by way of the blast and vapor generated. Ram and the others would inevitably be forced to reposition Roy. Wah, Ram, did you think we would teleport to avoid sustaining injuries? With his line of sight obscured the scorching vapor, which ought to have coerced a teleport via the authority of Tristachia, was rent asunder through pure strength, and from the other side came flying the proprietor of pale crimson eyes. Plunging headfirst into the inescapable scalding heat, she had caught Roy off guard, the latter having erased the possibility that they might deliberately choose to sustain injury from his head. Forthwith born was the option for Roy to take the initiative, employing the teleport of the leaper to forcibly reset things to square one. However, Roy, the greatest, the instant he recognized his opponent's brilliance, Roy Alfred's bizarre eating awakened. With an outcry of jubilation screeching through his mind, Roy's brain sparkled with branches of countless choices. Flinging the doors open on the plentiful treasure house of memories, he sought that which sparkled amidst the countless miscellaneous treasures tossed aside, the articles what had been lying dormant, impatiently awaiting the chance to raise their first cries and rise to the stage at last. At present, the foremost point of focus was the truth of the hospitality that had rendered eclipsing a failure. Roy, having reached his hand out towards his opponent in an attempt to eat their memories, Roy's eclipsing towards Ram had failed. But she was unmistakably Ram. That was evident from the freshly devoured memories. The originator of the memories called her by the name Ram, and those in the environs beyond that also called her Ram. If anything, even her own first-person pronoun was Ram. She was Ram through and through. Regardless, he could not meet the requirements for invoking eclipsing on the name Ram. In that case, the most probable reason behind the failure of eclipsing was Roy, an alteration of the true name. One required for eclipsing were the provisions to plunder the target from the name registry of souls managed by Odd Lagna. Hence, the target's name would need to match exactly what Odd Lagna had recorded it to be. In most cases, it was the vow averred during the naming ritual at the time of one's birth. The moment those prayers arrived, the true name would be recorded in the vast empty mind benamed Odd Lagna. Primarily, once the true name was defined, it would not be altered, regardless of however an individual might opt to acknowledge themselves. The alterations which Odd Lagna did recognize, one of those few exceptions, Roy, Ram Mathers, Ram, HK, piercing through the vapor as Ram attempted to have her blow connect, Roy forestalled by touching her. The predominant reason for alterations of the true name were those brought about by marriage. In addition, Ram had compelled Meili to refer to her as Madam. Even from just the memories, there laid no room for doubt pertaining to whom Ram harbored affection. Fostering conviction, Roy invoked eclipsing upon the soul of Ram, no, upon Ram Mathers. Her pale crimson eyes dilated wide as he sought to devour her memories, to understand her through and through, not sparing a single portion. Roy, let's see blurg. In that instant, Roy split his eyes wide open at the sensation akin to muck being crammed into his open mouth. That was the proof of eclipsing's failure, his entire body quaking with a vehement sense of rejection. Roy's heart, supposed to have graciously received a treat, now tore apart from within, an absurd dubiety governing his mind. Why, how understanding, marriage, Ram, true name, doting to her younger sister, awful tastes, the Margrave, earnest, ill-natured, superiority, dependable, merely awful tastes, her nature also ill, marriage, passion, Ram. Did you peer into Otto's memories? Truly a fool, Roy, Ram. Did you really think Ram would use this emergency as a pretext to position herself as Roswalsama's spouse? If you truly knew Ram, that was a misunderstanding you would never have made. As Ram sneered, her lips twisting into a slim smile, Roy understood. To have herself be called Madam was yet another misdirect, a ploy to draw him to a false conclusion, exploiting the memories of someone close. In truth, Roy had dismissed the low-risk choice of using the leaper's technique, opting instead for the high reward of reaching Ram's soul with his tongue with the conviction that he would be able to eat her. A decision he would have never made had he not eaten those memories, had he not eaten Otto Suwon. Ram, for the most part, this is for Otto. Ram apprised him so then, her wind-clad fist, the pigman's rock-like knuckles, and to top it all off the fiery bone spears clad in blasting burn and the stout arms of a fiendish beast, all impaled Roy Alfred in perfect synchrony. Chapter 44, Collusion Beneath the Water's Surface. 2. If you're also a father, then don't go laying your hands on kids. Compared to the fist plowing straight into the opponent's mug, those words must have been far more scathing. Laying eyes upon that sight, Ramji fathomed such a guess regarding the pain Heinkel had received. The counterattack strategy that fully relied on his ability to take hits, Heinkel endeavored to strike back against Flam and Grassus, but just before that could take form, he was superbly thwarted by Gaston, or to be precise, by the intervention of the young girl who had inserted Gaston there via compression. Ramji's really is quite something. After verifying the safety of the twin sisters who had been released from the opponent's grasp, what Ramji turned his attentive gaze towards was the young girl riding on his shoulders, the side profile of Petra. Petra, with her large, round eyes narrowed and the lovely features of her cheeks strained, Petra diligently cast a serious gaze towards the two battlefronts. Those being the bouts of combat clashing against Roy Alfred of Gluttony and the swordsman who had betrayed the kingdom, the backstabber Heinkel. Originally present there had also been the principal offender, Aldebaran, alongside his obedient shinobi, and the divine dragon which had bowed down before him. There had been discussions on splitting up that dangerous ensemble, creating theaters of war such that each enemy could be dealt crushing blows individually, but it would have been no exaggeration to say that it was Petra who held the key to that stratagem's success. The plan had been constructed around the opinions of Clind, a man intimately familiar with the authority of Tristasha, and while all personnel were united in their efforts to bring about the success of this stratagem, the one ultimately contributing the most was Petra. Without her, nary would this battle have even commenced. And that had now culminated in this very moment. Petra HK, tightly biting down on her lip, Petra's nails firmly dug into the shoulders of Ramji as she sat on him. He felt no pain from the likes of a young girl's nails, but the state of her mind as she subconsciously did so was unimaginable. The witch factors that reduced people to witches and sin archbishops, the burden of handling one, was something that could only have been understood by those who had actually done so. Furthermore, the duty that Petra now shouldered was one for which Ramji's own name had also been raised as a candidate. Albeit lacking in direct combat ability, his quick wits and ability to make decisions made him desirable to have on the field of battle. That was precisely the role of Ramji and Petra, and while the difference in their camps had ultimately been the deciding factor, Petra's duty was one that Ramji could very well have ended up shouldering. Hence, while Ramji's ultimate priority in this battle was to take back Felt, he had decided in his heart that his secondary priority was to do everything in his power to support Petra. If it meant that Petra's burden could become even just a bit lighter, he would devote his entire soul to ensuring that no blunders or oversights occurred in his judgments and instructions regarding the war situation. Ram Queen Ta Flowers 3. Noble Ta Lightning 2. Hunter Ta Flowers 5. Overlooking the battlefield, Ramji issued commands such that Petra could hear from atop his shoulders. Each time Petra received his instructions and exercised the authority, the scratches on his shoulders would deepen, becoming all the more numerous. Primarily, it was the battle against Gluttony, in which compression could be utilized. Roy seemed to be aware that Ramji and Petra were making contributions to the combat, but the way Ram conducted herself was exceptionally skillful. She continued to dexterously draw the opponent's attention, ensuring that he could not lay a hand on those in the position of command. The fact that the combat continued to ebb and flow with a paper-thin difference, even when including compression, stemmed from the abundance of moves and cards in Gluttony's hand, but this stood in stark contrast to the other front, where the moves and cards in hand were desperately few. Heinkel with even his screams getting lost amidst the sounds of pummeling, Heinkel continued to be showered in blow after blow. Joining the twins Flam and Grassus, Gaston supplemented their speedy flurry with the might of his arm, causing a one-sided beatdown that ought to already have been labeled punishment without fair trial to unfold. But since the other party had still yet to bend the knee, Flam and the rest could not afford ease off either. On both fronts, a nudge would be required for things to progress. It happened right after he had reached that thought. Petra called out Ram-Ojiason, and with Ramji her eyes met. Petra, by the mere crossing of their gazes, Ramji understood that Petra had arrived at the same conclusion he had. Without even sparing the time to nod in agreement, Ramji kept a keen eye out for a golden opportunity. And then Ram Queen Ta Yang 5. As Ramji let the command fly, Petra exerted strength into the hands on his shoulders, into her round eyes, and activated compression. In a manner most magnificent, the fruit of cooperation between Ram and two others vehemently surged towards Roy. Petra, all right, Roy's petite frame engulfed in wind, he basked in the attacks of the king pig alongside two witch beasts and was blown away. Spraying blood as he was shot up into the air, Roy had unmistakably been dealt a serious blow. Just before that decisive blow was made, Roy had attempted to invoke the authority of Gluttony on Ram, but with that ending in a misfire, he had given birth to a significantly fatal opening. Once again, he was deeply impressed by the courage of Ram in laying that trap and having it actually succeed, as well as Petra's ingenuity for having proposed it. Formerly Ram, now Ramlate. Taking advantage of the system, an unnatural proceeding to become adopted children had been performed for all personnel on the front lines whom gluttony had a chance of targeting. 'Twas an outlandish stratagem that betrayed the expectations of the Sin Archbishop. But with this, the situation had shifted. At the certain materialization of the move that had been desired to break the deadlock, Ramji tightly clenched his fist. And then, maintaining that momentum, he shifted his sights in an attempt to progress the other situation. Heinkel, nobody fucking move a muscle. If this personage's life is valuable to you. With the variation that had been birthed on that front, he was confronted with the worst predicament possible, that of Heinkel pressing his sword against Felt, pinioning her hands behind her back. For Aldebaran, sorry for everything up till now. In a lot of ways, I've put way too much burden on your shoulders, old man. Giving that apology, it was right after Aldebaran had mercilessly beat down Heinkel by sheer force, just when the latter had been about to take an overly hasty action while conversing with Felt. To be frank, Heinkel was aware that he had been about to carry out a deed that could never be undone, and thus reflected that he had no right to complain about having been beaten down. He had no choice but to accept the apology. However, the reality that Felt had caught wind of, that alone, he absolutely could not afford to leave unchecked. Heinkel's ever-slumbering wife, Luana Astria. 'Twas the fact that the slumber of the woman Heinkel held most dear was caused by his son, Reinhard. Aldebaran, well, hold on a sec. I ain't gonna ask about what happened between you and Lil Miss Felt, old man. But didn't I tell you? Old man, it was my fault for making you shoulder all that burden yet. Heinkel, where are you going with this? What good will apologizing do? Aldebaran, of course I won't say something like I apologized, so just keep hanging in there. For now, I'll deal with the matter of Lil Miss Felt. Heinkel, even if you say you'll deal with it, Aldebaran, I ain't gonna do anything dangerous. Though it might be a little crude. As Aldebaran spoke those words with a shrug of his shoulders, Heinkel's cheeks tensed. Regarding what he was thinking, he was a man with many inscrutable aspects to him. Even so, what Heinkel did understand was that, driven by the sorrow of having lost Priscilla, he had begun to turn the world against him. That at the very foundation of Aldebaran, certainly present, was a love towards that blazing sun princess. However, Aldebaran had retained just enough good conscience to not go as far as sacrificing everything just for that purpose. It felt as if such a thing no longer bound him, that he had broken free from his shackles. Heinkel, what are you planning to do? Aldebaran, I won't do anything bad to you, old man. Only there's just one thing I'd like to confirm. As he unwittingly gulped aloud, Heinkel felt a strong sense of thirst from his throat. It was a certain kind of premonition that only cowards were endowed with, that of wanting to hear what words came next, but with a simultaneous desire to not hear them. Ignoring those feelings of Heinkel, Aldebaran vocalized his question. That was Aldebaran, 15 years ago, about the name of the royal who was abducted from the castle. For Heinkel, nay, for anyone in the kingdom of Lugunica, speaking that name had gained a perception of being something of a taboo. 15 years ago, the daughter of the king's younger brother was abducted from the royal castle of Lugunica, and ever since then, her whereabouts had been unknown. In the long and storied history of the kingdom, it was not as though there had been an absence of royals who had led lives of misfortune. However, despite having been blessed by birth, she was the only one whose growth and conclusion were never spoken of. Philor Lugunica, the 41st king of the kingdom of Lugunica, Randohul Lugunica, the daughter of his younger brother, Ford Lugunica, was the royal whom Heinkel had been suspected of abducting 15 years prior. Albeit the suspicions of abduction were false accusations, after circulating from one place to the next, Heinkel had, unto the royal family to whom he ought to have sworn his fealty, and unto Ford whom he owed a great debt of gratitude, committed a blasphemy which he could never retract. Far beyond simply betraying the kingdom, that was a clear breach of faith on his friendship with the royal family. Let's eat, an abominable ritual of unspeakable sin effectuated before his eyes. From Aldebaran's question, that was something Heinkel had foreseen and likely even hoped for. Despite being fully aware that the ritual had served as the impetus for many a tragedy, he still had hoped so. After all, if that was enacted, Heinkel would not end up needing to kill her. Thank you for the treat. Placing two hands together, Roy announced the completion of the ritual, and with eyes upon that small figure's back, Heinkel came to his senses. He had been so eager to avert his gaze that, submerged in his thoughts, he had quite literally overlooked the deed taking place before his eyes. Though he found it absurd that his heart still ached with each new unknightly deed he enacted, Heinkel stepped forth to change places with Roy, the latter cackling in delight. And then Heinkel, Philor Sama, getting down on one knee, Heinkel called out to the girl in such a manner. Just what sort of answer had he been expecting? If she replied acknowledging that it referred to herself, then it would signify the failure of the ritual. If she replied that she did not know what that meant, it would still likely end up causing Heinkel anguish. Sure enough, not even holding the answer within himself, the answer Heinkel received was Philor, Who might that be referring to? No, in the first place, Heinkel, Philor, who am I exactly? Ultimately, the reply signifying the ritual's success wounded Heinkel, causing him anguish. Philor, Philor, that is my name. Something about it does not feel quite right. With her memories devoured, Philor's attitude truly felt as though she were a different person entirely. Her mannerisms, conduct, and way of speaking had all previously given the impression of crudeness and having been poorly raised, but as if that had all been a lie, she now carried herself with a grace and gentleness befitting royalty, greatly surprising Heinkel. If not for the tragedy 15 years prior, she would have likely been a member of royalty beloved by all. Aldebaran, but in exchange for that, she would have probably ended up dying of the same illness as the rest of the royal family. As Heinkel was stricken with such deep emotions, Aldebaran made a rather tasteless comment. But that was likely the truth. The epidemic of unknown origin that seemed to have only targeted royalty. If Philor had been in the castle, she would have likely not escaped harm. Heinkel had been about to realize something about what that signified, but he shut his eyes, refusing to confront it directly. By this point, Heinkel's mind and body were already filled to the brim. With the fulfillment of his dearest wish just ahead, his heart could not bear the shocking facts that kept being added on one after another. Philor, is there perhaps something troubling you? As Heinkel subconsciously placed his hands over his face, Philor inquired so of him. Even though she had been the one in a far more uncertain situation, being without her memories, for her to still display concern for others was an act in which Heinkel certainly glimpsed the blood of the Lugunican royal family. At the same time, convinced he was of a cruel reality, substantiated the moment the authority of gluttony was activated, of the fact that she was undoubtedly Philor Lugunica. And yet Heinkel, with this, I guess the royal selection's over. Aldebaran, why do you think that old man, Heinkel, is there anything at all left? The reason why the royal selection is being held is to find a successor worthy of the throne. If it has to be said it's a backup plan because the royal family perished, now that we know that they didn't die out, it's a given that everyone will go back on it. As irony would have it, it was a truth that had only come to light because following Priscilla's death, Aldebaran had gone rogue and broken gluttony out of prison, and because she had gotten to the crux of Heinkel's heart before losing her memories. It almost seemed as if the world itself had exerted its control in order to install Philor on the throne. Of course, Heinkel did not suggest anything so insensitive as saying that even Priscilla's death had been for that purpose, but ultimately, Philor taking the throne would have been the most desirable outcome. He would awaken Luana. So long as that was fulfilled, it was in Heinkel's best interests for all matters to be settled without any problems. Hence, the Witch of Envy would withdraw, and Philor would take the throne. Such did he desire. Aldebaran, alter, this is the most peaceful way to settle things. Got any problems with that? Just barely, because I was able to compromise on this, the Lil Miss avoided getting hurt. I think it's a brilliant solution, Origin. It's just Aldebaran, it's just, did you really think of this plan by yourself, Origin? It doesn't really seem like something you'd come up with. Aldebaran, next to Heinkel as he came to terms with things, Aldebaran and the divine dragon debated over the treatment of Philor in such a manner. Be that as it may, at least the problem Heinkel had been carrying was shelved for now. But then again, there was no doubt that bringing Philor around without her memories would only sow the seeds for new problems. In that case, it won't become a problem or anything of the sort, Tilda. Right, Alsama? As Yi stealthily peered at his face from right next to him, Heinkel's breath caught. As if she had seen straight through Heinkel's inner apprehensions, she sent a sidelong glance his way as if mocking him, before proceeding to encourage Aldebaran as if presuming upon him. From Yi's disparaging attitude, he felt no sense of unease. What did give him a sense of unease was the demeanor Aldebaran displayed towards her. Aldebaran, yes. I did promise the old man after all. Heinkel, Promise, Aldebaran, that I'll be the one who deals with the matter of Lil Miss Felt, no Lil Miss Philor. Declaring so with an aloof yet evidently callous attitude, Aldebaran ignored Heinkel's bewilderment and dealt with it. At that decisive, nay, that uncompromising attitude, for better or worse, Heinkel was dismayed. The shift in the relationship between Aldebaran and Yi, the emotions the divine dragon harbored towards Philor, the expansion of the scope of actions permitted to gluttony, and the truth about Philor that had come to light. By no means were they a group with a unified relationship, but Heinkel could feel the strains and discrepancies gradually growing larger. Amidst such a group, Heinkel resolved himself to at least remain as one who maintained his sanity. No matter how suffocating a difficult situation he was placed in, Heinkel would be troubled were this group to fall apart before his goal was fulfilled. Hence Heinkel, even if it's just me, I'll act decently. Indeed, receiving the result of Philor having been dealt with, the black orb around the size of a beanbag in which she had been sealed, thus did Heinkel vow. Indeed, he had vowed. Heinkel, if you don't want Philor Sama to get hurt, then stand down. He had vowed, and yet. Faced with a predicament, Heinkel had done an about-face on that resolve of his, Binding the arms of the grown-up Philor behind her back, he pressed his sword against her slender neck. Felt HK, upon witnessing Heinkel's act of violence, a man of solid physique called out to Philor by a different name in frustration. Flam and Grassus, who had been pummeling him without having ceased their movements, faced off against Heinkel, their gazes filled with anger and disdain, likely mixed in with a bit of anxiety and bewilderment. From their perspective, there would have likely been two strands of surprise. Similar to how they had been repeatedly appearing and disappearing, Philor seemed to have appeared in Heinkel's hands without any forewarning, and furthermore, Heinkel had called her by a different name than the one they knew. There was no avoiding the perplexity and unease surging up in their eyes. "Heinkel, I'm deeply sorry, but I do not wish to be rough. Please bear with me." As Heinkel pinioned the arms of Philor and spoke those words to her, he was disgusted at his own chicanery. He had endeavored, in this battle that had commenced all too suddenly, Heinkel had endeavored to the utmost to avoid getting Philor involved. But he had given up. As always, his efforts had borne no fruit. So, shattering the black orb with which Aldebaran had entrusted him, he released the sealed Philor to the outside, and holding her hostage, he threatened the enemies who had appeared. "Heinkel, don't move, you don't want this personage to get hurt, yeah." Even as he stained his hands with such an atrocity, his secret courtesy towards Philor proved some fragment of conscience still lingered within Heinkel. Before he had gained conviction that she was Philor, he had been able to disregard the beautiful golden hair and blazing red eyes that were proof of royalty as being not more than a mere accidental resemblance. But now that he had been convinced of her identity as Philor, Heinkel was unable to interact with her the same way that he had up until that point. Where he asked if it was a matter of changing his attitude based on the identity of the other party, the answer would have been yes. To devote fealty towards those of the Lugunican royal family, 'twas a tenet entrenched in Heinkel by his parents. Philor HK, serving as a belated trump card, Philor's throat rumbled as she was made to raise her visage. Freshly liberated from that black orb, Philor complied with Heinkel's will, perhaps because of the lingering disorientation of her consciousness, or perhaps because the sudden change in situation had caused her to lose her bearings. While that irritated him to no end, the threat had been effective, with the opponent's movements having dulled. Seizing that opportunity, albeit he was still worried about Aldebaran and the others, Heinkel chose to prioritize rescuing Roy, who had fallen into a trap on the same battlefield. Felt, unlike that which had been wrung out by the man of solid physique earlier, this was a voice carrying strength. Across the battlefield thundered a shout woven from joy upon reuniting with a person held dear, faint ire beneath deep affection, together mixed in with a fear for her safety, and the ironclad determination to bring her home no matter what. Philor, at that voice, Philor stirred within Heinkel's arms. Even if she was in a state lacking memories, in a position unsure of friend or foe, any strong emotions directed towards herself would likely be conveyed. Slowly, she blinked open those signature red eyes of royalty, and met eyes with the old giant who had called out to her from afar. Then, opening her lips, she began to spin words. Those were Philor Ramgi. "Take Gaston and everyone else and fall back." That is coming, with all the royal grace up until a moment prior cast aside, a voice laden with a gruff strength, as if lost memories had been forcibly reclaimed at the call of someone treasured. 'Twas the roaring cry of the regal and valorous Golden Lion. 6. Of course, the reason why Felt had been able to warn her comrades of the oncoming peril stemmed not from any fairy tale convenience, like the miracle of love that Heinkel had thought it to be. The ruthlessness of the authority of gluttony was extended far past the likes of Felt, evident in the tragedies of the people who had fallen prey to it and those who surrounded them. There existed nothing so absurd like the hotbed of those countless tragedies being resolved merely by the emotions that surrounded Felt. Hence, the reason why Felt had returned from being Philor to Felt here was plain and simple. To begin with, Roy had never even eaten Felt's memories. "Roy, about after this, Feltshan, seems we've got no choice boo tilde t to eat your memories tilde. Feltshan, how about cooperating with us?" The words left Roy's lips soon after Aldebaran had resolved to deal with Felt, who had become a liability that threatened to fracture their group's cohesion after discovering an unnecessary truth. The unnecessary truth Felt had surmised would be devoured entirely by Roy along with her memories, and it seemed like this opportunity was also being taken to get rid of Felt's personality of impertinently prying into things one by one. The idea was that so long as her life was not taken, it would be fine, but if Felt were to be asked, the moment she lost her memories and stopped being her current self, it would be tantamount to killing her, so she did not approve of Aldebaran's methods. "Felt, but that doesn't mean that I'll suddenly approve of yours. To begin with, by cooperating with the likes of you, what the hell are you trying to get me to do?" "Roy, haha tilde, that attitude is tantalizing you no tilde. But no need to worry, Feltshan. After all, drafting scrupulous stratagems or having a perfect plan, that kind of stuff isn't our creed tilde. What we want to ask you to do, Feltshan, is decidedly for you to pretend your memories were eaten. Felt go on, closing a single eye, Felt detected a possible value in hearing Roy out. Viewing her reaction, Roy chortled thaw tilde teased the spirit tilde, in delight from the bottom of his heart. Roy, it's not bad to keep going along with Helmet Uncle and the others like this tilde, but if we don't take any action, the best we can hope for is being used up and tossed aside when the ideal time comes. See, we're engraved with a curse mark, and it's quite the unfavorable situation we're in. That's why you see, Felt, that's why. Roy, while you're pretending to have lost your memories, Felt Shan, just keep aiming and watching out for a chance to retaliate like you've always been. We'll take advantage of the opportunity you might create, Felt Shan, and attempt to slip out from our position as captive Sin Archbishop, after all. Felt. If I were to tell that to the helmet bastard, causing a falling out between you guys, you'd easily be eliminated. That line of thought also exists, you know. Roy, yes, that's exactly it. Keep laying those sorts of traps, tilde. Roy clapped his hands in great ecstasy, and trying to probe deeper into his true intentions, Felt quickly dismissed it. If he did happen to be concealing his true feelings, she did not think she could see through them, and it seemed to Felt that Roy was speaking sincerely. And in reality, given Felt's position, it was also the best proposal she could ask for. Felt's position at this rate would be that of being robbed of her memories, with not a thing she could do about it. Felt, however, you'd need to have my name in order to even eat me in the first place. Your sibling didn't know it, and that caused him to throw up. Roy, well, tilde, that's true. But even you know it somewhere deep in your heart, don't you, Felt Shan? That your real name might very well be the same as that of the princess renowned from the kingdom's Tra tilde Jetty. Felt, Roy, a tilde H, or perhaps you would like to confirm. Though if eclipsing succeeds using that name, we'd end up acquiring your memories, but we'll be able to verify. How about it, Felt? Ha, now there's a cheap provocation. Fine, I'm in. As Roy languidly hung out his long tongue and peered at her face, Felt scoffed at him. Just who actually was she? Such a worthless question did not matter in the slightest to Felt. She knew that there were those to whom it might have mattered, but it was the same logic as before, that having her memories stolen would have been the same as being killed. Felt had already accumulated all her life experience as a person named Felt. Sorry, but regardless of how it started, any life in which she was not Felt had ended before even starting. Such things were unnecessary. Hence, she would take advantage of the repulsive gluttony's machinations. Felt, I'll be the only one victorious. Roy, cuckoo, ahaha tilde. We thought you'd say that. We believed it. But even we will do our utmost by placing insurance to make sure that Felt Shan isn't the only one who wins, you know. Felt, insurance, eh? Don't say such lame things. Wager everything on a single shot. Roy, such gallantry is cool and whatnot tilde, but what's important to us isn't the likes of such pride tilde de. Eat or be eaten, that's all. With those words, Roy gnashed his teeth as if to celebrate the establishment of the collusion. And thereafter, as promised, Roy had pretended to eat Felt's memories, leaving her as she was. Felt too abided by the collusion with Roy, which she had half doubted, and acted as though she had no memories. She performed the role of the royal whom she did not even know, Philor Lugunica. Felt sorry, but the only person I could think to mimic was Krushnichin. In the sense that she was a victim whose memories had been eaten by gluttony, the first thing that came to Felt's mind was Krush. Having used the sudden changes in her demeanor and manner of speech as a reference, it seemed like Philor had somehow satisfied Aldebaran and the rest, and above all, Heinkel. Fortunately, the times she needed to play Philor were neither long nor many, as Felt had soon ended up being sealed in a peculiar black sphere through Aldebaran's magic. The sensations within that orb were exceedingly suffocating, and it was nothing nice, but there were aspects that had helped her. By reducing the amount of time she had needed to play Philor, she had managed to avoid revealing their subterfuge. Had Felt unwittingly revealed it, Roy's insurance would have been invoked. With such, she had been threatened. Supposing Felt did not go along with the proposal, it had been prepared to ensure she had no choice but to go along with it, and to prevent her betrayal after she agreed, proving to serve as insurance in quite the literal sense of the word. That was Felt, it's coming out from my shadow. While Heinkel pinioned her arms, holding his sword fastened against her neck, she shouted. Deceiving Aldebaran and his henchmen, the face-down trap card prepared by the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, in order to flee from their grasp, listed alongside the white whale and the great rabbit. It was the last of the three great witch beasts Felt, the black serpent, so it was that in response to the breach of the agreed-upon collusion. Brought forth to this theater of all-out war between the two factions was the black serpent, the witch beast of pestilence responsible for having massacred the most living creatures in this world since its birth. 2. Chapter 45, Clash of the Super-Rational. 2. In her defense, Felt had not initially accepted Roy's conditions with the intention of immediately reneging on them. The insurance he had imposed on her had certainly been insurance. That threat was known to Felt, and if she were to act carelessly in any way, it was very likely that she would bring enormous harm to not only her own life as a matter of course, but also to her surroundings. Therefore, despite how annoying it was, she intended to go along with Roy's plan, playing the part of Filer Lugunica and waiting for as large of an opening as possible from Aldebaran and the others. Of course, she intended on further outmaneuvering Roy as he tried to outmaneuver them. However, that determination within Felt was soon forced to change course. Felt, released from the sealed space, while feeling the frigidity of steel against the skin of her neck, Felt poured everything into getting a grasp on the situation. The first thing was the assurance that she would act as Philor to prevent that which had a risk of being invoked, regardless of if Roy was watching or not. On top of that, she was seeking an opportunity to give any members of Aldebaran's group a taste of their own medicine. Such various determinations cracked the moment that familiar voice had called out to her. Felt pinned in a Nelson hold, Felt raised her head slightly and looked. At the edge of the battlefield, the loud voice that had called out for Felt was Ramji, whom she was already missing after only 2 or 3 days. She was overjoyed, but at the same time, she understood that she was a hostage for this purpose, and she forcefully fastened the mask of Philor that was beginning to slip. Then their eyes met. With Ramji, it was not. Rather, it was with the pale blue eyes of the girl perched atop those shoulders with his. In that instant, information flooded into Felt's head with a terrifying ferocity. Felt within the blinking red eyes of Felt, the muddy torrent raged like there was no time that could be spared. Apparently the middle of a battle, Aldebaran and Yi and the Divine Dragon absent, all-out war with only Roy and Heinkel remaining, divide and conquer plus ambush tactics, my Ramji in command as expected, Reinhard continuing to engage the witch on top of that, on top on Felt, Ramji. Take Gaston and everyone else and fall back. That is coming. After wading through the unrelenting muddy torrent of information, Felt raised her voice with the belief that this was the optimal choice. Even should she continue to act as Philor for fear of the insurance, there was a high probability that Roy, who was caught in a predicament on the battlefield, would break his promise in order to overturn the situation. To begin with, he was a Sin Archbishop. It would be a mistake to place such faith in matters such as them keeping their promises. After all, Roy had been lying from the start, conspiring with Felt to escape after exploiting an opening made by Aldebaran, and the others was an outright lie. From the onset, Roy had only ever thought of devouring everyone, Felt, Aldebaran, Yi, Volcanica, and Heinkel included. As such, Felt, it's coming out from my shadow. In this act of forestalling Roy, she had harbored no hesitation or indecision whatsoever. If there was but one thing, it was solely the fear that they would be unable to handle the insurance, but that fear had been dispelled by the presence of those here, and in particular by Ramji. If Ramji was present, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. The hope that many throughout the world held in the sword saint, Reinhard van Estria, was something that Felt harbored in this elderly giant. Therefore Felt, the black serpent, even though a dreadful torrent of death poured out from her own shadow, in Felt's eyes, in her heart, there existed not a single shred of fear whatsoever. For one of the 3 great witch beasts, the witch beast of pestilence, the black serpent, blighting humanity, was in the core nature of the species known as witch beasts. The reason why the 3 great witch beasts were considered to stand in a league of their own even among that genus was simply because, in addition to embodying that base ecology of witch beasts, the scale of destruction they wrought was far too catastrophically vast, surrounded many a time by the military campaigns of every nation, and enshrouded by a mist that entirely erased the majority of those forces, the white whale. Leaving no scraps behind as it devoured countless livelihoods with a calamitous appetite, the ravenous bane that stripped even tragedy bare as it cleaned its plate, the great rabbit. Enrolled alongside the black serpent, the dreadfulness of those extolled as the 3 great witch beasts went without saying. Yet even beside the white whale and great rabbit, the black serpent stood apart, an anomalous existence that defied all regularity. As stated previously, the 3 great witch beasts were beings that wrought frighteningly more harm than any other witch beasts. If that condition were to have been strictly obeyed, then the black serpent, rather than having been listed among the 3 great witch beasts, would have instead been worthy of reigning as the great witch beast singular. After all, the black serpent had bereaved a number of lives astronomically greater than that of either the white whale or the great rabbit, what with it having delivered ruination unto a great country that had formerly existed, reducing what were once the 5 great countries to the 4 great countries. Ram Enwa, apprised of the arrival of the black serpent, Ramji's voice subsequently erupted in surprise. That instant burgeoning from the shadow at Felt's feet was a dense conglomeration of miasma so dark that its true state could be ascertained on sight, appearing just as though the shadow itself had poked its head up. It was an utmost malefic menace made manifest, unparalleled in its ability to remind all living creatures of their instinctive aversion to death. And yet Ram, hey, what incarnations with them eyes! Despite the fact that she would have been acutely feeling the dreadful aura of the witch beast up close, the fact that Felt's eyes housed no fear as she looked at him, instead carrying only an unwavering faith, brought Ramjiai's heart to a boil. Suppressing the instincts of self-preservation that were all too superfluous for the elderly, a desire to meet her expectations was blazed within him. Petra understood. Forthwith, the young girl who had responded hopped down from Ramjiai's shoulders. Drawing his chin back at the clever girl's decision, Ramjiai fixed his gaze afore. Compression was invoked. A sharp sensation, as if consigning his surroundings to oblivion, tremored through Ramjiai's soul. Supposing this power had been at play in the many battles that Valga Cromwell had come to be involved with, then the tactics utilized, the outcomes begotten, even history itself would have likely undergone a massive upheaval. By merely laying eyes upon the power of an authority, by the mere sensation of a witch factor in close proximity, he could not help but conceive of such what-if scenarios. Likely that was the unmistakable genesis of what captivated those chosen by witch factors with prospects of power, leading them astray as they drowned in delusions of omnipotence, invariably degrading them into repulsive abominations. Wielding such a thing, Petra, firmly clenching her molars, it was with a brave heart that Petra endured. Brief while though it might have been, there was no doubt that the witch factor was saddling her with a correspondent burden. Despite wishing to liberate her from it as soon as possible, reality betrayed his wishes, forcing her to exercise that power. The fact that Ramjiai too was not more than a part of that odious reality irritated him to no end. It was precisely for that reason, precisely because it was being forced on her, that he would at least return home with the greatest results possible. Warrior Ta Lightnin 8. Soldier Ta Flowers 8. Concurrent to that vocalization from his thick lips was the sensation of thoughts bursting asunder. In accordance with Ramjiai's commands, Petra passed brisk judgment, retrieving the trio of Flam, Grassus, and Gaston through compression and dropping them towards the rear of the battlefield. Ramjiai, having advanced an equivalent distance forward to take their place, ripped Felt free from Heinkel's continued hold and planned to withdraw once again. However, how cruel Tilda, didn't we say that we'd run away Toj Tilda there? For a moment, a voice lacquered with slimy unpleasantness overlaid the nasty resonance of flesh forcibly being pierced. Scorching pain flashed belatedly, causing Ramjiai to let out a groan as he locked eyes with the owner of the spear hand that had impaled his right flank with the blood-stained smile of Rai. Rai, who ought to have sustained a fatal wound at the coordinated onslaught by Ram and the others a moment ago, continued to bare his fangs while his petite, wound-riddled body was stained red with blood. Felt bastard doing that to Ramjiai is Rai, we did warn you no. These guys won't even properly listen to what we have to say is what we're saying. Gnashing his teeth as Felt flared up in anger, Roy gestured behind him with a jerk of his chin. Befouling spire of black sprouted up on a grand scale, unveiling a genuine threat to gnaw away at one's life, to eclipse it entirely were they to merely catch a glimpse, let alone lay hands upon it, a peril instinctually perceived by any and all that lived. This was no empty threat or bluff. Present there was indeed the baleful legend known as the Black Serpent. Enduring the pain of his flank being impaled, Ramjiai's thoughts flared to the point of incandescence. Attempting to do something about it here would be a bad idea even among the pantheon of piss-poor plans. But given that Roy would naturally interfere with their plans, escaping with compression would be difficult. Did Roy possess a means of avoiding the Black Serpent's cataclysmic malevolence, or was this perhaps a suicide tactic, resolved to take them down along with himself? To devise the best possible course of action in order to prevent that think Ram, protect the daughter of Ford. As for why his ardent thoughts had terminated upon such a conclusion, not even Ramjiai himself was aware. Only with his thought process to arrive there condensed to the utmost extremity, he exclaimed. And receiving that blood-curdling outcry from Ramjiai, a lone man concorded. God, the owner of that fearful, quavering voice reflexively brandished his sword, obliquely slashing at Rai, who was attempting to cling to Ramjiai's giant body, blowing him away. The mastery in that silver flash was something that astonished even the very man who had performed it, and thus, having been rescued by that, it delivered a shock onto Felt as if the heavens had come crashing down. Felt Heinkel, motionlessly looking back at Felt, whose eyes were open wide, Heinkel grit his teeth and reached out his hand. Reaching straight ahead, not towards Felt, but towards the large body of Ramjiai who had pulled her close, he pushed. On the receiving end of that unimaginably vehement shove, Ramjiai's body was sent flying by its vigor. And then in front of Ramjiai and Felt as they watched, having been thrust away, Heinkel, Filer Sama that countenance, an amalgam of turmoil and regret and love and hate, just how could anyone have described it? The words spun by those lips, enigmatic and labyrinthine to the utmost, just what sort of sentiments had they been attempting to convey? All was unknown. Before those words could take form, Heinkel Astria was swallowed by the downpour of befoulment known as the Black Serpent, vanishing altogether. Ram, as befoulment cascaded like a waterfall, the land, steeped in baleful black, drew its final breath. Arboreal watchers of wood and bark withered, flora festered in rot, and waters seethed with blight. Nary a hue of life was left behind by the black serpent's foul tongue following its tarnish. Instead, it engulfed aught in its path, extinguishing all embers of life without discrimination. And of course, with that befoulment spilled all over his head, Heinkel was no exception. Felt, got him idiot, Roy, Atilda H, what a waste. Bearing witness to that sight, the bitter reactions of Felt and Roy ironically coincided. But as the other relevant party, Ram Gi possessed no right to lament that. After all, he was at least aware that it was his outcry just now that had spurred Heinkel to enact that deed with his life on the line. But regardless of whether he was self-aware or not, his determination was immediately renewed by Roy's appetite. Roy Filer Lugu Ram, Hunter Ta Win 2, whilst befouling lethality gushed forth like spring water, the voice of Roy, prioritizing his appetite, was drowned out by Ram Gi's. As the small figure pounced at them, Ram Gi twisted his body to keep Felt at a distance, and to his clever companion he issued an order not to have them withdraw but to break the deadlock. Aru, this child, not even I have confidence in stopping I tilde T. Summoned by those commands, surfacing there were Meili and the sinister beast of large build to which she clung. As a roar overlapped with the self-deprecating remark and the beast's claws seized Roy head-on, the witch beast master pointed at the potpourri of befoulment and yelled with all her might. Meili, sit down. The thunderclap that was Meili's command struck the witch beast with an inexorable impulse. Forthwith, as the befoulment had been attempting to bifurcate while slithering across the ground, within shadow, born in its movements, was a disturbance, and having shifted places with the sinister beast, Ram Gi and the others escaped the black serpent's immediate range. Having fled, he resumed breathing, and turning only his neck, he finally caught sight of the befoulment in its entirety, and failed to muster even a single word. Ram, this was no life form so cute as a witch beast, this was death incarnate. The befoulment that had overflowed from the forest's shadows coalesced, taking form as a serpentine contour. However, that contour was not of flesh or scale. Instead, 'twas not more than a festering den of pathology, pestilence, and plague innumerable, an endless helix of lesions, disease, and blight, brought together by malign coincidence to assume such a shape. Its ulcerations, akin to the scales that clad a snake's body, would swell and burst, releasing droplets of deep black to scatter like pus, a mere touch from a single drop enough to make anything rot and wither away with nary a sound. The tip of the contour, barely acceptable to even be called a head, began to bloom like a flower, and from within writhed countless slender, filamentous protuberances, akin to tongues or tentacles, or perhaps more aptly, an infestation of parasites. Worthy of being crowned the vilest of all witch beasts beyond any shadow of a doubt, that was a being whose very existence tolled the warning bells of life. If the white whale devoured history from the ether, and the great rabbit gorged on livelihoods upon the ground, then the black serpent was none other than the very calamity of ruin that diseased the world itself, blighting it with rot. Roy, that perception's right on the money. Within Ram Gi's vision as he shuddered, the loud voice of Roy cheered in jubilation upon the land befouled by the black serpent. At the same time, the witch beast of large build was launched skyward by a palm strike from directly below, its blood arcing through the air like a crimson trail. Meili Shadow Lionshan HK, an exclamation, Meili's hand outstretched to no avail. The witch beast that had been shot upwards, the Giltalaw, plummeted to the ground that had been befouled by the black serpent in an unavoidable crash. Its gargantuan build was licked by that foul tongue, violating it with terrible vigor. With the roar of its agonizing death screech as his backdrop, Roy too stood at the heart of the befoulment. Even so, manipulating the blood pouring from his gashed wounds, Roy had fashioned for himself legs akin to those of a crustacean, concocting a stance with his feet hovering above the ground. Roy, Atilda H, you don't have to cry, Meili. That child will be reborn just like this. Roy pronounced so and clicked his fingers, and that which used to be the Giltalaw, tarnished to a clump of black matter after being swallowed by the befoulment, now began to distend, and the witch beast's massive build metamorphosed into countless kaleidoscopic butterflies. Butterflies of myriad proportions, hued in the spectra of rainbow, fluttered into a whirling dance, whilst Roy wickedly gave an iniquitous smile within the enshrouding miasma of the black serpent. Ram, the black serpent, felt. He did say he couldn't steer it well by himself, but he was able to pull off something like concealing it in my shadow with some conditions attached. I don't have any reason to honestly believe him. Roy, how sad, Tilda. You couldn't trust us, and for that reason betrayed us or something. Is that what it means? To do something so crooked as deceiving a sin archbishop, won't your royal-born blood cry and weep over thigh tilde s? Felt, sorry, but my blood's made of the water and bread from the slums. No matter who or what my parents are, I don't need any meekness that'd have me crying over betraying a bastard like you. As Felt gallantly retorted Roy's mockery, her gaze shifted towards the coiling befoulment known as the Black Serpent, towards the location Heinkel had occupied, as he was engulfed by the torrent of black. Having witnessed the fate of the Giltalaw a moment prior, it was not difficult to imagine the end Heinkel had met. He was a man whom neither Ramji nor anyone else in the camp would have harbored a good impression of. But he was Reinhard's father. With Felt as a hostage, they likely would have also had some conversations. For him to meet his end as the Black Serpent's prey was far too cruel to be called recompense. Old Goa, that sentimentality of his was blazed to naught by a coarse voice. Passing over Ramji's head, hellfire brilliantly lit up the forest as it closed in on the Black Serpent. Plowing into it, the infernal explosion tempestuously perturbed the befoulment, and the hot, putrid malodor immediately asserted a sense of reality for the scene before them. And the one who had launched such a merciless offensive upon the Black Serpent was an individual who had newly joined the fray. I felt. If you're back safe, then start giving us orders. Isn't that your damn job? Having fired off a flashy attack in place of a proper greeting, Ratchins sparked a fire of determination within her. Seemingly having exerted himself quite a bit, Ratchins was already out of breath despite only just arriving at the battle. However, that determination went into effect immediately. Right after widening her eyes slightly, Felt valiantly braced her cheeks. Felt, Ramji, let me win this. Ram, don't you go bane rash now. Felt, I wouldn't be asking if there was no shot. Ram, didn't say that there ain't no shot. I'd said don't be rash. He was wounded on his flank, and it did not seem like he would be able to move with any haste. He ought to devote himself to the work he could perform, so with the blood that had rushed to his head coming back down, he cooled off to think rationally. Supposing Gluttony were to lay his hand upon Felt, what might occur if the name Philor Lugunica were used? Knowing the answer to that question, Ramji quelled his sentimentality and began to work his thoughts. And as if having found that demeanor of Ramji's reliable, Felt smacked her cheeks with both her hands. Felt, all right, time for orders as requested. Let's do this, you bastards. Everyone, yeah. Receiving Felt's invigorating command, voices began to rise, with those of Ratchins and Gaston being the first. Facing a Sin Archbishop and the Black Serpent, foes truly worthy of being called threats to the world, whilst feeling proud of his comrades who roused their spirits instead of faltering, Ramji also smacked his cheeks with his hands. Roy Atilda H, indeed, basking in the gazes of hostility directed towards him, Roy embraced his own body. Roy, it's irresistibly. Everyone, all of you, to the greatest level possible, love you. 6. Harboring the aegis of delight, want to eat. Harboring the aegis of gratitude, want to eat. Harboring the aegis of affection, want to eat. Bearing not rage, not sorrow, not fear, not animus, not diffidence, not repugnance, not hatred, not begrudgment, not grief, not scorn, not disdain, not malediction, not acrimony, want to eat. From the deepest depths of his heart, all of those present here did Roy Alfred of bizarre eating want to eat. Roy, but there's many obstacles to thaw tilde t. Discarding his clothes, torn to shreds as they were, Roy bared his skin marred in wounds to the wind, licking his lips. Requisitioning advantage on the misfire of Eclipsing, Ram and Company's hospitality had dealt him enormous damage, so the equanimity Roy was purporting to show was, in reality, equanimity of which he was bereft. He was brutalizing his copious volumes of blood through the magic of the blood-weeping Oni, and the witch beasts and creatures of the forest that had perished due to the Black Serpent's befoulment as rainbow-hued butterflies with the power of the Lord of Phantasmal Rainbows, but from Roy bearing the effects of Aldebaran's curse mark, even the freedom to abscond from the battlefield was lost. But then again, even should that not hold true, in the face of those treating him to such a feast, the option to run did not so much as even pass through the mind of Roy of bizarre eating. Roy were different from Lay of Gourmet after Tilda LL. With myriads of likes and dislikes, Lay, who would be fastidious about the persons to be eaten, tended to be particular about the situation as well. Befittingly, he would utilize desertion or postponement if necessary as a substitution for spice, but Roy was different. To not be fastidious meant his appetite craved all persons equivalently. Vidlicit, Roy Alfred wanted to devour every last person in this world. Thus, to abscond would be outrageous. Should he ever become unable to meet somebody again after meeting them once, no number of aprons doused in drools of vexing regret would likely ever suffice. Roy, for us who are like that tilde, this preliminary preparation of ingredients is a by tilde t troublesome you see tilde. Through both Ram and Ram Mathers, he had foundered on eating ram. The alteration of the true name was unmistakable. However, for no cues to match even in the newest memories of someone close to her meant that there were an interminable number of candidates for the true name post-alteration, and likely it was possible that not just Ram, but everyone in the vanguard had arranged the same preliminary preparation of ingredients. Roy, even the name of the witch of Tristisha, Petra Late, who knows for how much can that be trust tilde d, even her act of having pronounced it as her name loud and clear, now this appeared to be an extensive trap. Bearing that in mind in the present situation, that which was in scope for Roy to outstretch his hand and reach for was only to the extent of Felt, who was almost certainly Philor Lugunica, but even that was not fully definite. And the 1 in 10,000 chance that attempting such on Felt were to end with a swinging and a miss, triggering the vomiting recoil of eclipsing with a blurg, then the opening Roy caused for himself would be taken advantage of, and this time, with certitude, it would be the terminus. Thus, with emotion of heartbreak, Roy made a determination forbodden to gluttony. Roy, let's put off eating for now. At this very present moment, ascertaining the true names of these tasty treats in order to wolf every last one of them down would be impossible. In order to clean them off the plate without leaving any scraps, what must be given foremost priority in this place was the stocking up of preserved foods. Providentially, the black serpent obeying Roy was the one head with that as its forte. To that end, he had idealized to manifest the black serpent at a spot with a greater multitude of people, but with that included, Felt's decision to turn traitor was of an exquisitely unfavorable timing for Roy. Roy, but that's precisely what makes eating worth it. The precipice of exsanguination, enormously damaged, hunger amongst hunger, the utmost sensation of starvation, full force bizarre eating. Joining his hands before his chest, he bulldozed the world from both ends of his field of vision to a convergence at its center. Trees with roots entrenched deep were smashed. Even the grounded earth trodden down in immense natural spontaneity got exhumed in the crossfire by the might of the compactor, seeking to block the escape routes of the prey retreating back to safe turf. Felt, Gaston, Doltero, the two colossi sought to cease the fabrication of that firm wall of earth through brute force. The struggle only lasted for but a moment, the resistance towards the compaction rebounding to Roy's closed hands and forcing them to spread apart as fire billowed before his eyes. Felt, Ratchins, made Nichin, the fireball of the Senpaku eyes coalesced with the wind brought forth by Ram, thus birthing a tornado of fire. Roy expended 3 of the whirl-dancing butterflies against it, and countered it with a water spear of the Magia Manus Magister. The butterflies that emerged from mana leftover in carcasses exhibited destructive might despite being of simple chemical construct, but they were also capable of sequestrating magic as external tanks of mana. For Roy, who wished to subsist the flow method in his dying body with his own mana expense, they were automated reinforcements who would only be supplemented the more the black serpent slaughtered. Felt, Flam, Grassus, the tornado of fire and the iceberg collided, with his vision being engulfed by the consequent steam eruption. Piercing through the world where the waxen white of the skies and the sable black of the grounds were repainted, the merciless sortie of the twins befell Roy, discounting his desire to take a breath. Willfully devouring it with the sturdy skin of the carnivorous beast, he reciprocated the favor with a combined offensive onslaught, taking in his right hand the Fist King and the Snow Vallum in his left, knocking off the twins together into the ground besmirched with befoulment. But on the escarpment of the virulent foul tongue of blight swallowing the twins, a bone spear of the lunging hungry horse king collected the two, retrieving them from the span of lethality. Pulverizing the other bone spear, which had been thrust forth, alongside its arm through the song of the blight-loved troubadour, the destitute fruits of battle made Roy's stomach squirm with peristalsis of starvation. There Roy beeg wave. In Roy's immediate rear, the black serpent stretched its body high up into the sky and slowly, like a felled tree, flopped down ahead, where all of its prey had assembled. A single touch being the harbinger of end, the clod of impulses far too ruinous to be construed with a classification as tepid as murder, the black serpent conducted its hunt in a manner that, whilst admittedly lacking in creativity, could be crudely connoted as cursory, a congenital conqueror. By just scattering its mass would its opponents perish, thus it did not requisite greater astuteness. That was what callously descended upon Felt and the others head-on. Felt, live, everyone strong, the roars that became one transfigured into strength, and the black serpent's befoulment that would sleet down onto the ground was barged back. The ones charged with physical labor exhumed the ground, the ones charged with magic reinforced that ground to act as a bulwark, the ones charged with techniques mortared it such that the black serpent would receive the blow, earning the singular second of the bulwark's dissolution for them to retreat. Everyone of everyone, mobilized to the utmost with unfathomable harmony. Roy, resolute, intrepid, what gallantry. Entering the visual percept of the black serpent scattering the menace of lethality, whilst combating Roy, who transmutated the existences of formidable enemies, friends, fought so far into power, they who marched forward absent of dither possessed might that was inexplicable. Roy, normally you'd panic or be astonished or be shuddering or something, tilde W. Chaos, fright, trepidation. Their conduct elided over these appropriate impacts at which Roy vociferated. Harmony greater than that between family or lovers, blended with resolution and grit resembling the apotheoses of aberrance. Unmistakable, they were finessed to completion. All of them together were a singular, excessively extravagant platter. The moment he contemplated so, before the lineup rich in variety and the abounding assortment of hues, his heart capered that none were the appetizer, the side dish, or the main course. All of them were equivalent, invaluable, deeply flavorful uniques. As Roy's eyes sparkled in such elation, Felt rolled through the plume of smoke and hoisted a middle finger at him. She flaunted her sharpened high canines, felt, "Don't stand around drooling over yourself, you manic bastard. Roy, you all are so exceedingly beloved that it's impossible not to." Towards Felt, who was acting as the nucleus and instructed directions of mobilization to her comrades, the affection exacerbated. In the beginning, he was indignant with rage for his plans being betrayed, but now he was thankful for her betrayal. To be served with hospitality so wonderful, this side must also return the favor, or it would bring dishonor to the name Sin Archbishop. Roy, upon glancing, he perceived the black serpent's movements to be sluggish. The black serpent was intrinsically a witch beast of ploddingly laggard movement that corroded the area, proliferating blight by befouling the ground, leaving not a crevice behind. As a hunter, its efficiency was by no means high. Being just one of its heads, it was unquestionably not operating at its normal condition, but even so, its movements being yet duller was due to sit down, no tilde WHK. Clinging to the hungry horse king with slender arms, Meili inhibited the black serpent's movements with her quavering timbre. Eyes bloodshot, she overexerted the divine protection she had been blessed with, and its recoil must have been bestowing upon her a sensation of her soul being seared, of her blood being smoldered. Yet her divine protection of fiend manipulation was interfering with even the black serpent, one of the three great witch beasts. Though in truth, the black serpent's responses seemed slow even when taking that into account. Roy, after having gone so far, let us compensate for that. On this end, Tilda, harboring the emotion to extol not the beleaguered black serpent but the beleaguering Meili, Roy joined his hands and jutted the ground upward, off of which the rainbow-hued butterflies blasted, scattering shrapnel of the befouling variety. Befoulment of death that would eliminate upon touch. If the movements of the black serpent itself were slow, then all he must do was to take up charge for the task of spattering. Crewing 3 successive eruptions, a wide acreage was spritzed in black. Roy's ha-ha tilde ha-ha tilde ha-ha tilde. Naturally, being at the epicenter of the eruption, Roy's life would also be in peril should he bathe in the befoul. Hence Roy coated himself in an armor of blood, braced to perfectly avoid basking in the spattering daub of befoulment. Besides a select few exceptions, there was nobody capable of dodging rain. Furthermore, it was improbable for all members of the plates of treats to be such exceptions, thus the bombardment of the black serpent's befoulment would ruthlessly lacquer the battlefield in black. There were limits to how much the prey could protect one another. Incapacitating Meili would be ideal, but Roy, a vacuous, doltish voice escaped Roy's throat as he removed his face guard of blood. Before his sight, amidst the thickets felled to necrosis by the spattered daub of befoulment, was a gaping space that had eluded the blight. Therein were the forms of the treats assembled together, backs joined together, successfully safeguarding from the bombardment of death. Roy, just no way. The insuperable scales of the kaleidoscope of rainbow-hued butterflies were intercepted by the boisterous dance of the ground's bombardment. Roy, there's no way. The compaction which squashed his field of vision from edges to center was curbed at its inception, thus thwarting its invocation. Roy, we're saying there's no way. His impediment, aiming to transpierce their eardrums through a strident song, was drowned out by the clangorous detonation kindled by gale and flame. Roy, there's just no way. We're telling you there's no way because there is no way. Turning the stomach of souls inside out, wielding all within his grasp without restraint, using the might of the superrational, with even the truth of their existences fostering terror having vanished, he had begotten successive cataclysms. The Aldebusters, however, with Felt at the helm, responded to counter all of it with precision and optimum conduct, synchronously coordinating as though all of them together formed a singular organism. This was odd. Roy, whilst repeating onslaughts which whittled the world in its common sense, without pause and unremitting, Roy was posed with a doubt. No matter what, this was odd. It was certain that they were gallant. They placed trust in one another. Their purpose was one. They were superlative and adroit. They were strong. Even so, this was odd. Humans were incapable of conduct optimized to this magnitude. Yet notwithstanding, Felt and the others continued to play the utmost effective cards in their hand with the best possible timings against every possible kind of offensive. Roy was acquainted with this sensation. Aldebaran when he had fought him at the prison tower. Upon unfastening the captive Roy's seal, Aldebaran had battered Roy to demonstrate the difference in their strength. The inexplicability that had disabled his arms and legs alike, this was the same close but different. That had ultimately only been the abnormal essence of Aldebaran standalone. However, this was an abnormal essence dwelling in every single enemy present. Something was clearly wrong. Roy, a tilde H misjudged, haven't we tilde? The unordinary that paralyzed common sense, the superrational inexplicable through reason, the inscrutable that precluded debate. These abnormal straits induced, his hungry stomach glutted with doubt, Roy arrived at an inordinately obvious truth and cursed himself. Based on her authoritative commands, he had been set under the impression that the enemy's nucleus had been felt. This guided direction of Roy's rationale was also a part of their plan. The true person at the nucleus was not felt, but the string puller concealed behind her. With this conjecture, Roy shot a leer in that direction. Just then, the string puller blinked their eyes with an awe. 7 God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never desire reconciliation with another. God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never rage on the behalf of another. God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never divulge secrets to another. God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never to display weakness to another. God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never watch the morning sun in the company of another. Chapter 46, The Witch of Tristasha. To the Witch of Tristasha, Petra late. To begin with, how had Petra ended up in a position to receive the witch factor of Tristasha? The reason why the original proprietor Clind had been unable to take on the role was because he had a duty that only he could fulfill, because he was the one who had to subdue the divine dragon Volcanica. And ultimately, anybody other than him could have served the role of proprietor just fine. Naturally, there were some who would be less suited to utilizing the authority of Tristasha than others, as well as those such as Emilia and Meili, who would serve as capable fighters even without it, and Rem, who had her own role to play, and thus were quickly excluded from candidacy. However, even after leaving out those girls, there were still plenty of candidates. Hence, the greatest reason why the other final remaining candidates, Ram and Ramji, were set aside in favor of selecting Petra to hold the witch factor, was due to decisions based on more than just comprehensive fighting strength. Simply put, Petra had the topmost ability to wield the authority. Felt about the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, that Roy bastard, given that he insists on devouring everything he can get his hands on, the amount of moves he's got to play can't be anything ordinary. What are we gonna do? Flam, close quarter, mid-range, and long-distance combat will all be troublesome to perform. Grasses, foul play. Like the young master, Ratchins and Gaston, if he's the same as Reinhard, then how the hell's anyone supposed to win? Rom, don't you be kicking up such a loud racket. Grasses, don't you be saying such thoughtless things. It'll only serve ta overwhelm Ram, ha. You all are quite close. If you already feel like you've won, care to share that feeling with Ram, Rom, this girl's got quite the sharp tongue, felt, though I get what this maid Nietzsche is trying to say. What do we got, Rom, we'll keep up the fundamentals like this. The opponent indeed's got cards ta play no matter the distance, but, Ratchins and Gaston, but, Rom, no matter how many cards he's got in his hand, he's only got one head ta chose which of em ta play. If we continue attacking in waves, he'll inevitably end up playing the wrong card. Ram, even without that, the opponent's wounds are deep. Once he gets impatient, he will end up wanting to force a progression of the situation. Quite brilliant Ramsama, felt, heh, my Ramji is amazing, isn't he? Flam, indeed we will be counting on Ramsama. Grasses, clap Ramsama. Ram, we're in the midst of putting our lives on the line. For crying out loud, Meili, sorry to interrupt while you're all having fu tilde n, but there's a lot I have to say to Hungry Horse King Shan and the O tilde thers, so it sort of feels like my head is about to split a pat tilde RT. You know, Ratchins and Gaston, sorry, with that the contents of a war council, equivalent to if they had gathered face to face and had discussed earnestly were compressed to have happened in a single instant by Petra, exercising the authority of Tristasha. Having also accreted compressions on the thought processes for all of them to conceive their best ideas, she had done so. If we can compress the distance and time for traversal like Clinsan's been doing, then it should also be possible to compress things like thinking time and discussion time. An essential component of such conceptual type abilities is that type of paradigm shift. Petra, since Cliniasama had always continued to use it the same way, I guess he's just way too blockheaded. While concentrating on the intricacies of operating the authority, Petra bantered with the translucent, imaginary Subaru. They were amidst combat. Ordinarily, one might be tempted to complain how distracting it was, but in the particular case of the current Petra, her exchanges with Subaru were proving to be a source of great relief. The small box in which the witch factor of Tristasha was preserved, concealing that which she had inherited from Clind in her breast pocket, Petra continued to experience firsthand the dreadful force of attraction brought about by this power. Petra, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but the term attraction just fits way too perfectly. Likening the sensation to that of being irresistibly drawn in by attraction, Petra scolded herself. Were she to let her mind relax for even a second, the witch factor would immediately tempt Petra with thoughts such as, you could try this, and you could even try that, attempting to remove an important shackle binding one to their humanity. Without that or anything to hold onto, she felt like she would surrender to the sensation of being swallowed up as she shakily stared down over the edge of a great cliff. But that's a no-go. The sensations of omnipotence, a sweet nectar intoxicating to the likes of man. Witch factors were prone to exploiting those weak hearts of humans. And yet their way of going about it took the form of offering, well, how about this, as a means to grant that which one desired most. The more one treasured something, the more they harbored a wish they could not relinquish, that harder it would become to resist its allure. Certainly neither the Witch of Greed, nor the former sin Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, had been exceptions. Even Petra did not know what might have happened to her if she had lacked a means to sustain her sense of self. However, Subaru, Petra, Tanshin need a follow-up, Petra, Kansan's on break after all. Leave it to me, as that gallant, boyish voice struck the eardrums of her heart, Petra exercised her authority. As Ratchins and Gaston agonized over how they ought to handle the onslaught of the brandishment of the blood scythes and the befouling downpour, she compressed their processes of thought and communication, having them select the best course of action. The pair immediately made a switch to dealing with the approaching assault. Gaston caught the sanguine scythe with his flow method, and Ratchins unloaded a gatling volley of fireballs into the befoulment, magnificently tiding them over. Seeing that, Subaru gave a thumbs up, and Petra also returned the gesture. Subaru, that's it, Petra. Just like that. You're so cool, even if it was just an illusion and not more. The way her beloved was smiling for her cheered her heart to high spirits. This was it. Thanks to this, Petra could transcend her limits whilst remaining as Petra. Unlike the many who had been enthralled by witch factors throughout history, Petra was not alone. That was what kept Petra from falling into corruption as the Witch of Tristitia. After all, Petra, I don't want Subaru to hate me. If there were any who would laugh at that vanity, then laugh. Fingers ought to be pointed, and ridicule ought to be cast upon Petra. If necessary, she could make as many excuses as she liked. This was a battle to save the world. She would rescue the many people who lived in the kingdom from their unease. She had no choice but to protect the grand stage that was the royal selection. She was carrying everyone's hopes upon herself, after all. I have far more reasons than simply the excuses I'm making. Ramni-sama's always eager to slack off on everything, but she's fighting her hardest. Frederica-ni-sama's staying back to attend to things, but she's praying for me. Otto-san's always acting way too recklessly. The fact that I'm moving in accordance with the master's expectations is truly unpleasant. I want to show off to Emilia-ni-sama and Rem-ni-sama. I'll roar out like a tiger on Garf-san's behalf too. Meili-chan, don't make such a worried expression. Beatrice-chan, I'll definitely save you so you mustn't cry. All of those were precious to her, and no doubt reasons why Petra was giving it her all, but the number one thing was different. My number one is you. To you, I don't want to show any part of me that's uncool. I don't want to show any part of me that's pathetic. After all, when I find myself reflected in those eyes of yours, I don't want your attention to drift away for even a second. With your heart taken by a person who's always glistening so brilliantly, if I need to present myself with a form that's always so glisteningly radiant in order to get you to turn to me, then so be it. That attraction has long since pulled me in. Don't call it anything like a witch factor. The entirety of my being is made up of love and affection. Petra, that's why this is nothing. No matter how tempting the witch factor might be, Petra would never succumb. So long as these feelings of love resided within her, then neither gluttony nor the black serpent were dreadful in the slightest. For the latent might of the Aldebusters, no, of the assemblage apt of being named as the Witch of Tristitia and her apostles, was something that far surpassed Roy's anticipations and postulations. Roy, how nice, perhaps it is nice, very nice, surely it is nice, certainly it is nice, nothing but nice, as it is nice because it can be called nice because it can be praised as nice. Gluttonous drinking. Gluttony, penultimately, what the Witch of Tristitia was carrying out was unbeknownst to Roy. He simply comprehended, with lucid precision, that she was countering the authority of gluttony, enacting the authority which she possessed to its utmost, and bestowing the means to survive upon the entire troop of Felt and the rest. Pertaining to the battle, Felt and the others had failed to bear fruits greater than their own abilities as well. The maximum of their ability was constantly being drawn, poured into the best cup and being utilized, that was all. And what made this possible was the efficacy of the authority of Tristitia. However, Roy, it's not supposed to be something so convenient that it can be used as much as pleased, you see. As aforementioned, Roy had hearkened from his mother's mouth the flaw present within the witch factor of Tristitia. Witch factors that could not be compatible with anyone were supposed to be defective articles that, on one hand, granted the possessor tremendous might that interfered with the rules of the world, but demanded compensation to that end on the other. Roy, we know we do know W. Petra-chan absolutely loves Natsuki-san after all. The stomach of souls, upon following the newest memories settled within the treasure house of all that Roy had eaten, he could earnestly feel the valorous sentiments of the witch, newly born into this world, to be stabbing at his chest. A young, immature girl, but a girl who shan't hold her own life dear for the sake of her flaring love. Upon being told of the necessity to use anything but life itself for firewood in order to regain something valuable that had been robbed, she would perhaps devote anything as fuel without falter. And in reality, that was what she was doing. However, the stockpile was not endless. Roy, the rest is about which side gets consumed to exhaustion first. Just as the Witch of Tristisha had limits, Roy too possessed an allotted time of life. The reason as to why he willfully did not heal his wounds, blood gushing profusely from them, was because he reworked even his flux of blood into an armament for fulfilling his own objective, employing it as a means to fight. That sizable forfeiture of sanguine ichor continued to keep alight the fuse of Roy Alfred's life. Indeed, this battle at present had mounted upon the frontier of whether to eat or to be eaten. Roy tilde. Exhaling a hot, feverish breath, Roy expressed gratitude to the hunger enlivening his soul. Until now, as bizarre eating, Roy had messily eaten all kinds of articles haphazardly and indiscriminately. Eating them, licking them, coveting and indulging and devouring them, eclipsing to spoil 11 lives, Roy Alfred had done so in order to seek an article that would appease the hunger that he had borne since birth. For that purpose, until he discovered the flavor of his wish, Roy scoured for match all throughout the world. Resuming to subsist his ethos with this bearing of heart, he ate and felt dispiritedness, he ate and felt despondency, he ate and felt disappointment. No matter how much eclipsing to spoil he partook in, he was forevermore tyrannized by the sensation of starvation ever unappeased. One in this heretofore ethos was born a change. Its progenitor, here try it out and see. To eat me up, dependent on that ye live or ye die. Come on, ye prick. Largely responsible was, within the tower piercing the heavens in the midst of that sand sea, the proprietor of an overwhelming soul that drove him to distortion, nearly filling to bursting the vessel called Roy Alfred. Read Astrea, coming into contact with the soul of the man christened as the first-generation sword saint, enkindled a drastic reformation in Roy. Naming himself bizarre eating, conscientiously and indefatigably devoting himself to his ethos through multitudes, Roy had been mourning in lament. That the hunger born by the existence known as his self would never come to be fulfilled, perhaps. That's not really unique to you or anything such, though. This lovely lady, as well as all the other rabble, everyone, every tilde one, is seeking love that won't be appeased. How about this lovely lady assists you in finding that nameless something you want? In exchange, what this lovely lady wants is, you get it right, vocalizing so whilst laughing with a beguiling, sadistic smile, the monster stated itself to become Roy's mother. Neither did he trust to open his heart to her, nor did he depend upon her being. In avarice for possibility Roy could not find by his self, he used his mother. It was probably likewise. However, no matter how much he ate, no matter how he took a hand blemished with love, he failed to acquire that article which he wanted. Lay search for means to appease hunger by finding and picking out worth in each and every singular meal. Louis meanwhile had a definite, tangible prospect of the article she wanted in order to appease hunger, apparently. Only Roy alone did not have that, which now at last had been discovered. Read it ain't odd, ye pricks. Eat or be eaten, that's how life works, ain't that so? Yes, that's right. That's precisely right. What was wanted was the real feeling of living. Just the reason to be able to say with a smile from the bottom of the heart that he was alive. Mother, to pour this lovely lady's entirety for the sake of something wanted, isn't something like that plainly obvious? Yes, that's right. That's precisely right. Even without affection, esteem, or anything at all, only that teaching of his mother's was helplessly correct. That was why Roy, unless all possible moves all in their entirety, without hesitation and wholly altogether are sunk into I tilde-T, it's not called love isn't I tilde-T, because the opponents were kindly transcending their limits, his side must also respond in kind. Should he humbly not finish eating the treats that had gone out of their way to be prepared, it would make the name of gluttony weep. Roy, no tilde W, no tilde W, no tilde W, welcome yourselves to eating, welcome yourselves to tasting. Contrary to his limbs, benumbed to cold by the efflux of blood, the voltage of his heart had risen to a crescendo. Transforming his exuding blood into thorned legs made in the image of those belonging to insects, Roy pulsated thrummingly, and in his backdrop in concert the black serpent speared into the heavens, becoming a pillar of befoulment, recommencing its hunt comprised of flopping onward with wholly one side. Black serpent, rumbling the wind as if thunder, the contagion relentlessly descended upon the flora. Birthed thereupon was a seemingly undeflectable billow of toxicity, terribly blasphemous. It quite literally swallowed the battlefield in black, pressing to kill all things with murrain pestilence. It felt live, everyone strong. The command and response akin to a fool's single bit of knowledge became an arrow of counterattack baled with composite strength. Ram's rend of wind tore the tidal waves of black, and a brigade of beasts with the hungry horse king obeying melee at its vanguard breached an opening. Following up, the well-physiqued men, including those newly summoned, lumped themselves together to convene, The hammer swinging forth vehemently shattered the ground, successfully erecting a bulwark that protected against the blighting toxicity. That was the stalwart might consequent of the convening of ones who would fail to compare by their individual strengths, a battle of a potpourri of raw effort that retaliated against the advancing fruition of surging death. Roy, judging from the looks of things, Petra Chan's authority is around the shortening of events Rai tilde GHT, Petra, Blay. Won't tell Roy that unfriendly reply is so tempty tilde NG. Amidst the black serpent's befoulment downpouring like rain, ceasing not his onslaught, Roy bolted like a flash of lightning whilst clad in his armor of blood, switching between the odd talents, techniques, and deviances of different superrational individuals in succession, and the force fist, the magic, and the curse ballad layered atop one another to torrent upon the herd of prey. But on every instance, they all immediately rearranged their formation, knit the physical with magical attacks, and weaved together resistance, who guarded what was unintelligible now. Merely the truth that all of them accepted the offense, and all of them countered it would keep on rewriting the battlefield. Even in midst of this battle's escalations, Roy darted his eyes about an inspection of the prey. The Witch of Tristish's authority being shortening more or less was unmistaken. It thus reduced the time and distance for movement, and was probably also dealing with the time for thought process and judgment. Its evidence was how the apostles of the Witch of Tristisha, consecutively accreting appearances and disappearances in the battlefield, would grapple with sudden situations without any perplexity, including those participating in the war for the first time. No, by shortening the perplexity part of it, they were prepared to be capable of immediately participating in the confronting situation. Roy, but how much longer will even that Latil descent? Their grappling resilience and sprightly morale purchased admiration, but both sides were likewise close to limit. Although if Roy were to have one step of an advantage, it was the menace of the black serpent he had kept in reserve behind him. Even should the Witch of Tristisha and company vanquish Roy, they then must grapple with this atrocious, fiendish witch beast. That was to say, they could not exhaust all of their strength against Roy as their opponent. To their circumstance of expending not the entirety of their might, lest it deplete, adding a further pinch of seasoning to the platter, Roy, now's the time to not shoot for the stars, but to shoot for the eclipse. You see tilde. The black serpent's ginormous frame once again speared the heavens, the befoulment on standby to torrentially downpour. Preparing for it, the Witch of Tristisha and company simultaneously stood guard, towards which he disgorged the memories. This was Roy Eclipse binaries. Neither solar eclipse nor lunar eclipse, Roy Alfred's novel and original table manners did he let cascade. 6 In that moment, what surged onto the battlefield was merely one part of the horde of memories, multitudes that were apt to be called simple food, that Roy Alfred had eaten until now but failed to find and pick out worth in them to remember. Following his experience at the Pleiades watchtower, bizarre eating had revised oneself's own cognizance of ethos. Gratitude unto all ingredients, reverence unto all trysts of fate. There was no such thing as a foul ingredient in this world. It simply meant that his self was the proprietor of a foolish tongue that failed to recognize their goodness. Take a venomous fish, for example. Should the fish's organs which store venom be adequately disposed of, it would become possible to surfeit a delicacy superior to consuming venom. The same applied to the prey from gluttony's vantage. In this universe, there was no such ingredient, from the head to the rear, that was entirely useless, that lacked all worth of being tasted. Any and every kind of ingredient had portions that were usable. Thus he used such. Roy's memories of agony. Over the course of an ordinary life, plausibly everyone would possess a memory or two of having suffered unbearable pain. These multitudes of memories of agony, Roy extracted them from the stomach of souls he had stockpiled, blended them together, and hurled them toward the battlefield before his eyes. This was not something visible to the eye. Consequently, there were no ways to evade it, either. Its identity, a blasphemous deed of forcing an abstract concept onto the opponents. Most of all, pelting opponents with memories of agony would not produce immediate results. They were literal memories that the body bore no recollection of, so even upon being pelted by them, there lay no margin for the herd of prey to taste those agonies. Then what would transpire? It would merely incite a chain of remembrance of memories in close proximity. At first, a faint voice leaked from inside the troop. They had until now roared with voices of intrepidity, worn valor and resolution on their visages, and anchored in themselves the mettle to confront every obstacle head-on, truly worthy of being called heroic warriors. From those lips leaked a timbre, neither a warcry nor a call of each other's names, but a shrill note. AHK, and upon its onset the leak persisted ceaselessly. They dilated their eyes, opened their mouths wide, and placed their hands on parts that became the unsought founts of screaming, screeching helplessly as though spouting blood. Moreover, this was not one lone individual. Everyone present in that locus began to scream. Everyone, HK, the synthesis of memories of agony that Roy had hurled impelled the bodies to remember agony within proximity that had been tasted before, for those who were within range of that abstract concept, as though it was a thing of the present moment. Agony that had been tasted once in the past could be endured. Nay, this rationale was erroneous. Agony that was unbearable in the past was unbearable yet in the present, and yet so in the future. Everyone Gog, it was a voice unbecoming to be voiced, a cacophony upward in succession by Felt, by Ram, by Old Man Ram, by Maley, by Flam, by Grassus, by Gaston, by Ratchins, by Doltero, by the apostles summoned to the battlefield by the might of the authority of Tristisha. Nobody could brave it. And the one to screech the shrillest wail above and beyond, Petra, was none other than Petra Late, her eyebrows spasming upward, compelled to taste and even relish the concourse of agonies that had chaperoned Natsuki Subaru to death. Ate Subaru, Petra, hearing the frantic outcry of the imaginary Subaru, the fact that seemed like he did not have to experience any of this pain, given that he was a phantom watching her, served as a relief to Petra. 'Twas not so. It had been unable to serve as such. Any possible leeway for that existed not within Petra Late, tasting in the torment of death. Petra Og, a hoarse breath spilled forth. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, 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 it hurts it. Hurts it 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 hurts it. Hurts it 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 how. Yes, it hurts, 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 it hurts. Petra Ig, lacerated abdomen hurts. Crushed eyeball hurts. Stabbed chest hurts. Misfortune wrought by passing malice hurts. Finger cut by poor knife skills hurts. Skin fissures from kitchen work hurts. Head caved in without warning hurts. Body tortured alongside sound of chains hurts. Throat gouged by wind hurts. Jumping off and crashing onto pointy rocks hurts. Body and mind after vicious beating hurts. Hands and legs after putting on airs and being taken easy on when disciplined hurts. Frozen and shattered fingers, ankles hurts. Licked eyeball feels disgusting and hurts. Wrists freed from handcuffs frozen and broken hurts. Falling to knees on ground completely congealed, everything creaked and hurts. Body shoved away by a perturbed auto hurts. Unsightliness trying to escape the white whale after that hurts. Soul amidst being frozen in zenith cold hurts. Threat of life running amok to convince an assisted suicide hurts. Chest assailed for the sake of assisted suicide hurts. Heart grabbed upon confessing return by death hurts. Being grabbed by tenacious pursuit of the authority of sloth hurts. Stabbing own throat for fear of losing rem hurts. Abdomen disemboweled for the first time in months hurts. Entire body struck by debris, arms mangled up, finally body being devoured from inside hurts. Toyed with by ferocious beast, entire body bitten to shreds again hurts. Finally stabbing own throat again, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Petra Ugh Subaru, Petra. Petra, that's no good, don't give in, Petra. The entirety of the mind was dominated by pain. Even though the inside of the body, the inside of the mind, the inside of the heart, were all supposed to be filled to the brim with black, the pain eclipsed everything entirely. From the top of the head to the tips of the toes, there was no place within the body that was not feeling pain. All throughout this being, the entirety of what shaped the self transformed into pain, in order to make the self experience pain, by constructing the pain pained, and the painting pain, and. Petra Egg vision stained bright red, their own incredibly noisy voice seemed to ring like tinnitus, a sharp scent of blood deep in the nose, drool spilling from within the mouth with the taste of death, the shock causing an unbearable level of goosebumps on all the skin of the body. Once again, the torment of black, Japanese symbol black, that had failed to truly be understood by merely having read the Book of the Dead, was clearly steeped into black, Japanese symbol black as well. Through that pain, black, Japanese symbol black, gained a painful understanding of black, Japanese symbol black, in the truest, most literal sense. As the pain blotted over both the inside and outside of black, Japanese symbol black, entirely, deep down, a painful understanding. Petra Og, a painful understanding that the entirety of pain endured was linked to black, Japanese symbol black s, to na black, Japanese symbol black square s, to na black square ki Japanese symbol sub a black square s to Natsuki Subaru's memories of repentance accompanied by sublime feelings of loss. Petra, it had hurt. Letting Emilia die. It had hurt. Letting Felt die. It had hurt. letting Ram Gi die. It had hurt, letting Rem die. It had hurt, letting everyone in Arlam village die. It had hurt, letting Ram die. It had hurt, letting Frederica die. It had hurt, letting Petra die. It had hurt, letting Beatrice die. It had hurt, letting Otto die. It had hurt, letting Roswal die. It had hurt, letting Ryuzu die. It had hurt, letting Garfield die. It had hurt, it had hurt, it had hurt. Utmost vexation. Petro vexing, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Why was that? Petra don't want to lose. Even if it hurt, even if it was painful, it was far better than sorrow and vexation. Love everyone, so will not give up on anyone. Love yous who loving everyone would not give up on anyone, so will not give up on you. It's Petra, just who do you think I am? Black, 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 Japanese symbol, black, black, black was, black, black, R, a Japanese symbol, black square, Y, black square was, P, black square, R, a Japanese symbol, black square, I was, Petra late was a bundle of potential, rich with talent and quick to learn, harboring great promise with a bright future ahead of her. That person, those people, all believed that about Petra. Then she would do so. Petra can do it. It ought to be possible for you, Petra late. I won't let everyone who told me that I could do it become liars, after all. Or perhaps were they all just liars who believed in a weak, pitiful Petra who could not do anything? Petra, there's no way it could be that. It's possible. It ought to be possible. If it's possible, then stop being all talk and do it. Do it. Just do it. You can do it. Do it now. Do it right this instant. Now, come on, do it, just do it. Petra, compression, no. By means of the power of the authority of Tristasha, compression would be invoked. Just as distance, traversal time, thinking time, and discussion time had all been compressed, right now, on the dreadful instant that had befallen Petra and the rest, compression would be invoked. Pain, oh, what a dreadful thing it was. Even a slight amount of pain would cause one to get teary-eyed. When it turned to a matter of pain that was a bit sharper, one would become unable to sleep at night. When it came to having an abundance of dull pains, it might very well have sway over the rest of one's life to follow. Be it slight, sharp, or dull, the time in which pain was experienced would always feel long and drawn out. On the time that would make a second feel like 10, an hour feel like 12, and a day feel like an eternity, compression would be invoked. Petra, everyone get ready to grit your teeth. Subaru, HK, it'll be over in a second, but it'll hurt 100 times more, that it might be 10,000 times more, he did not tell her. Regardless if he did, regardless if her heart was ready for it, the fact of her doing it would not have changed after all. Petra, compress agony. The power of the Witch of Tristasha, ascended to a brand new stage, was unveiled. Tenroy, the new art he had debuted, erupted unerringly, fissuring the flawless coordination of the herd of prey. Whilst his ears hearkened the wind's rumble as the black serpent's body flopped forward, contrived with befoulment abound with toxic blight, a varicolored pandemonium of screams, screeches, and wails reached him from the other side. All of it seemed so aching, so agonizing that if Roy had been conferred the time, he would have wept through the whole night thinking of them the utmost, then inscribed those feelings into verses of poetry and set them adrift atop a river. Time for that he had not, however. Neither did he have the erudition to compose poetry, so it would not have been of any decent makings. But it was the truth that he thought of them with compassion. He bore no begrudgment toward them. Nothing akin to hatred either. Not even an intermixed blend of love and hate. All he felt was nothing but simply love. Who would ever want to see anything such as the figures of their loved articles wailing in agony? That would be nothing more than spice for when their lives were surfeited. Spice was not staple food. To set it as the main dish was the deed of an aberrant. Roy, we will not commit such a terrible act, you know. In the wake of eclipse binaries, which sparked a chain reaction of memories of agony, the herd of prey's ability to mobilize had been ruptured. All that remained was the downpour of the black serpent's befoulment. This particular head was charged with representing elders' blight, so it would not go so far as to rob them of their lives. It would occlude their thinking and mobility, restraining them on the precipice of mortality in perpetuum. Should that happen, the rest would be like a wine cellar. Until the time of drinking when their true names were brought to light arrived, he shall await their time of ripening and fermentation. He had heard that the precipice where they would be restrained offered no refuge. Anguish and darkness lasted unceasing, but in the end, the pain and affliction they shall taste would settle within Roy and vanish, so it was fine. Tasting such bitterness, licking it to finish, and surfeiting himself with it too was yet ethos. Roy, Atilda H, even though they can't be eaten immediately, looking at ripened fruits is so painful. As he about uttered so, Roy's words were interrupted. There was no counterattack. If anything, it was the opposite. The herd of prey bellowed a bitter, chest-stabbing screech on a higher order of magnitude in both intensity and volume. They held a sonorousness that could understandably be perceived as death wails. Roy widened his eyes for a moment, but it progressively indicated the success of his plan felt, Liai Aarg. Livy everyone stro uong. The subsequent instant, fathomless response in unity defied the inevitable demise that should have swallowed the herd of prey. 12 that instant, a sensation as if all the skin on her body being peeled off, followed by Reinhard scrubbing her flayed body with a metal brush steeped in ample amounts of salt water, assailed felt as a hellish pain. Felt Eug for the first time in her life, the pain she experienced was so intense that it felt like her insides were twisting themselves inside out. A paralysis crept through the corner of her mind, and she even hallucinated a sensation of her blood flowing backwards in her veins. Exactly what had just happened, she did not know. No, she understood. Petra had done something. Felt that pipsqueak's quite impressive, and so felt quietly praised the strenuous efforts of the girl who was nearly the same height as her. From the discussions that had been squeezed tight with absurd momentum up until this point, she knew that Petra had coordinated brilliantly with Ramji to establish the combined forces. This was an incredible feat. After all, Ramji was the wisest and most reliable man in the world, so Petra must have been nothing short of a genius. And that genius had done something beyond imagination in order to land a crushing blow on the something that the opponent had done. Felt even still, you've really got some damn terrible luck, you know that. Cheeks contorting as she spoke, Felt caught sight of a small shadow in the corner of her eye, Camberley. Unlike Gaston, who had been in the fight since the beginning, or Ratchins, who had joined the fray midway through, Camberley had made his grand entrance at the most critical moment. But at that exact instant, the unimaginable pain had been unleashed upon them, so calling it terrible luck would have been a gross understatement. However, Felt, you've got terrible luck, but you're the best. With tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, that which Camberley had carried here in his hands was now snatched away by Felt. Something of a trump card of their camp, the Star Staff. She would fire it. With every fiber of her being, every ounce of strength she could scrape together, Felt would give it everything she had. All that remained, Felt, is finding an opening to fire it. 14 Felt Liai Aarg. Ivy everyone stro uong. An exclamation that rendered imperceivable which exactly was the warcry of a witch beast. The roar pulsated, and the black serpent's body, analogous to 1,000 calamities baled together, was jostled backward by the shock wave immediately below it. Raging across the battlefield with a vehement torrent of light and dark, the heaven-rending impact broiled Roy's entire body with astonishment. What had occurred? What did they do? All of it he questioned not. Roy Petracha tilde n, with only the identity of who did it certain, Roy Alpha had reached zenith. It was an amazing thing to accomplish. Ovation and a round of applause. Becoming one with the multitudes of the crowds of memories within Roy, he must bid them thunderous applause. Just how much sacrifice of oneself would it take to make the witch factor of Tristasha do that? By any measure of imagination or surmise, the ordinary, average kind of happiness in all of its forms would have to be parted with, or it would not be possible to materialize this battlefield, this close of a skirmish, this extent of outrageous insolence, would it? Want to become happy. That was bound to be the unconditionally imperishable, fixed, and indivisible wish, as a human being. It was bound to be an unconditionally absolute prayer, no different even for Roy, no, even for Lay and even for Louis, even for the sin archbishops, even for evildoers and even for criminals. Living and continue to live for that purpose. But lest it be parted with, this battlefield shall not. Roy, pupils bedewed with delight, drying them with a single blink of his eyelids, Roy looked upon Felt, who had snatched a white staff from the hands of her comrade. Since the dwarf, who did not seem to be any war potential for the most part, had gone out of his way to bring it here at this 11th hour, unmistakably meant that it was a special, secret weapon. In other words, Roy, if that won't do, then will you start cry tilde ing. Rainbow-hued butterflies danced, spears of fire and ice rained, titanic scythes of blood from multifarious directions were fired, a pressure that crushed everything not from left to right but from the rear to the front precipitated, and a soprano befitting of a young boy cursedly resonated in song. Ram protect Felt. Wind sundered the butterflies altogether, magic bullets of ice and fire shattered the spears of fire and ice, burly muscles intercepted the titanic scythe of blood through lacerations received, a momentary twin impact perforated the ground, surging from the rear to the front, and the enormous builds of the aged man and the pigman shielded against the curse ballad that disintegrated flesh and blood. Roy magnifus tilde nt. Boo tilde t, his wave-like onslaught blocked by the bastion of coordination, Roy, however, did not lose heart. Invoking the teleport he had restrained from utilizing until now, Roy's silhouette appeared at the heart of Felt's troop in the blink of an eye, his aim being Felt, not, instead, Roy. The two over here are also pivotal, Rai tilde GHT. Within the personnel braced to intercept, he aimed for the spines of the two bereft of energy to stand up. The Witch of Tristasha and Witch Beast Master, Both of them wore potential essential for the opposing contingent to rival Gluttony and the Black Serpent in battle, and nobody's hand shall timely reach Roy, who stood right behind them. Licking his lips, Roy hosted the Fist King in his right hand and the Snow Vallum in his left, and with tender kindness. That moment, Meili's hair wriggled and crawled, and a corona was shot through Roy's left eye. Roy Kayao, impaled by a sensation of scorching heat, the left side of Roy's perception vanished. Just what was this? Roy bared his remnant eye, and in his vision entered the virtuoso that had crushed his left eye. A little scorpion lurking in concealment within Meili's hair was reflected therein. A being unknown to him. A trump card absent in memories, a face-down card, viva fight to the finish. Roy, even a tiny ally like that, is gallantly devoting its might, was how he was to resume but did not. Hastier than that, the ground upon which Roy's legs were braced double-crossed him, rocketing him into the sky without omen. Roy, magic it was not. Nowhere could the wavelength of mana be perceived. Then was it the witch of Tristasha once more. Nay, not even she fostered eyes on the back of her head. What had transpired was an eminence protruding from the ground. With nary an omen or prior signal did that burgeon. Good grief, my amazing self's comrades are way too damn reliable. That which had beat upon his eardrums all too suddenly was a sharp voice, an exceedingly common recollection in his memories. By the soles of their feet did they achieve concert with the earth, such that during the intervals whilst they were planted firm upon the ground, steeled that person would become as though an iron keep, unfellable to all who sought its conquest. Precisely because of being so dependable, the bark of their timbre ought not to have been heard. Whirling up into the air, stretched out amidst Roy's vision upside down, was the earthy landscape where the witch beast of pestilence writhed, and thereupon would he set it to wreak havoc. Unlike before, a distance had now emerged between it and Roy. Albeit his armor of blood was beginning to shed, were the befoulment to be spattered out like a shower of rain, the herd of prey would have to divert their efforts towards countering that. Sit down, for but a moment, the Black Serpent's movements were thrown into disarray by the weeping outcry. But the duration of its stoppage amounted not to even the blink of an eye. Even if it had been deprived of that interval, that would never amount to Roy's machinations falling out of, that instant, the serpentine form of the witch beast, while seeking to reach skyward as though a spire piercing the heavens, ruptured. Rupturing, its befoulment spilled out from within, and onto that besmirched ground did a lone silhouette tumble down. Piwak geho gehagak Roy your kitty tilde ng. Violently coughing, the red-haired man who had fallen into a pool of the most abhorrent befoulment in this world, delivered unto Roy an impact that could not be explained by simple tenacity or a pathetic adhesion to life, leaving him lost for words. For what reason was he alive? The question and the appetite welling up made Roy's stomach growl unwittingly. Yo, look fuck over here. With an effortless leap, the golden-haired boy caught up to the airborne Roy, and gnashing his sharp fangs, he raised aloft one of his fists clad in silver gauntlets in a grandiose hoist. Should those smite him, the half-killed status Roy would be left in would strip him of standing any chance. Despite knowing it would only amount to stalling for a few moments and not more, from his choices of withdrawing to refuge, Roy sought to follow suit of the odd talent of the leaper and invoked lunar eclipse. Roy, BGH. Zada bugs cannoned into him from the blind spot on his left, disrupting his focus. Roy, upon allowing his line of sight to be lured by the irksome buzz and abhorrent texture, laying ahead, tens of meters distant were trees onto which a light blue ground dragon had been latched, and with his body entrusted to it was the silhouette of a man supposed to be hollowed empty. The man pointed his finger in this direction, and upon noticing their gazes cross, smiled. Transmitting to him, you have been bested. The subsequent juncture, the wind howled, and a fist bedizened with wind pressure blitzed straight towards Roy. It was awfully slow, seeming like it would take some time before it reached, when he noticed. Roy, this is Petra Chan's doing, is that what it means? Petra, yes. Thought I'd properly say it at the end. That it serves you right. Feet stationed atop the ground, the witch of Tristasha proclaimed triumph to Roy in the time that she protracted. There no longer seemed to be anything that Roy could do pertaining to that. Also, the fist strike of the ravenous, raging tiger had drawn imminent to about a distance the size of 5 coins away from him. In the time until that direct hit, what was there that he could do? He ruminated, and it occurred to him. Roy, it's an amazingly big deal, Petra Chan. But you know tilde W, weren't the sacrifices you made to win just too big? Petra, making excuses like a sore loser. Nobody's been taken down on our side. Just so pathetic for a sin archbishop. Roy, with the witch of Tristasha as the opponent, would lose face. But what's called a sacrifice doesn't apply to lives alone. The future, the hopes, the possibilities, it's those kinds of things. We are worried from the bottom of our heart that Petra Chan's long life here on out will become so lonely, you see tilde, 4 coins away. At the very least, to dredge out the compensations, albeit her wish to hide them, and engrave oneself into her through that agony. Such was Roy's unscrupulous ethos, to which Petra fluttered her eyes and put on a puzzled face. It couldn't be, surely she had not paid them without realizing. Whilst these thoughts dwelled, this reaction was Petra. Could it be your misunderstanding? Roy, misunderstanding? Petra, that's strange. I'd thought Otto-san would likely say something like it. That this time the entire world is your enemy, that sort of thing. Roy, 3 coins away. He had not been told so firsthand. However, such ardor was extant in memories. Considering Aldebaran's deeds and the devastation he perpetrated, this cognizance could be called just and legitimate. However, that ought to be something with no greater or lesser purport. Roy, it can't be, Petra, it is 2 coins away. Within the confines of the sensation of protraction, it was impracticable to commit an act so extravagant as gulping a breath, but in the throat of his heart, Roy gulped a breath of his heart and looked at she who smiled as it befit a witch tenderly. The young girl supposed to be incompatible with the witch factor, however, was beyond question the witch of Tristasha. After all, Petra, the witch factor of Tristasha, can be used by anyone should they pay compensation, and if the compensations are properly harmonized, anyone can act as the agent. So it's being paid together with everyone in the royal capital. Roy, Petra, well then, I'll say it one more time. Serves you right, 1 coin away. After all, unbeknownst to Roy was any being who had abused the witch factor of Tristasha to this degree. If this were not the witch of Tristasha, then what could it possibly be? Roy, H, thank you for the treat. 0 coins away. Gorgeous Tiger's thunderbolt exploded. Roy, it mercilessly shattered into Roy's countenance, knocking it down toward the ground where the black serpent writhed. His petite frame plunged right towards the core of the befoulment, just before that. Felt fire, felt roared, and the staff scintillating in her grip fired a corona that washed the world with its paint of alabaster white. It altered into a smite of judgment, without air and escape forbidden, swallowing ones who were auxiliaries of malefaction and atrocity. So was the denouement of the ethos of bizarre eating. Chapter 47, Voice. 1. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea who I was whatsoever. Where this place is, when the present time is, who I am, what is happening, I do not have the slightest idea. I cannot see. I cannot hear. I cannot move my hands or my legs. My feet are not on the ground. I cannot breathe properly either, and I am in extraordinary discomfort, and yet I can sense voices. Even though my senses of sight, smell, touch, taste, and most of all sound are blocked off, there are voices. Many plentiful, innumerable voices showering down upon me, unable to do a thing, as if I am a powerless baby thrown into the cradle of hell. Ceaselessly, bereft of intent, the tempest of voices continue to pummel me. Just as a baby would be defenselessly struck by the rain, I am being drowned in voices. At this rate, I think I would prefer to just drown and die like this. Laddie. Laddie, are you all right? You're going to be rescued now. A loud voice, it rang in my head. Amidst the numerous, countless voices, it is a voice that feels clearly directed towards me. I cannot do anything, but still I can understand. The powerful voice directed towards myself. Hence, Atabro, grit your teeth now. Hearing that voice, a feeling of suspension arrived along with a terribly violent sound. A sound that was not a voice vibrated my eardrums and restored the means for my tightly sealed eyes to take in light. And so I was finally able to face the owners of the voices, those who had directed their voices towards me. Really fucking sorry that it took me so long to get here. Everything, it's my amazing self's fault. Really fucking sorry that it took me so long to get here. Everything, it's my amazing self's fault. What are you saying, Garfsan? If Garfsan and everyone else hadn't come, Laddie would still be strung up even now. Ah, Laddie, Laddie. Do you understand what I'm saying? What are you saying, Garfsan? If Garfsan and everyone else hadn't come, Laddie would still be strung up even now. Ah, Laddie, Laddie. Do you understand what I'm saying? Present there is a golden-haired boy alongside a large ground dragon with a pale blue hide. The voices that I feel are overlapping with the voices that I hear, but there is no doubt about it. The ground dragon is nestling close to me as I sit on the ground, and the boy is forcefully grabbing at my shoulders. Boy, you don't understand anything right now, But that's 8. We'll get it back with everyone else. Everything my amazing self's lacking for, everyone's gonna lend their hands. Boy, you don't understand anything right now, But that's 8. We'll get it back with everyone else. Everything my amazing self's lacking for, everyone's gonna lend their hands. Boy, Enso Atabro, you just sit tight here, and boy, Enso Atabro, you just sit tight here, and rest assured, I think he wanted to say that. It seems like the boy before my eyes knows my empty self and is trying to do something about it. In all likelihood, he knows the reason why I am empty. I want to know, I want to ask him about it. Naturally, I feel inclined to do so. I do, but might there be anything that I could possibly do? Might there be anything that I could possibly do? the voice that spilled from my mouth, I do not know whether or not it actually formed as a proper voice. Only seeing that both the boy and the ground dragon were widening their eyes, I could tell that my words had been conveyed. To be honest, I do not understand anything. I do not, but there is just one thing I can say. I am grateful that they rescued me from that cradle of hell. Above all, when you guys speak to me with such earnest voices, of course I will want to respond accordingly. When you guys speak to me with such earnest voices, of course I will want to respond accordingly. Boy and ground dragon, ah that's boy and ground dragon, ah that's. Hearing my words, the boy and the ground dragon opened their eyes wide, and as their breaths and voices synced up, they spoke. Ground dragon, just like you laddie. Ground dragon, just like you laddie. Boy, just like ya tabro. Boy, just like ya tabro. At those voices, I began thinking of myself before I became empty, a smile coming over my face. Directed towards whoever did this to me, it was a smile as if to say, you have been bested. 2. Hia, delivered alongside the loud carillon of a silver bell, was a powerful kick in contrast to its lightness. Gripping the handle of her morning star, Rem bore witness to that satisfactory outcome of her efforts. Using magically crafted footholds of ice as practical disturbances, she had drawn the attention of the opponents upwards, successfully supporting Emilia. Of course, if it had been possible, she would have preferred victory to have been decided through the affectionate iron ball that Subaru had continued to polish, but she must not be too greedy. Subaru had also taken things step by step with Rem in the Empire. Subaru had been impatient, and instead had pressed Rem with everything being about me. Rem, back then it might not have just been his fingers, but his arms and legs that would have gotten broken as well. Now that her memories had returned, even just the thought that she would ever enact such violence unto Subaru was enough to make her faint, but Rem herself recognized that it was entirely possible for her to have done so, given her state of mind at the time. Hence, it was important to do everything step by step, in the proper order. It was the same with cooking. Even though she was relatively proficient at cooking, Rem had a bad habit of disregarding that principle when it came to anything else. And when it came to bad habits, she had another. Rem must not jump to conclusions. The reason why she would quickly always be convinced that something was settled and thus relax her efforts was due to a lack of imagination. The one who had preached to Rem that ceasing one's thoughts was wrong had also taught her, when she had been bereft of memories, how to determine her heart, Priscilla. Even if she was gone, her teachings yet lived on. And so long as those teachings kept Rem alive, they would remain so. That was why Emilia, HK, you're joking. When Emilia raised a voice of astonishment, Rem had not ceased her thoughts. Directly below, Emilia rose up to deliver a kick within the blind spot of Al and his shinobi, and her ice-clad foot ought to have struck him with spine-shattering force. But Al had protected against that. Covering himself and his partner with a box of stone, he had done so. Rem, that's what Ram-sama was talking about, the efficacy of turning back time. Rem had judged it to be so. For a split-second defensive maneuver, that which covered his entire body had been far too flawless. In order to use magic, what was required was a mental image of the effects and the construction of the technique. If either was lacking, magic would not take form, and the more complex the endeavor being attempted, the longer it would take to conceive a mental image of its effect. That which Al had performed was born of a mental image far too certain in regards to a surprise attack from his blind spot. Rem, even though she understood the principle behind it in her head, Rem once again bit down on the inside of her cheek upon witnessing that cheat technique. To begin with, Al's authority had already proved it was capable of sidestepping even Reinhard. Even if they continued to attack like this, would he not just continue to evade everything? Such negative thoughts were, Emilia, Rem. Just as she began spiraling into negative thoughts, Emilia's holler snapped her out of it. Across the rocky box that had emerged midair, Emilia and Rem crossed gazes. Unlike Rem, who was overwhelmed by the threat of the authority, a powerful glint was housed within Emilia's amethyst eyes. That gave her heart. Rem, as strength flaringly returned to her own eyes, the invigoration of her horn by way of her oni form swelled Rem's entire body with vitality. Plummeting through the sky, 30 seconds had already elapsed since the battle had commenced. What allowed for that to be accurately measured were the marks engraved into the large rock visible far to their rear. An enormous fissure in the land that existed within the Kararagi city-states, the Agzad Canyon, had a difference in elevation of 5,000 meters from the surface to the deepest part of the valley, and the time it took to descend all the way was around 100 seconds. Markings had been engraved beforehand along the rock face for intervals of every 10 seconds, and they were currently passing the third. 70 seconds remained until they hit the bottom. Emilia were still, Rem just getting started. Emilia and Rem's voices overlapping, they resumed combat with renewed morale and an upsurge of strength. Rem greatly bent her body, and Emilia, spinning around, produced mallets of ice in both her hands. In that moment, the Morning Star was fired like a cannonball, and the ice hammers were unleashed on both sides whilst clad in a powerful wind, pulverizing the stone box that Al and his accomplice had enclosed themselves in. Fragments of stone scattered alongside a thunderous crash. and the enemies, split up between the top and bottom, fiercely commenced their attacks unto Rem and Emilia. Al headed for Emilia, and for Rem came the red-haired shinobi Rem. No, you're also shinobi. Indeed, I'm Al-sama's helpful all-purpose maid Yi-chan. Rem, that's Rem's designation in regards to Subaru-kun. Putting a halt on the statement of the not shinobi red-haired maid, no, of the woman who called herself Yi, Rem pulled back her iron ball with her right hand and moved to slam her mighty left arm into Yi as she flew towards her. But Yi stopped midair through some unnatural braking mechanism and evaded it. At a glance, she sent a thread from her backhand to connect to Al, using exquisite tension and flexibility to halt her movement, before a shimmer shot from her other hand towards Rem's neck. Rem Huma, intuiting the incoming threat, Rem's spinal reflex guarded her vitals by forming a collar of ice. As soon as the thread attached itself to the collar, she removed her head from it, avoiding decapitation. Just as Rem survived through quick judgment, she veered the rising iron ball towards targeting Yi's back, the latter having raised her eyebrows slightly. However, as the iron ball approached Yi from behind, she evaded precisely as if she had eyes on the back of her head. As Rem expressed astonishment whilst catching the iron ball that had barely missed on its return path, Yi stuck out her tongue. Yi, it's reflected in your eyes, you know. Momentarily enraged by that provocation, Rem accepted a scolding from the Katia in her heart. Nodding in agreement with the imaginary Katia as she clamored like a cat idiot, that's exactly what your opponent wants. Rem praised the talents of an enemy capable of utilizing what was reflected in their opponent's eyes. Rem, in that case, kindly strain those eyes well. With those words, she took the retrieved iron ball of her morning star and covered it in layers and layers and layers of ice, doubling and doubling and doubling its mass, and hurled down a lump of ice around 10 meters in diameter. Maybe my provocation was a little too effective. The roaring iceberg slayed all wind in its approach, and as Yi, her voice quavering, furiously waved her hands around, she chiseled, notched, and carved away at the morning ice block star, fragmenting its mass over and over and over again to stop it. Ultimately stripped naked from the ice, all that remained was the bare iron ball, and as it hurtled right at her chest, she caught it with a web of threads, dispersing the impact as it forcefully shot her downwards. What awaited her down there, Emilia, this time? Unlike the royal capital, I won't let you get away, Al, though normally, if you do that, I just end up running off with the win. As Emilia and Al clashed against each other, they traded blows in the form of both weapons and words. In their vicinities, each had floating armaments of ice and stone respectively, and they both continued to promptly grab any of the weapons next to them, wielding them with no concern for their surroundings as they bashed them against each other. Emilia's ya, terya, he-ya, ooh-ya, tor-ya, tay-tay-tay-tay-tay. Contrary to her cute war cries, Emilia's offense did not leave any room for breathers. However, for all the swords, spears, and axes that rained down upon Al, he parried with his own axes, spears, and swords, and continued to pull through. As Emilia utilized acrobatic movements to enact her incessant offensive, Al met her every blow with weapons at the shortest distance possible, successfully defending against it. Likely that was also the effect of turning back time. Once an attack landed, he would return to before it landed, and then place his weapon over the spot it had landed. Rinse and repeat. Yi Al-sama, after being spiked down by Rem, Yi arrived at the scene of that back-and-forth combat. Realizing that she had blundered by temporarily creating a 2-on-1 situation, Rem too attempted to increase her falling speed by using a foothold. Nay, Rem, Emilia-sama. Instead of catching up herself, Rem passed instantaneous judgment and tinkered with the angle of the iron ball she had sent down there. Although Yi had dispersed its impact, the iron ball still plummeted with her at a constant speed, and as if carrying Subaru's spirit, who had polished it, it flew towards Emilia to aid her in her predicament. Then just before a joint attack from Al and Yi could strike her, Emilia was caught by the chains. Rem ya hhhhh. Using the foothold she had made a moment prior, not to launch herself off of, but to brace herself, she fished Emilia up with the chains that had caught her. As Emilia was lifted up between Al and Yi just as they were about to reconvene, the two factions regrouped into divisions of upper sky and lower sky. Emilas, thank you. You're really strong. Rems, you're welcome. The feeling is mutual. Grabbing the hand of Emilia, who had been elevated to the same position, Rem was impressed by the enemy's strength. Originally, Rem and Emilia were supposed to be responsible solely for Al, so Yi's participation here was incredibly troublesome. Not only did she divide their forces, she was also incredibly skilled herself. Moreover, being together with Al was not just an addition to her strength, it served as multiplication. Rem, indeed, just like myself and that person, Emilia, A. Just now did you say something about Subaru? Rem, apologies, that is a matter for after this is finished. Responding so to the wide-eyed Emilia, Rem ascertained that they were passing another marking on the rock face, that 60 seconds remained until they landed at the bottom and firmly grit her teeth. Her thoughts from just earlier were correct. Yi was formidable and made even stronger when Al was with her. In order to do something about that, Rem split them up. Emilia-sama, Emilia, yes. Do it with me. Holding hands, they raised up their opposite hands, Emilia's empty and Rem's with a weapon, directing them towards the pair directly below Emilia. Al Rem, Huma. As the two types of Huma intermingled, ice began to appear in the air whilst a creaking sound perforated the atmosphere. Of course, were they to simply attack by hurling pebbles, it would only be a repeat of failures up to this point. So to prevent that from happening, rather than focusing on how the ice came out, they plotted where it would emerge. YHK Al TCH. Obstructed by the expanding ice, the sound of tongue clicking within that helmet was inaudible. Yet, judging from the results alone, there was no doubt that he had indeed clicked his tongue. The mass of ice produced by Rem and Emilia, a thin, level sheet of ice, was wedged between Al and Yi, one below, the other above, thus preventing their reconvergence. While maintaining the sturdiness of the ice sheet, it had been stretched to a disk of around 30 meters in diameter. It would have been a Herculean task for them to get through it and reunite while falling, and furthermore, since it had been made flat, the threads could not carve through it either. Yi Al saw Al Yi hold out for a bit. Facing each other across the ice sheet, Al ordered Yi from below. What sort of state of mind Yi had arrived at after receiving that was something Rem understood quite distinctly. Rem was participating in this battle for the sake of Subaru, and so, for the same reason Yi was Rem, when someone precious puts their hopes in you, it sets you alight with motivation. Yi, you're wrong. With a curt response to Rem's understanding, Yi folded her knees and spun her body, going barefoot. The enormity of the ice sheet resulted in significantly more air resistance, bringing their falling speed to a limit. As Yi landed atop that ice, Rem and Emilia were perched to her front and back, as if pincering her. Barefoot as she was, each of Yi's 10 white toes were equipped with a ring. Yi, once again, magic is quite troublesome. Tilda. I'm grateful to the teachings of the village elder. Rem, thank you so very much for the praise. My mentor was quite an outstanding personage after all. Emilia, same for me. Was always being told you're learning so quickly, Leah. Yi, that's the same way they raised me at the village, so you must also be quite the genius, Emilia-sama. With a bitter smile and a shrug, Yi glanced between Emilia and Rem before prefacing with, so you see, Yi, the fact that I'm even here means that y'all's plans have failed. Val-sama will come rushing over here before long, so why don't we omit the feudal exchanges and just have you two surrender? Emilia, we can't do that. Sure, it was quite the surprise that you were together with him, but Rem and Emilia-sama aren't playing around either. Besides, if you are counting on the divine dragon-sama, it won't be coming. Our lord is the one serving as its opponent, after all. Yi, this is against the divine dragon, you know. Aren't you expecting a bit too much? Emilia, so are you not expecting anything from Al? As Yi inclined her head, it seemed as if Emilia's question had pierced her directly. Holding her breath with AMPH, Yi then released it, straining her white fingers and toes as she readied herself. Rem retracted her iron ball to her hands, and Emilia gripped beautiful twin blades of ice. Glancing down at the sheet of ice, the distance with Al, subject to lesser air resistance as he was, continued to widen rapidly. After all, Al was having Yi buy time for him. Rem, Emilia-sama, Al-san is, Emilia, yes, I know. We really have to hurry. Reaching an understanding in just a short exchange, Rem harbored an out-of-place sentimentality. She had never conceived of being so in sync with Emilia like this before. Such was her sentimentality. Setting aside Rem's inner feelings, the trio atop the ice silently roused their fighting spirits. Yi, Crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin. Emilia, the Witch of Glaciation, Emilia. Rem, the hero's confidant, Rem. Finishing their introductions, Rem and Emilia immediately charged toward Yi across the ice. As Yi bent her knees and ducked down, 20 dancing threads shot from her appendages, and while those clashed against chains and magic, Rem, in order to reach Al below the ice, challenged the one blocking the path, the Crimson Sakura. Rem's ya, howling a battle cry, Rem was not bluffing or putting up a strong front, she wholeheartedly believed. That Ram and their allies who were taking on Gluttony and other foes, as well as Roswal and Klind, who were dealing with the ultimate threat of the divine dragon, would all fulfill their respective duties. For that purpose right now she would defeat Yi, who stood before her, and reach Al. Passing another marking, there now remained 50 seconds until they reached the floor of the Agzed Canyon. As he plummeted below, Al trained his gaze upon that beautifully tempestuous clash atop the ice. Al, I don't think you'll lose, but don't forget Alter. After all, there's something I need you to do no matter what. That voice, whispered only within his own mouth, never reached those atop the ice. 3. Aldebaran, who had betrayed the sun and his henchmen. The battle against the scoundrels who were fully capable of pulling the trigger on the world's collapse, the bouts against Gluttony in the mountains and Aldebaran at the Agzed Canyon, both transitioned to their next stages. Naturally, the same applied to the third bout, forecasted to be the most rigorous. By the authority of Witch of Tristasha, newly born into this world, the battlefield had shifted to a rocky region where collateral damage was of no concern. There, the one extolled as the guardian of the kingdom, the divine dragon Volcanica, the usurper who had bent that almighty dragon husk to their will, now faced confrontation by its rightful dragonkin. It was a battle in which all fighters were concealing tremendous power, further ravaging the rocky wasteland that was already not more than sand and stone, into a place where nobody would ever dare set foot. Unmistakably, those had been the scars of war forecasted for such a battle against the divine dragon. However, vision blurred, consciousness hazy, ringing in the ears, transcending noisiness to end up as silence. Limbs bereft of strength, unsure if both were properly still attached to the body. Each frail breath brought pain akin to being struck by a flash of lightning from head to toe, likely a sign that fractured bones were tearing up the insides of the body all throughout. Thinking to that extent, they realized that they had collapsed face down on the hard, rocky ground. Upon realizing one thing about their current state, other realizations quickly followed. Evidenced by the ground's violent tremors, the sensation of the sky bursting asunder, and the faint shift in the scent of the atmosphere, the environment had undergone a tremendous upheaval, so not long had passed since they had collapsed to the ground. A minute, 30 seconds, 5 seconds, master. Report, they were bestowed with an exact answer to their question. However, they lacked the leeway to even curve their lips into a wry smile. The other party had not expected a response, either. Nay, it was simply that they were not in a position where they could afford to be placing expectations. The tremors of the ground, the bursting of the sky, and the upheaval of the atmosphere, all were caused by that tactful other party and their opponent. The battle between dragon and dragonkin ravaged the world as though it were a natural cataclysm, reshaping it through feats of strength. Off to the side of that battle, not merely half dead, but rather 9/10 dead, they laid collapsed. No longer could they even hear voices properly. The life of Roswell L. Mathers flickered like a candle flame before the wind. Chapter 48, The Ultimate Life Form. 1. Roswell and Clinsan say they can do it. So why not let them handle it? At the tactical briefing, whilst the Aldebusters were deliberating over who should confront the divine dragon Volcanica, it was Amelia's remark that ultimately served as the decisive blow. Amelia's decision to entrust the battlefield to them without demanding a detailed explanation was not reckless impulsiveness, it was rooted in genuine trust, and for that, Roswell felt both admiration and gratitude toward her. The situation was what it was. Even if his long-planned schemes were to be somewhat derailed, Roswell was at least half prepared for the moment he would have to reveal Clin's origins. That was the identity of the divine dragon's dragonkin. Roswell, but if we're going to talk about that, it would inevitably involve touching upon the matter of our contract as well. Naturally, Roswell knew very well whose dragonkin Clind really was, welcoming him into the Mathers household as a servant regardless. Of course, this was not due to his exceptional abilities as a steward, but rather because he believed his presence would prove to be useful. The long-cherished desire that Roswell must fulfill no matter what, he believed Clind to be indispensable to that purpose. Clind, even if you were to reveal it, I doubt it would change any of their stances. Advice, as Roswell kept trying to remain quiet on this matter, Clind, as one in the know, made such a proposal. There was no reason to stubbornly deny him. In fact, Roswell shared his view. Even if Roswell's circumstances were to be revealed, it would likely not change the attitudes of Amelia or the rest of the camp. Still, Roswell's inability to reveal any details was simply in his nature. Roswell could not face others without placing himself in a superior position. He had to grasp their intentions, seize their weaknesses, and if necessary, he even wished to take hostages to secure his advantage. The numerous years in which he could not afford failure had molded Roswell into a cautious, even cowardly villain. That was why, even though Roswell knew that Subaru, Amelia, and the others were terribly kind-hearted, he simply could not bring himself to reveal his true intentions to them. Roswell, I don't believe that will be a hindrance, Thuo Tilda. The key was not to reveal everything, but to prove oneself capable where it counts. In this regard, Roswell was proud to say that he did not lag behind his comrades. In fact, precisely because he carried the guilt of hiding his true intentions, he felt compelled to deliver results. Roswell feeling guilt. Me, the witch's disciple of all people. Though he recognized such doubts within himself, Roswell shelved them for later. In any case, without revealing Clin's circumstances, Roswell found himself headed toward the same battlefield as him, and toward a fight against the enemy who had stolen the dragon husk of the divine dragon. And so, Roswell, let's take this opportunity to put it to the test. That is, all my diligent studies, in order to slay the dragon. 2. In that battle, there had been no such trial runs. Removing his monocle, Clind arrayed himself in surging bolts of violet lightning. From his cranium protruded 2 black horns, and casting off the long-worn mask of the versatile steward, he became naught but a lone dragonkin. As soon as he took a single step forward, flashes of lightning were birthed at the soles of his feet, and the initial velocity of his explosive leap emitted a cacophony that tore through the air. Clind, rupturing the atmosphere, each step upon the ground quaked the world as if it were cannon fire. Propelled by fulminations of violet lightning, Clind charged directly towards the majestic figure hovering in the ether. The divine dragon Volcanica spread its valiant dragon wings whilst carrying the sun upon its back, thrusting forth its gaping jaw. Volcanica Haran, in that instant, a ray of white heat coalesced from the unleashed breath, seizing Clind head-on. The dragon's breath was a torrent of pure mana, raw power, that had not been bestowed with directionality through magic. Even so, just as drops of water, harmless on their own, could amass into a flood capable of washing away nations, mana charged with overwhelming vigor could easily tear apart the realm of reality. Clind, your address at Curtain's Rise is bereft of all artistry. Crude, swinging his hand down like a blade performing a bamboo-splitting strike, Clind severed the white light that had been fired with might capable of leveling a city. The breath was split clean down the middle and passed straight behind him as if it was trying to avoid a direct hit. In exchange, the scorched ground was upheaved. Rock fragments were pulverized until they turned to sand, before being melted all down into viscous streams of red lava. Leaving all of that in his wake, Clind pressed forward, his body leaping high up as he drew ever closer to the dragon amidst heavenly skies. Volcanica TCH, you impudent little shit. The roaring dragon gyrated its body, delivering a swing of its thick, tenacious tail. Striking the wind dead, the tail whip revolved relentlessly, and leaving no place to run, it seized Clind head-on. Roaring thunder crackled. Purple lightning of a noticeably stronger degree illuminated the sky, and a moment later, it was the dragon's tail that had found itself repelled. The principle mirrored his earlier ground kick acceleration, a shock wave generated by the eruption of the violet bolts surging around his body. Whilst airborne, Clind had triggered that phenomenon at his feet, using the impact as a foothold. Then, by fulminating lightning through his shoulder, elbow, and down to his fist, he repelled the dragon's tail with an unbelievably powerful punch. And frighteningly, that purple lightning was Clind. Bear with me for a little while longer. Inexhaustible, as if ignoring the fine weather of those cloudless, clear skies, those surging flashes of lightning were discharged ad nauseum. Volcanica, raising its voice in anger, the dragon beat its wings and swiveled through the air. In the surroundings of that dragon, Clind dashed about freely, accelerating with each eruption of indigo lightning. As before, eruptions of purple lightning at the soles of his feet kept Clind airborne, bestowing the wingless dragonkin the right to maneuver through the sky as he pleased. Of course, the diligent dragonkin was not merely enjoying a leisurely stroll through the air, and he did not forget to unleash ferocious offensives against the dragon. Clind, evading the dragon claws by a hair's breadth as they swung at him, he drove lightning-clad strike into the face of the opponent with whom he harbored far too great a difference in both stature and reach, and thereupon did he unleash the apotheosis of all thunderbolts. This assault, layered with the twofold preparations of strike and fulmination, was not performed merely once or twice. In the blink of an eye, it repeated 10, 20 times. Volcanica shit HK, its dominance of the airspace robbed by the overlapping eruptions of purple voltage, the dragon spat that out and ascended to a higher altitude. Possessing wings, it was the special right of the divine dragon to choose its battlefield not merely on the ground, where the wasteland stretched out as far as the eye could see, but even in the sky, covering 360 degrees in three-dimensional space. However, al duet, ascending to a high altitude, the divine dragon's head plunged right into an enormous mass of water, losing all sense of up and down. Volcanica HK, exhaling a large air bubble out of astonishment, the divine dragon's colossal body was swallowed by a sphere of water spanning over several dozen meters in diameter, created by focusing the moisture in the surroundings and the streams of water on the surface together at a single point. As the water pressure began to creak, the divine dragon, held captive in its aquatic jail, widened its golden eyes. To think you would forget about me and become so invigorated, how cool, Tilda. Beneath the dragon, Roswal, who had imprisoned the dragon in the water sphere, flashed a smile. Licked by the tongues of the heat waved from the breath that Clind had initially severed, the surface of the ground had been transformed into glass of black luster, and standing atop it, Roswal pointed to the sphere of water in the heavenly skies and folded it in on itself. Duet signified an instrumental duo, and so, this magic did not end at merely entrapping the opponent in the sphere of water. Immediately after, the water sphere in which the dragon had been sealed began to froth with a scintillating heat, reaching a boiling point. Thereupon violet voltage flashed a degree yet stronger. Clind, I shall now get a bit flashy. Roaring thunder, the thunderclap unleashed by Clind's fist harmonized as it thrust into the water sphere. That instant, the voltage surged through the entirety of the mass of water, frying the water sphere itself, along with the dragon purple lightning scurrying through all its insides. In the following moment, the heat and pressure both reached their limits. The water sphere burst asunder in a thunderous overture. The purple lightning, with nowhere else to go, cracked through the battlefield. The tempest of steam, capable of rivaling an eruption of flames, blew radially outward as a devastating blast. The water that had lasted through the incandescent heat poured down onto the land incessantly as if rain from clear skies. Clind, the vehement detonation that was induced, harbored the power to wipe out a small village entirely, leaving nary a trace behind. While it might have been assisted by a dragonkin, it was a level of destructive force impermissible for a lone magician to exhibit, and receiving the full brunt of it without restraint, even the dragon would surely, Volcanica. Ah, shit, I've cooled my head now. Tearing through the white steam with its dragon wings, the divine dragon grumbled those words amidst the locus of the epicenter in the sky. Indeed, it grumbled. If it had sustained any extent of injury, the grumble would have likely been a viler curse instead. That was to say, the airborne dragon was going strong. Nay, it was completely unscathed. Roswal, even though it was something we had known, it's quite disheartening to bear witness to it firsthand, isn't tilde it. Gazing up at that feat of having survived unscathed from the ground, Roswal closed a single eye whilst leaving the blue one open. Even when subjected to such an extent of firepower, the divine dragon had not sustained even a sliver of damage. This was neither because Roswal's magic was trivial, nor was it because the dragon had spontaneously devised the most optimal defensive maneuver. Though the latter was closer to the truth, reality was far more despairing and overwhelmingly unreasonable. Clind, master, do not be dispirited. Encouragement. Beside Roswal landed Clind, who had escaped the blast radius and dropped down. Using purple lightning to dry off after soaking in the water sphere, Clind spoke with an unchanged tone and expression, but conveyed therein was a faint consideration founded in the long time they had known each other. During their long acquaintance, Clind had told him much about the divine dragon's unreasonable absurdity. Roswal, as expected, the dragon scales and dragon hello protecting the heartstone are quite troublesome tilde. At Clind's failed attempt at an encouraging response, Roswal vocalized proof that he had not lost his fighting spirit. The dragon scales and dragon hello, those were the greatest reasons why the divine dragon Volcanica had come to be known as the most powerful existence in the world, the unreasonable absurdities that would need to be surmounted, no matter the cost. Roswal, the cloud dragon Mesorea, and the blight dragon Valgren. If one questioned where the differences between those two dragons and the divine dragon Volcanica lay, the answer would be in the dragon scales and dragon hello. Mesorea, still young, was yet underdeveloped as a dragon, and Valgren, having lost the equilibrium of its mind following the death of its birth dragonkin, had thus forfeited its future. Each of them had proved lacking in the cultivation of their dragon husks, failing to forge the same two types of armor possessed by the divine dragon. That was Roswal, dragon scales impervious to any physical attacks, and a dragon hello that wards off all magical attacks. Clind, without conquering those two armors, the heartstone of the dragon will remain unreachable. Reaffirmation. Inducing a sense of despair, Clind's words presented the greatest obstacle in conquering the divine dragon. The overwhelming physical defense of the dragon scales and the absurd magical defense of the dragon hello. Unless they stripped it of those two powerful safeguards, none of their attacks would be able to reach its weak point, the heartstone. It was not a matter of which, both were required. Unless they stripped it of both armors, neither would they be able to surpass the astounding regeneration of the dragon's mana body, nor would they be able to render it incapable of combat. Ergo, in order to defeat the divine dragon, experts in both hand-to-hand and magical combat were necessary. But then again, Roswal, even if its dragon hello is still intact, it's impressive how even that much firepower resulted in no damage. Tilde. Clind, it is not known as the most powerful dragon in the world just for show. Sai Roswal, was that not a bit of a proud Sai Jewess tilde now? However things may have ended up now, this opponent was originally yourself. If there are any weaknesses that only you are aware of, it's fine for you to secretly tell me, Clind, there is. The dragon's sword. Immediate response. Roswal, rather to the point, the dragon's sword, having been immediately given in response, was an enchanted sword that made it possible to cut things that could not be cut. With the ability of the dragon's sword, it would have certainly been possible to disregard the dragon scales and dragon hello and launch an attack straight for the heartstone. If the wielder felt so inclined, then even just hitting the divine dragon with the dragon's sword might have dealt a notable amount of damage. Of course, it was fruitless to discuss a weapon they did not have at hand, and it would not change the situation for the better. Clind, as a point of reference for the dragon scales, I will target the reverse scale on its neck. Old wound. As for the dragon hello, I suppose it will depend on your strenuous efforts, master. Expectation. Roswal, aren't you speaking to me a little too casually after my first trump card proved completely ineffective? Jewess tilde now. Clind, is that so? Though Echidna-sama would have been able to do it. Soliloquy. Roswal, as expected, the duration of their acquaintance went both ways. Hearing that shameless extra comment from Clind, despite knowing that he was playing right into the former's intentions, a flame was verily set alight in Roswal's heart. Of course, even now Roswal was not so conceited as to believe that he had reached the level of his mentor, but Roswal, a disciple must never cast shame upon their teacher after tilde all. The karma of past lives that he needed to fulfill no matter what, and the deepest, most cherished wish he desired to fulfill. these breathed life into Roswell's scarred soul, granting strength to his eyes as they grappled with the challenge presented before them. The history of magic was a helix of trial and error, and the same was true for the span of Roswell's lives. Once one problem was solved, the subsequent problem would immediately stand in the way, and he would continue to struggle onward in order to find a solution. But it was by solving all of those problems that he had arrived at where he was today, just as he had done ever since he had lost his mentor, all by his lonesome. Roswell, to begin with, there exists nobody who stands a greater chance than I. He would intentionally proclaim it himself. Without a doubt, Roswell was the strongest magician of the present era. There existed none who had a greater potential of overcoming the dragon hello of the divine dragon Volcanica than Roswell. No, even that infinitesimal possibility was something he had cultivated over these 400 years. In the field of magic, if there was a wall that needed to be surmounted no matter what, Roswell, without fail, would find a way to surmount it. Anything less was an impossibility. That was the vow Roswell L. Mathers had taken, the path of thorns he had resolved to walk all by his lonesome. That was why Roswell, with the entirety of my being, I shall vanquish this plight. Alongside his declaration of resolve, in order to break through to the untrodden domain of surmounting a dragon hello, Roswell once again began formulating techniques in the sky of a complexity that would scorch any ordinary mind to naught. 3. The position of dragonkin was one which Clind actually found to be quite troublesome. In the first place, dragonkin were ultimately the forms taken by the next generation of dragons, and strictly speaking, were not identical existences to their dragon progenitors. Nevertheless, they inherited many of the memories, experiences, and emotions of their dragons, harboring an amalgam within their minds that made it difficult to classify them as separate beings entirely. Clind was no exception to that, and the influence from the days of Volcanica was markedly reflected in his current self's way of being. To give an example, this could be seen in his strong envy towards unrealized potential. Born as a member of the absolute race known as dragons, Volcanica innately esteemed the unripeness within humans as radiant, as it meant they needed to grow and develop whilst they headed towards their goals, thus validating its own absolute way of being. That disposition was carried forth into the present with him as a dragonkin, and now, unrealized beings who concealed within themselves great potential, children, were something that Clind could not help but greatly revere, respect, esteem, love, and cherish. That nature of Clind's, carried over from his past life, so to speak, was something that Frederica and the like harbored an enormous misunderstanding about. Only there was another matter concerning dragonkin that he wished to keep concealed from Frederica, so he deliberately refrained from clarifying that misunderstanding with her and those around her. Clind, while that may be the case, it is a tad vexing to be kept at a distance from Anna Rose Sama, Petra, Beatrice Sama, Maylie, and Amelia Sama. Discontent, in any case, not limited solely to Clind, there existed an inextricable bond between dragons and their dragonkin. Given that a dragonkin's development would spur on the growth of their dragon, and that a dragonkin's death would destroy the mind of their dragon, that bond was evident. In fact, if the need ever arose, a dragonkin could even house their own mind within the empty dragon husk, wielding their rightful strength as a dragon to their heart's content. Clind, I have heard that in the Empire, Mesorea and its dragonkin had done so. Interest, though a long time had passed since Clind had become a dragonkin, his points of contact with other dragonkin were essentially non-existent, so he thought it might be nice if he could one day exchange words with one who had newly been born into Valatia, Madeline. That which she was said to have performed, the housing of one's own soul into their dragon husk, was an act which Clind had also performed many times in the past, returning to the divine dragon Volcanica in order to abide by the covenant with the kingdom of Lugunica. Clind, albeit at present, governance of the dragon husk has been seized through some unknown means. Foul play, in essence, all that was required for a dragonkin to house their soul within their dragon was the act of touching their dragon husk. But for Clind, his soul's first homecoming in approximately 40 years had ended in failure, his dragon husk remaining in the palm of the usurper. Clind, it is not as though I was without concerns, but regrettable. However mighty in existence the race known as dragons was, the means to commandeer an empty vessel did not amount to zero. In particular, an evil spirit whom Clind knew harbored the power to possess the bodies of others, and he had also discussed the possibility of such a power being capable of seizing a dragon husk in private with his allies. Juice, it had been an awfully long time since he had seen the evil spirit who went by that name. Clind, there is no helping it now. Sentimentality. Regardless, Clind knew that it was possible for dragon to have its dragon husk hijacked, and that in order to recover said dragon husk, there was a need to strike its heartstone. The problem was, it was the divine dragon's dragon husk that had been annexed, so its dragon scales and dragon hello were obstructing the way to its heartstone. Clind, I will deal with the dragon scales by piercing the reverse scale, so the master must surmount the dragon hello. Devotion, by way of the absolute defense belonging to the divine dragon, The Heartstone was protected behind its dragon scales and dragon hello. The feat of striking that was the victory condition for this battlefield levied upon Clind and Roswal. Fortunately, there stood a prospect for breaking through those dragon scales. The old white scar carved into its neck at the culmination of its deadly clash against the sword Saint Redistria was the one and only opening in that absolute defense. Clind, the fact that in the end, that which has become our means of grasping victory is a blow dealt by that insolent fellow, how truly aggravating. Infuriation, that dragon-meat-eating freak was always going, "Gimme your damn tail," or "Lemme eat your damn guts," and so forth before ultimately staking his attempt to carve out its heart. Just what in the world had he thought of his traveling companion on their journey? At the end of it all, they had clashed in an attempt to sever the other from the thread of life. Irrespective of the circumstances of the wound's origin, there already existed a breach in the dragon scales. Ergo, the path that would lead them to triumph depended on whether or not Roswal could surmount the palisade that was the dragon hello. Clind, it is my duty to buy time for that purpose. Concentration. For 400 years, Roswal had devoted himself to diligent studies. And now he would be put to the test. Standing witness to that ordeal extreme to the utmost, Clind once again reproached his troublesome position of dragonkin. After all, Clind could not help but find the dazzling blaze that was Roswal's life, having commenced as but a seedling of unripeness, as something that ought to be esteemed, beloved, and cherished. Volcanicus Hafran, harrowing the heavens, affrighting the lands, and imperiling the world, the roar of the divine dragon thundered far and wide. The mighty voice incited quakes all throughout heaven and earth, rending the sky as its resonance took shape as a torrent that deluged Clind in his entirety. The bellow ravaged aught in its path, and swallowed by it, Clind's body was also sundered, rupturing. Before that could transpire, a voluminous cloud of mist emerged, and plunging right into it whilst clad in violacious teravolts, the roar of the heavens quite literally dispersed into the mist. Fine particles of water created passageways for the sound, immensely dampening the ruinous shockwave. Roswal al trio, above Clind's head as he bolted through the mist, honing in upon the dragon were tricolored radiances. Red, blue, and green, the triadic varieties of light achieved a brilliant harmony, and in that instant the swelling of illumination scorched the sky. Wind and flame erupted on a scale of nigh 100 meters, and the glacial inferno berserking through the storm enveloped the dragon, hues and spectacle befitting the world's end, painting the clear skies of the battlefield with the spitting image of hell. Clind shhk. Into that hellscape Clind thrust himself forth, galloping through the air with lightning by his side. The world's demise, the degradation of the battlefield's sky to hell, to survive even if it was a realm of such absolute death, was the mark of a powerful being who had lived in the age of the witches that wielded their power as if to assert their very existences. Volcanica, welcome, reigning over the sky, woven with a chaotic, incoherent blend of colors as it was, the divine dragon bellowed sonorously as it demonstrated its pristine condition. Behind the dragon, whilst it spread its wings, suspended in the air were colossal arms of crag construction, numbering 12 in total, the sturdy firsts ferociously burred as if a joyous gesture of welcoming, meeting Clind head-on. Clind, sealing shackle, unleashed second stage. The moment before he crashed into the monolithic arms, Clind intensified the light emitted from the black horns on his head a stage further. Purple lightning surging around his body, Clind temporarily attained a protection equivalent to that of the dragon. Weaponizing that sturdiness, Clind wielded the entirety of his body as an indestructible armament capable of combating the divine dragon's onslaught. A flash of roaring thunder, a detonation of purple voltage that caused the heavens to cry out, pulverized the rocky arms forged by the dragon, actualizing a volley of blows between the two who possessed far too great a difference in stature. Clind, you fight with reckless abandon. Exceedingly unthinkable for a dragon. Creative ingenuity, Volcanica, were both far past the stage of choosing a clean way of winning, yeah. The recent trend of all my adversaries is that they're all damn strong guys who don't hesitate to come at me with unfair methods, you know. As he shattered 1, 2, 3 colossal arms, Clind nodded in affirmation to that response. He was not fond of self-praise, but as one might expect, the one most proficient, most capable of wielding the dragon husk of the divine dragon Volcanica to its fullest strength was undoubtedly Clind. No matter how powerful the receptacle was, if the contents did not match, its true potential would not be fully exhibited. To make up for that which was lacking, the usurper did not draw forth the true value of the dragon husk, but rather explored many varieties of delicate tricks and techniques that the actual dragon would have never attempted. And the scope of those delicate tricks, arriving at a domain bereft of all charm, began to drive Clind into a corner. Volcanica unleashing a tempest of the 12 monolithic arms, its dragon claws, and its tail, the divine dragon began to thunderously churn a maelstrom of light within the depths of its throat. Needed in synchrony to that was a torrent of flame and water being compressed in the dragon's oral cavity. Contrary to what common sense might dictate, the flame and water did not simply cancel each other out. encasing a terrifying amount of heat and volume of water, with no place left for it to go, seeking an outlet to direct its power, erupting outward. That instant, Clind induced a shockwave of purple lightning to his fore, launching himself backwards to extract himself from the divine dragon's line of fire. Clind, that was prevented by the colossal arms of stone that had stretched out to surround him. As the bouldering palms moved to clasp him, even as he attempted to blow them away through a boisterous dance of thundering bombardments, Volcanica, get blasted away. Following that, alongside the ear-piercing bellow, detonations began to erupt all across the battlefield as if it was being hailed with strikes. A wave of heat to scorch away aught that had been birthed, a wave of shock to rend away what was the very world. The onslaught of each granted Clind no method of escape, merely passing a surplus of divine punishment unto the fool who had dared to challenge the dragon. Clind, clenching down on his molars firmly, Clind rescinded the bulwark of purple lightning that had clad his entire body. Instead, he promptly discharged voltage through his black horns, generating the maximum output of purple lightning as a volume that rivaled the dragon hello. Even still, supposing the attack were to have been taken directly, not even Clind would have been able to escape a fatal wound. Indeed, if he had taken the attack directly. Roswell Al-Quartet, vocalizing such, the one present to Clind's rear, past the scorched, colossal arms of stone that had crumbled beyond recognition, was Roswell performing an incantation of great magic. Having taken flight into the sky by means of aviation magic, Roswell had joined the fray of aerial combat between Clind and the divine dragon, invoking 4 attributes simultaneously against those tremendous detonations, a feat that canceled them out entirely. Volcanica, you've gotta be kidding me. Faced with that reality, it was no wonder that even the divine dragon spilled a voice of astonishment. The attack from the usurper just now harbored a destructive power mighty enough to wipe an entire city off the map, leaving no trace behind. For that to have been offset by the measure of man, having fully protected Clind on top of that, was a level of precision light years beyond anything that could have been considered ordinary. If there had been even just a single slight miscalculation, it would have instead bolstered the divine dragon's attack and quite possibly scorched both of them to ashes. It truly was a feat befitting divinity, threading the eye of a needle from a kilometer away. Only this could not be called a perfect victory. Roswell As such words feebly spilled out from Roswell's lips in a state of delirium, he lost control and began to fall headfirst. Clind, master! Haste, kicking off the air to catch up to the plummeting Roswell, Clind gazed in wonder. The mere aftershock of the offset detonation had torn Roswell's body to shreds, and his right arm in particular had sustained tremendous damage. Hideously charred to a red and black chunk of flesh, it was too painful to even look at. Albeit Roswell had mastered all manners of magic, the one and only thing he could not employ was healing magic. As for whether he could continue to fight whilst bearing such a wound would be far too Volcanica. Don't take this the wrong way, but Origin's waiting on me. Clind, Clind embraced the severely wounded Roswell in his arms. However, the divine dragon did not relax its onslaught. Furling the wind in their wake, dragon wings became blades of light in fearsome approach, and violently discharging purple voltage, Clind bolted through the sky as though lightning, continuing to evade. Whilst basking in the shame of having allowed Roswell to sustain a wound, he pulverized the blades of wind with kicks, and catching the scything dragon wings with his body, thereupon did lightning fulminate. By the force of that impact, they were sent flying backwards. Forcibly distancing himself, he restored his posture. That instant, the dragon's tail came crashing down. Clind, converting the impact of the discharge into rotational force, the divine dragon's tail struck down in a direct hit. Even though he used his arm to protect their heads from the fatal blow, the force sent them hurtling straight towards the ground at full speed. Falling to the ground as they were, the inertia would be vigorous enough to dig their own graves for them, but Volcanica, and just to make sure of things, as Clind and Roswell plummeted, the divine dragon spoke those words and inhaled a deep breath. Amidst the combat where offense and defense alternated rapidly, any action that required charging time could prove fatal. Ergo, the full force of the dragon's breath, a move kept sealed away save for the opening hand, was now unleashed. Against the destruction inescapable by even his lightning dash, naught could be done. By Clind, Roswell Al-Quintet, with all of the strength having faded from his body, having entrusted Clind with all of the offensive and defensive combat, Roswell invoked the greatest firepower that he had ever charged up. The activation of the perfected technique manifested an enormous magic circle bailing together 5 lights in the heavens above. Fire, water, wind, earth, and finally, yang, that which coalesced these conflicting principles by means of overlapping rationality that surpassed human understanding, was a power of overwhelming destruction not permitted to exist anywhere but the outside of order. It clashed directly against the unleashed breath of the divine dragon. In that moment, all notions of sound and color were bereaved from the world. Roswell, the 2 unbridled powers contested, vividly tearing asunder the very boundary between heaven and earth. Infernos raged ferociously, the sky froze over, the wind swirled into a vortex, the earth was vehemently exhumed, and all of it was amplified by light. 5 contradictory powers took the shape of great spires of illumination as the battlefield crumbled in a chain reaction. The region that had been merely a craggy wasteland before the battle's commencement was now filled with the thunderous dance of light and sound, to the point that up could not be discerned from down. Aught was consumed in a crucible of chaos. Roswal, in the sense of destroying the equilibrium of the world, that technique was already on a level which rivaled the numerous forbidden arts whose existences had been erased by Ad Lagna. The reason why this had never had its existence extinguished as a forbidden art was none other than because there had been nobody capable of using it to make it worth prohibiting. Prior to this, the only ones who had ever materialized great magic, nay, hyper-magic to this degree, were the Witch of Greed, Echidna, and the original magician Mayanmin. The hyper-magic bordering on taboo was fired not as an arrow of destruction, but as one of negation. Clind, master, truly you are, hats off. Just who could have ever believed that the spectacle of this cataclysmic upheaval was the proof of a lone man's devotion to his diligent studies? The journey and footprints trodden by that personage, many would likely loathe and vilify its details as immoral, repudiating his way of being. But Clind would not repudiate him, nor would he scorn him. He may have deserved scorn, but the impact that would stir in the heart upon witnessing something that surpassed all measure was no different for humans or dragons. Only Clind had been overcome with emotion. To think that a human could build something up to this extent. Clind dearly loved the potential of humans. Born as weak, fragile, and imperfect beings, the question of what they might pursue, what they might desire, fascinated him to no end. From that perspective, Roswal had nearly achieved the maximum score. As far as Clind was aware, there existed nobody else who had continued to pathetically cling to such a distant possibility, ever struggling towards it, to the extent that Roswal had. If one did not harbor any talent, they would have given up far sooner. If he had been a chosen existence like the Sword Saint, he would have reached this point without suffering to this extent. Having been neither of those, the only quality Roswal possessed was a tenacity beyond all normality. For that reason, Clind had revered his way of being, affirmed his path, and lent him his strength. Clind, that prayer yet remains shining brightly within me. Vow, speaking of his vow in such a manner, Clind gently laid Roswal onto the ground. Shedding tears of blood, the matchless magician convulsed throughout his entire body as a result of overusing his powerful gait. The reward for his meritorious deed was an all too dreary bed of sand, but he would just have to bear with it for the time being. After all, having basked in the magician's apotheoses, the divine dragon was ever unscathed, thriving up in the heavenly skies. And thus, reality had caught up with Roswal, whose life was teetering on the brink. 5 seconds, master. Report, that which greeted the return of his scattered consciousness, was an exceptionally calm voice. However, he did not seem to blame Clind for that. If he had 5 seconds, the divine dragon should have been able to kill Roswal 50 times over. There was word of them having a no-killing rule, so he supposed that they would crush his limbs and freeze his wounds for later in order to render him incapable of fighting, or something like that. Because if it were Roswal, he would have gone that far in order to render someone incapable of fighting. Clind had protected Roswal from that damage, splendidly fulfilling his role as the vanguard. The issue was Roswal, my poor display, It was the pathetic feeling of having jumped into the battle between dragon and dragonkin and arriving on the verge of death so quickly. It was not that he had underestimated the situation, but he had thought he could accomplish more. Roswal, thanks to Petra's struggle to assume custody of the witch factor herself, Roswal's preparation was spread across the battlefield which the divine dragon was drawn into, and he had performed in what was probably the greatest magical battle of his lifetime. He could say that he had not fought a battle like this since he had faced the Warlock of Tristasha alongside Clind. Simply looking at the results alone, it was not purely a matter of the divine dragon being stronger than the Warlock of Tristasha. Either way, Roswal, we need to change our conditions for victory. Even now, Clind might still be fighting, believing that Roswal would recover, but he knew his own limits better than anyone. His strength was depleted, his body was a complete mess, and even his life force had been largely whittled away by his intense consumption of mana. Even the numerous great magics he had prepared were not enough to pierce the dragon hello of the divine dragon. It had been impossible even with the simultaneous activation of 5 different types of Al-class magic. If any possibility existed, it was in the simultaneous activation of Al-class magic of all 6 attributes, but given that such magic had never been successful even under perfect conditions, there was no way it would be successful under the current circumstances. A sensation like his brain was boiling, and pain as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards were indications that the greatest gate of his family, selected for across Roswal's 400 years, was on the verge of breaking. It was pointless for him to continue any further. If what he had prepared could not do the trick, he would lower the hurdle for what he aimed to achieve and accomplish at least the minimum required of him. Originally, the goal of this battle had been to prevent Aldebaran's plans, which they could achieve if they could just continue to keep the divine dragon pinned down here. Thus, he would be clever and adaptable, while devoting himself to supporting Clind as he continued to resist here. However, Roswal, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, but it's a really important role. So good luck, Roswal-sama. I apologize for the inconvenience until now. Finally, we can repay your kindness to us. Together we can help that person, Subaru-kun. It's what the master said he would do, so please don't change your mind. I hate the master, but I really believe he wouldn't lose to anyone else. Roswal-sama, may fortune and battle be upon you. And please do enjoy yourself. Roswal, Oya, being clever and adaptable while devoting himself to supporting Clind, that was what he ought to have done. But the next thing he knew, Roswal was standing on unsteady feet, cradling his right arm that had been reduced to a horrible state. Roswal, it was strange. He had intended to fight sneakily, not in the manner of the grand magicians Roswal had admired, but rather by using the underhanded means of a mediocre magician hungry for victory, and yet, why, for what reason, had he risen to his feet? Surely he did not mean to say that he had not given up, even though that which he had prepared had been ineffective, even though he had never once achieved results beyond his ability. What, you stood back up? I had intended to take on the role, however. Roswal was so surprised by his own actions that the unexpected voice did not surprise him whatsoever. Roswal, the owner of that voice, slowly stepped upon the desolate earth, as if depicting the demise of the world, and stood next to the unsteady and wavering Roswal. However, Roswal, sorry, but I don't even have the strength to move my head. You're too short, so I can't tell who you are, but this is Far Tilda from a role for child. Who exactly are you calling a child? You knave, you are truly an infuriating man. The other person raised his voice in full earnestness at Roswal's half-joking, half-serious words, and his unseen form gradually lifted up and entered the edge of Roswal's field of view. It was not that the other party had grown taller. He had made the ground swell with magic, using it as an improvised step-stool to match their eye levels. It was truly a silly waste of magic, yet he did not hate it. Indifferent to Roswal's inner thoughts, the black-robed, green-haired dwarf who had done so crossed his arms, and, I shall engrave who I am anew, so that you shall not forget, you knave. The grey Ezokadner shall conquer the divine dragon before you. Chapter 49, Magician. One fulminations of purple lightning cavorted, and amidst the sky of the battlefield, Clind dashed around through a full range of motion in every conceivable direction, free from any and all obstructions. Volcanica Haran, as if to chase the light of that thunderous blast, dragon claws stirred the air as if a storm, ripping the empty airspace asunder each time they did so, and the resultant vacuous waves shut off the dragonkin's escape routes. His options dwindling by the moment, Clind restrained the dragon's aim to himself, and exercising caution such to ensure that its shockwaves did not reach the surface below, he maneuvered through the heavens with both prudence and boldness. Clind, you have managed to exceed my expectations. Wonder, whilst evading, sidestepping, and canceling out the dragon's tyranny head-on, each and every one of its blows capable of reshaping the terrain, Clind could not help but admire the usurper's handling of the dragon husk. As mentioned previously, the usurper had failed to achieve a perfect control over the divine dragon's dragon husk. It was something akin to granting a newborn baby the body of the sword saint. To begin with, it was an unreasonable matter. Ergo, the avaricious approach taken by the usurper, electing to use even the dragon husk as a means to seize victory rather than drawing out its true merits as the divine dragon, was something that impressed Clind, further increasing his reverence for the strength possessed by weak humans. However, when the battle began to surpass his expectations and drag on, he realized. Far exceeding Clind's expectations, the usurper had adapted to the dragon husk, all while still continuing to grow. Clind, I heard that you had also contended with the sword saint and sword demon to reach this point. Understanding, even while possessing the divine dragon's dragon husk, the usurper had accreted battles against powerful individuals who could not be so easily defeated, and had thus drawn out a rather powerful degree of its potential as a dragon. From the brilliance of the dragon scales and dragon halo that defended its heartstone, that could be perceived overwhelmingly. Clind, the potential of humans' heartfelt devotion, to boast as if they were perfected existences, just how comical was the way of being of dragons. For what reason had the dragons, as the strongest of life forms, lorded over the surface as if they owned the place? The answer to that lay in their massive, unapologetic footsteps, so Clind believed. They asserted themselves with might, such that nobody would be able to avert their attention from them. Such that they could not be ignored. That was what had made it look as if the dragons were the most important beings who resided on the surface. Hence, when they lost their place upon these lands, the dragons had disappeared beyond the great waterfall. Clind, although he knew it to be an inappropriate sentimentality, glimpses of the past flashed through the dragonkin's mind. Heavenly skies were rent asunder into numerous rifts, amidst gigantic crags and lumps of ice that heaved up roaring winds as they flew past each other, slipping through the accumulation of shockwaves numbering 10, 20. Clind's mind went to 400 years ago. He envisioned the figures of his brethren, flying away as they were ousted from these lands. That day, those who had remained in these lands were either ones who had strayed from their ways or who were eccentrics. The dragons that had fled beyond the great waterfall were considered to be in possession of sound thinking and judgment, but if Clind were to be asked, he would give the opposite answer. The reason why dragons were the ultimate life forms was because their lives had been designed to be the most strong. In that case, a dragon must always keep learning in order to never relinquish that seat, and must always continue to grow. Was the fact that dragonkin had been conceived not proof in itself of that way of being belonging to the dragons? Clind, above all, are they truly not aware of it? Snicker, channeling the purple electricity surging around him into thunderous discharge, Clind pulverized the clods of rock and ice tessellating the sky in the realm of hundreds, and concentrated the dragon's attention upon himself before looking down at the ground. And present there, Ezo, the dragon scales and the dragon hello, so those were the divine dragon's contrivances to render your trump cards powerless, knave. Roswal, rendered powerless, that is a bit of an upsetting way to put it. I would rather you described it as having been rendered ineffective or rendered harmless, you knew, O tilde. Ezo, is this really the time to be finicky over such worthless things? The simultaneous invocation of differing attributes was that an application of the two-attribute intersection theorem. But if you mix in a third variety, then how do you keep the convergence pressure of fire and wind under control? Roswal, it is rather elementary. Simply affix that convergence pressure as the nucleus. It is possible to correct for the imbalance birthed in the technique from the mutual interference by applying fire if the third element is water, and applying wind if it is earth. Ezo, you're saying to make use of the helical interference of attributes. Absurd. If attributes of inverse phases were to clash, the technique would cancel itself out, and it would easily exceed the critical deviation of the gate extreme compression, is it? Roswal, I did not expect that you would be able to arrive at that conclusion on your own merits. From how it appears, you have formulated a rather novel technique, even though you seem to be self-taught upon closer inspection. Is it not founded upon a technique left behind by my house 2 generations prior? Ezo, NGH, Roswal, by now, equilibrious circulation, which views the mana flowing through one's body as a torus. Already ought to have been discarded as worthless in the mainstream. The materials on that subject were lost quite a long time ago, but do not tell me you, Ezo. It takes a good amount of resolve in order to pursue the path of magic. To begin with, the book was covered in dust at a street stall. I discovered synthesis circulation from there, dramatically improving the efficiency of mana usage in the invocation of spells. Roswal, a little audacious after stealing someone's theory, Ariant tilde you. Ezo, I'll admit that it served as the impetus for my ideas, but improvements and revisions are a constant for advancement. In that case, are you trying to say that you've never received any training or education from anyone, knave? Roswal, Ezo, don't fall silent all of a sudden. In the first place, even if I concede some ground here for the sake of argument, it was not even you, knave, it was the accomplishment of your forebearer, the Madame Roswal J. Mathers Roswal, though she was not too dissimilar from myself or something like that. Let us get back on topic. I had never thought of synthesis circulation. If you understand the main issue with the two-attribute intersection theorem, then I suppose I have no need to explain why tripedal centroid control is ill-suited to multi-attribute intersection theorem. Ezo, are you trying to make a fool of me? Each attribute added to a simultaneous invocation multiplies the disturbance of helical interference. Even if tripedal centroid control can reach a simultaneous invocation of 3 attributes, any more than that would be no. Just earlier you demonstrated control over 5 attributes at once, knave. How in the world did you perform that? Roswal, I see. So you want to hear the answer. Very well, I shall tell you. I believe the true pleasure of magic lies in exploring one's own curiosity and the essence of abyssal enigmas, but since your passion is too shallow for that, Ezo, wait, be quiet. 5 attributes, helical interference, extreme compression, no, that technique was using equilibrious circulation, that's it. It's tripedal centroid control superimposed in parallel. Roswal, Ezo, in other words, you performed the simultaneous invocation of 3 attributes through tripedal centroid control twice at the same time and superimposed them before deployment. On the second set of 3 attributes, you utilized the invoked yang attribute to support your own gate, and by fixing the nucleus as the convergence pressure yielded from the helical interference, you formulated the extreme compression between the 3 and 2 attributes remaining, resulting in that culmination, Roswal. Yes, that's exactly right. That was the breakthrough that proved the existence of the 5-fold resonance point. Ezo, are you stupid? It only takes a single thousandth of a single instant of a single maneuver. If anything even so slightly shifts out of place in any part of the process, it would trigger a helical breakdown and spell the end of everything. Knave, that would cause a second Agzed Canyon to form with you as its center, Roswell, but such a thing did not happen. That is the towering, distant summit of this blasphemous path. Ezo, Roswell, does it scare you? Ezo Kadnarkun, Ezo, yeah, it's terrifying. That my own heart desires such a thing, Roswell L. Mathers, indeed, the two magicians on the surface clashed with their diligent studies, sharpening one another. Clind, what remarkably lively faces. Beyond expectation, there was a role he had been entrusted with from the start. Hence, Clind gladly undertook the front line in the battle against the dragon, cladding himself in purple voltage as they violently clashed. But even if he had not been entrusted with that role, Clind, following his own convictions, would have likely chosen to wield purple lightning against his own former dragon husk like this. The way that humans sharpened and polished each other would inevitably give rise to a brand new something. Unmistakably, that was the desire of Clind, the dragonkin of the divine dragon Volcanica, who had elected to be left behind in these lands, thus being deemed a heretic by its brethren who did not recognize its new sense of values. After all, that was the stoutest pillar of the mentality that would never accept the witch factor of Tristisha, which demanded the stifling of potential as compensation. Roswell did not know much about the one who was standing alongside him, Ezo Kadner. He had heard the name. As personnel who had recently joined the Felt camp, his capabilities quickly gained him a key position within the camp responsible for internal affairs. Such was Roswell's understanding. For the most part, there had also been some information saying that he was a magician, but with it having been unknown who he apprenticed and studied under, he was commonly seen as a mock magician operating privately, and since he was in fact self-taught, that perception was not very far off the mark. However, that perception of him as a mock magician was overturned upon coming face to face with the real Ezo and laying eyes upon the theories that his magic were formulated upon. He was the real deal. Thus, mutually understanding each other as the real deal, there was no need to exchange many words. Ezo, rest for a bit to catch your breath. I will be needing you to push yourself once more. As Ezo spoke those words, he hopped down from the foothold he had made for himself to stand at eye level with Roswell before taking a step forth towards the battlefield and gazing up towards the sky. Ezo, with the successive firings of great magic and hypermagic, further layered with the clash between dragon and dragonkin, the stagnated mana was dramatically perturbed, and the sky where blue had stretched out overhead was transformed into abnormal weather conditions of rainbow-hued flickerings. Amidst that scene, yet chaining, were the innumerable fulminations of purple lightning as the dragonkin dashed through the sky, ever engaged in solo combat. Even after Roswell had fallen, unable to accomplish anything, Clind remained performing his role to the fullest. Ezo, for what reason is he fighting alone? You seem to have the wrong idea, knave. Roswell, what did you say? Ezo, you mean to suggest that a magician ought never consort with others? Nay, it is in harmony where their true worth lies. As Roswell widened his eyes, before him Ezo spoke those words, countless spheres of water floating in his vicinity. Contained within each of those water spheres were numerous fragments of the boulders that had fallen down. At once, they all ascended up in one swift motion, sent towards the battlefield where Clind was vehemently clashing against the divine dragon. Roswell, that is, excessive or rather meaningless. In such a manner did Roswell grasp Ezo's intent. It was a simple defense of the water attribute. Nevertheless, he was impressed by that ability to easily control a number nigh on 100. However, that degree of water spheres would fail to even draw the attention of the dragon, even if they smashed an entire boulder into it. Rather, they could even spoil the tactics of Clind, as he contended against the divine dragon by himself. Ezo, I'll say it once more, Roswell. You have the wrong idea, knave. Ezo's declaration and the spectacle that ensued took Roswell's breath away. The countless spheres of water he had elevated had not been for the purposes of attacking the divine dragon directly. The water spheres and rocky fragments burst asunder from the fulminations of purple lightning, and having thus gained a foothold as he revolved through the skies, Clind accelerated a degree further. As Clind accelerated, the water spheres guiding his path were deployed across a vast area, granting the dragonkin launchpads to make his attacks sharper, weightier, and more vehement as they bore into the divine dragon's dragon scales. The thunderous crackles and shockwaves were delivered back down to the surface, and Ezo continued speaking to Roswell as they basked in the wind. Ezo, certainly, that individual has the ability to engage in aerial combat by himself. But per my judgment, the original usage of that magical light is not suited to such purposes, and rather is meant to be an astonishing defensive ability. Since he is a powerful individual of such mastery, he is utilizing it in a different way in order to fight, but if the dissipation of that power is set aside, it might be incomparable to its intrinsic might. Roswell. But if you create footholds within the sky, it would instead make it more difficult to scatter its aim. with the advantage of Klind being able to freely kick off the sky, not then perish. Ezo, do you take him for a novice incapable of switching between them as necessary? In that case, knave, it is not just consideration in which you are lacking, but an eye for people as well. Roswal, Ezo, Roswal, to fight alongside someone does not mean to neglect considering all matters and merely have faith in the other person. You entrust what you can entrust and compensate what you can compensate. With your way of doing things, knave, even if you can achieve 200 by having 100 and 100 that do not get in each other's way, you will never achieve 100 and 100 that elevate each other into 1,000. As he spoke of his opinion, Ezo did not slacken from providing backup to the battle overhead. This was a rocky wasteland with plenty of boulders to send up. The water spheres multiplied with enough vigor to permeate the sky, so even if Klind expended them as footholds faster than the eye could see, the quantity of that multiplication far overpowered it. Volcanica TCH, just when I thought things were getting too clever, turns out it's Sensei-san. Having located Ezo as the source of the footholds being utilized, the divine dragon roared in anger. Crushing 100 of the water spheres in one fell swoop of its dragon claws, it took aim at the magicians upon the ground and unleashed its breath. Klind, I do not advise looking away, have a look at this. Demonstration, shooting straight up into the dragon's jaw from directly below were the two legs of Klind after soaring upwards. The unreleased breath was thus detonated within the dragon's oral cavity, and some of its fangs could be seen flying out from the impact. Volcanica U little HK, reeling back from its own explosion, the atmosphere surrounding the divine dragon was rapidly filled with a distorted, warped, unstable yet mighty and authentic magical light. The dragon was attempting to invoke the great magic it had learned through observation. Even if Klind, who could use purple lightning as a barrier, and the divine dragon, who could entrust its defenses to its dragon hello, could withstand it, if it reached the surface, Roswal and Ezo would not stand a chance. Roswal, in that case, the only option is to have it detonate in the sky. Fortunately, in addition to the mana that had been discharged at random, there happened to be countless water spheres of magic founded upon synthesis circulation that he had been carefully observing next to him. Interrupting the formulation of that magic, he overrode its efficacy. Ezo, you knave, that's my magic, you know. Roswal, magic does not belong to anyone. Paths forwards are constantly being opened. Teaching of my mentor, that instant, Ezo's control over the water spheres was stolen, and they were bundled together whilst taking in the surrounding mana to achieve extreme compression. The great magic that the divine dragon had attempted to construct had been injected with self-interpretation, deliberately thwarting its completion. Induced was the helical breakdown that Ezo had feared. The sky that had fractured several times during this battle once more underwent a grand explosion of collapsing aurora. Waves of scorching heat and zenith cold blue passed them in turns, and the crags present in the sky melted, then froze, then shattered. Amidst the catastrophe, lightning scorched all of those remnants to naught, and the wind pressure blew the ashes and dust particles several kilometers away. Ezo, are you out of your mind, knave? Your ally there would have disintegrated along with it, Roswal, but you protected him. This is the harmony you were speaking of, Reite Tilda. Closing his yellow eye in a wink, Roswal silenced the angered Ezo. In truth, as Klind was engulfed in the enormous explosion at high altitude, it had been Ezo's skills that enclosed him in innumerable layers of water, bestowing him the maximum defense from that destructive firepower. Roswal thought that if it was Ezo, the latter would have correctly guessed his intentions and performed that act. If the roles had been reversed due to the differences in their talents and consideration, such a thing would absolutely not have taken shape. Truly, it was the right man in the right place. As expected, Roswal was an inhuman villain. Only he was merely one who still had room to improve, to revise, and to advance. Klind, nevertheless, this deed makes me question the master's sanity. Brute, with that, Roswal felt like he could hear Klind voicing complaints after having averted a crash thanks to Ezo's quick-wittedness, but being reproached whilst confronted with that ice-cold face, and all other such matters, would need to wait until this battle was concluded. Thus Roswal Ezo Kadnerkun, Ezo. What Roswal L. Mathers called out by his name. It was amusing how Ezo called back to him as if in opposition. Concealing those sentiments of his beneath the makeup that had been ruined by blood and sweat, Roswal sighed. Then once again training his gaze upon the gray, Ezo Kadner, Roswal, I wish to have you assist me. For something that has not once transpired in this world, the genesis of a brand new magic. Recognizing it as a cowardly thing for even himself to say, Roswal took the offensive. After all, those who gave themselves to the path of magic could never even hope to resist such an allure. 3. In the midst of constructing a technique, Ezo Kadner was on the verge of shedding tears in spite of himself. Ezo, stupid, 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 these foolish lacrimal glands. Cease your operation now, just slack off. Reprimanding the functions of his own body, he stiffened his cheeks to hold back the tears. Ezo despised slacking off. This was because the dwarf race was not endowed with outstanding physical abilities or gaits, and many of his brethren were required to put in much more strenuous effort than other races in order to accomplish their goals. The sole grace of the dwarf race was that they had a tendency to be bestowed divine protections, but unlike his fellow member of the Felt Camp, Camberley, Ezo had also lost out on that lottery and was easily identifiable as a have-not. Ezo despised slacking off. This was because he was forced to live under stricter conditions than most others. It was not. To use his dwarven ancestry as an excuse and hold it in contempt saying, it can't be helped, was quite frankly unbearable to him. If Ezo failed to reach the goals he set for himself, it would not be because he was a dwarf. If one allowed themselves to make an excuse even once in their life, they would fall into the trap of sloth and neglect in the blink of an eye, setting themselves up to live in a slackened and unproductive spoiled manner. Ezo knew this well. Rather, that had been the case for his elder brothers and sisters. Ezo was the youngest child of 10 siblings, and all of his other siblings had received divine protections, rejoicing in the lives they lived fully dependent upon them. He would not say it was a bad thing. Those were the lives of his elder brothers and sisters. He wanted to say it was bad, but he would not. He could bear it. Merely, he could not bear to allow that for his own life. Hence, when Ezo Cadner discovered a book of magic covered in dust stored deep within a box at a street vendor, he vowed to dedicate his life to the deep inspiration it gave him, and to never make excuses no matter what. Ezo, you're the same, Roswell, I can tell by looking at you. While he occupied the seat of the kingdom's magician of the court and had multiple colored titles under his belt for having mastered certain magical attributes to their extremes, Roswell did not provide guidance, nor did he ever consort with others. Even if he was skilled as a margrave, his position as a magician had been something bought through his parentage and political strength. Having doubted Roswell in such a manner, thus seeking to challenge him, was the unforgettable dark past of Ezo. But in reality, upon witnessing the efficiency of construction in the magic Roswell was deploying, and the beauty of the techniques he was materializing, Ezo felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. Ezo and Roswell were of the same generation, and Ezo had conceitedly believed that among those in similar age to him, there were none who had endeavored as much as he had. Having devoted the entirety of the time he had lived, he had believed he had touched upon part of just what magic exactly was. But that was not the case at all. Between Roswell and Ezo, in both their research and devotion to their studies of magic, it almost seemed as if there existed a difference of over 100 years. A difference in talents, a difference in race, a difference in births, he would not credit it to any such thing. It was an absolute truth, hence, Ezo Cadner was on the verge of spilling tears of joy. Ezo HK, that there was someone who had endeavored even more than him, standing in the realm he longed for, he was glad. Understanding, reverence, and gratitude all pounded through Ezo's heart, causing him, who hated slacking off more than anything, to command his lacrimal glands to slacken for the first time in his life. With such sentiments in his chest, Ezo once more focused his attention on demonstrating all the studies he had accreted. When it came to magic, it was required to firmly envision the result that would occur. Thus, it was tantamount to an act that would lay everything bare about a person, what they thought, what they desired, and what they wished for. Hence, there were no lies in magic. By witnessing someone's magic, everything about that person could be understood. Ezo, hey, you understand, right, Roswell? Had those words actually been produced as a sound? Or perhaps was it merely a deception produced by abusing his gait more than ever before, concentrating to the point of his life eroding away? Roswell, I do understand, Ezo Cadner-kun. However, contrary to his heart that doubted if it had actually been an illusion or auditory hallucination, there was indeed a reply. The extreme heightening of mana shifted the scenery to white, and despite being unable to hear even the purple lightning vehemently booming in order to protect them, their presences were so close to each other that it felt as though even their heartbeats could be heard. Through a pathway of magic being weaved, the two magicians laid themselves bare and their consciousnesses intertwined. The days Roswell had accreted, the fruits of his wholehearted research, and the time in which he had continued to walk by his lonesome, aiming for the summit with none ever managing to catch up to him, was imparted. As a result of taking things too far, people would end up being isolated, regardless of their wishes. Roswell, too, had remained by his lonesome. But swearing on the tears he had not allowed to fall, Ezo had something he needed to say to Roswell. Ezo, knave, as for how far you intend to venture all by yourself, my current self knows not. But no matter how many people you attempt to distance yourself from, I alone shall remain different, if it was a combination of effort and diligent study that had delivered him to where he was. Then Ezo was the same, nay, he could go even further, Ezo, no matter how much you like being isolated, even if you elect to die by your lonesome. Even if you decide to venture to a place where nobody else can ever reach, I alone will come to sink my teeth into you, knave. While he might not have understood the feeling of wanting to give up, Ezo did understand the feeling of wanting to lament. Simply doing everything he could to the fullest, before he knew it, there no longer remained anyone in his vicinity. There was nobody who would wish to believe such a thing was their own fault, after all. Ezo, the titles of those who have mastered certain attributes to the extremes, red and green as well as yellow, are all appointed to you. Since the seat of blue has been bestowed to Mr. Felix Argyle, only the seats of white and black still remain vacant. Do you understand what that means? Roswell, Ezo, do you know what it is that they call me? The gray Ezo Cadner. And just what colors do you think gray is made of? Roswell, I am the one who will reach you. Hence, the same gratitude that Ezo Cadner had experienced was now offered to the great magician. Ezo, this path you walk, knave, is not one you walk alone. For color had perished from the sky a while ago now. Blue had vanished from the clear azure above, leaving only a faded curtain of ash white, and the merit of the atmosphere itself had waned, ephemeral in nature as it slowly vanished. By a streak of light was that faded sky rent asunder. As Clind bolted forth with a belt of purple lightning trailing behind him, no longer could it be described as jumping. It was a force akin to kicking the fabric of the sky open. In opposition was the colossus protected by dragon scales and dragon halo, the dragon husk soaring through the air with a faint glow. Each time the dragon claws flashed, the empty sky was cleaved open, the empty rifts inundating the dragonkin alongside thunderous crackling. Clind, there was not even the leeway to utter a voice. Merely purple lightning roared out. Following that, with a beat of dragon wings, unleashed into the resultant gust of wind were countless orbs of light, gleaming in the sky. They studded the gray sky as if stardust, carving out ferocious paths as they closed in on Clind nearer and nearer. With a flash of roaring thunder, the downpour of several hundreds of light rays were impaled, and innumerable shimmers bestowed color to the desolate sky. The shockwaves from the explosions were all diffused upwards, not allowing even a single star fragment to reach the two magicians on the ground. Volcanica, the subsequent instant, in the truest sense possible, all present bore witness to the radiance of a star up in the heavens above. From far beyond the faded sky, falling at the behest of a tremendous force of attraction, starlight plummeted down towards the ground in a straight line. Hesitation did not last for even the blink of an eye. Clind, HK, violet voltage surged all the more vehemently, and the chaining of thunderous fulminations elevated the dragonkin to the sky in which a star was falling. Volcanicus Haran, the divine dragon's breath was unleashed as a torrent of white heat that scorched the sky. However, the brunt of it was not directed at either the dragonkin in the heavens above, nor at the magicians down on the ground. Rather, it soared towards a land over yonder. The rupturing purple lightning and the dragon's breath intermingled with the star that had been shattered across the edges of the sky, intensely illuminating the dulled hues of heaven and earth. Al-Sextet, an incantation quaked the horizon, and the heavenly skies bated their breath. The mana that gave this world form was bestowed with rolls of 6 varying colors, and the power let loose began to intermingle, blending together. The interference that would have normally caused an instantaneous breakdown instead birthed a unique rhythm, utilizing the colorless world itself as an intermediary. A beautiful torus was brought to fruition. Before long, the torrent of 6 colors coalesced as one, becoming a pillar that severed the boundary between heaven and earth. The pillar of 6 hues did not incline to any one color in particular. Rather, the very principle known as magic merely elected its own color for the aurora of its manifestation, a light pillar that returned everything to a power engulfing all. Captured at the heart of that light pillar was the colossal form of the divine dragon. The resisting claws, wings, and breath all were engulfed by Nile, and as the dragon's power was converted into fuel for the magic, the light pillar grew wider, emboldening it to shine even more radiantly. The light stretched to reach the heavens, perforating the sky bereft of clouds, illuminating far beyond the highest layer of the atmosphere, casting its brilliant light even further beyond the horizon. For a moment, the laws of reality, of heaven and earth, were written anew. That was something that neither the original magician nor the Witch of Greed had managed to accomplish ever since the systemization known as magic had first commenced, an absolute miracle made manifest. Volcanica, in a world from which sound had vanished, that which had resounded all too unreliably, was meager praise when compared to the events that had transpired. But it was enough to arrive at conviction. Here, the divine dragon's dragon halo had shattered. Thus Clind, sealing shackle, unleashed third stage. Sundering the ether and scorching the land, the 6 attributes maintained equilibrium to form a pillar, the beacon at the center of the world. And the sole thing to pierce that maelstrom of aurora was the lightning teeming with purple hues that came crashing down from the heavens. As if an iron meteorite that had broken off from the star, it bolted down from across the sky, whilst lightning surged around its body. Legs explosively kicking off the air, it acted as a supreme arrow seeking to pierce a single target. Its aim was the reverse scale, the sole weak point carved into the divine dragon's neck, the ant-sized hole in the armor that boasted an absolute defense. Engulfed by the pillar of light and stripped of its dragon halo, that was the final barrier that stood on the path to reaching the dragon's heartstone. Clind, you have my gratitude. Gratitude, as if a comet with purple lightning trailing behind it, he firmly drove his fist forward, shattering both the sound barrier and the protection of the dragon scales. The brilliance of the pillar and the torrent of purple lightning overlapped, and as the impact quaked the empty sky, the sound of shattering was accompanied by a strip of light that dashed through the dragon's entire body. The resolute strike entwined with the zenith miracle of magic never before seen throughout history, and bored down to the deepest depths housed within the divine dragon's dragon husk, finally striking the heartstone that slumbered therein. Volcanica, perforated by the definite blow, the divine dragon spread its wings midair and slowly looked down at the surface. Acknowledging those tiny existences that barely clung to life present there, the dragon slashed the air as it brought its claws up to its own head. As if out of habit, reaching its fingers towards the metal fixtures on the helmet it expected to be wearing. Volcanica TCH, how pathetic to end up like this even while having such a leg up. I can't even blame the stars. Indeed, in annoyance, divorced from all the solemnness befitting the divine dragon, cursing out in such an excessively banal manner, the absolute being that had dominated the heavenly skies was pulled by gravity, plummeting towards the ground. Tearing through the empty sky whilst dragging the flickering vestiges of light with it, alongside thunderous noise, it came crashing down. That marked the conclusion against the usurper, who had stolen the dragon husk of the divine dragon Volcanica. Onis short stories The Land of Nascent Wolves, Undead Busters Roman 4 Kararagi Reaper Incident Roman 4 No Stella No Life Roman 4. Teacher, you ever had a lover or something? There you go with yet another sudden question. Constructed within a dream was the witch's domain, and while sitting with his legs crossed on the grassy plain of that unwithering illusion, Aldebaran tilted his head, causing the witch to frown her well-shaped eyebrows. Fundamentally, the witch would welcome any question with open arms, so that reaction was rather fresh and unusual. Today, as always, Aldebaran had been made to experience a hellish time, tormented by the trials bestowed upon him by the witch. Subconsciously, he let out an "oh" as his eyes sparkled. Aldebaran, what's this now? Did I hit a sore spot for you, teacher? Witch, it is in poor taste to become so proactive when it comes to that. I am the Witch of Greed, a being who avariciously covets all kinds of knowledge, so I have answered all of your questions until now as sincerely as possible. If I have allowed you to misunderstand that attitude of mine, it would be my own insufficiencies that I would need to painfully reflect on. Aldebaran, starting to talk fast just makes it even more suspicious. This witch is way too easy to read. Witch, you are quite a bit lacking in relent. I think it would do you better to show some more consideration. As Aldebaran seized the moment and jumped on the topic, the witch raised her voice in such a manner. Given that he was normally in the position where many things were done to him, he had desired to savor this situation in which he held such an advantage for as long as he could, but first, he wished to prioritize delving deeper into this topic. That was to say, Aldebaran, love talk. Love talk, which, what a lowbrow curiosity. I have no recollection of raising you in such a manner. Aldebaran, even if you don't remember, students are cultivated by watching the backs of their predecessors. Frankly, if we're going to talk about who I got this lowbrow curiosity from, then you've got no chance of winning, teacher. Which, I see this is a defeat in education. Regardless of learning on one's own, it is quite the great task to make another person learn. Good grief, there is much to learn. Aldebaran, oi oi, it's no use trying to get out of this by playing such a sentimental grown-up move like that. Even if you say something that seems profound, my current spirits won't be crushed. Which, fine, as Aldebaran, with lowbrow curiosity in his heart, proactively refused to let her off the hook, the witch cast a wry smile. Which, regardless, it is difficult to say if it will meet your expectations. As you can see, given that I possess an extraordinarily excellent appearance from an objective perspective, there was no shortage of people who attempted to court me. But then again, none of those individuals ever became a close companion of mine. Aldebaran, as expected, even if a flower is beautiful, it's no good if it has a deadly poison. Which, from the fact that you strongly assume poison as a factor to begin with, I can tell just how much you understand me, which makes me glad. Well, that perception is mostly correct. In the first place, witches place a heavy burden on others by merely existing in the same vicinity. There exists no means to avoid this. Additionally, Aldebaran, which, unlike the other girls who became witches along the way, I was a witch by birth. To put it another way, I do not know any way of life that does not place a burden on others. As one who is so thirsty for knowledge, I think it to be quite the irony. Placing a hand over her chest, the witch reminisced, and witnessing that, Aldebaran's throat closed up. He had brought it up thoughtlessly as payback for everything that she was always doing to him, but he had ended up closing in on an unthinkable darkness of the witch. Aldebaran, is that so? Sorry, that was a bit thoughtless. To think that by birth you were a natural-born loner who had no way to associate with others. Wait a second. Then, as he attempted to reflect on it aloud, he suddenly realized. Aldebaran, not if you really couldn't associate with anyone. It contradicts me even being here in the first place. It also contradicts the reminiscences you occasionally tell me about teacher, which, TCH, Aldebaran, you just clicked your tongue. This was a premeditated crime, you ill-natured witch. Half closing her eyes, the witch averted her gaze, and Aldebaran cast aside his reflection from a moment ago. Her approach of trying to throw up a smokescreen on any inconvenient topics like this was truly a tactic befitting a witch, but now that her technique had been seen through, she would no longer be able to escape. Aldebaran, in fact, there have also been times when you've uttered the names of men, teacher. That's a front that these lowbrow ears of mine won't let slide. Which, holding a grudge are we, only sorry to say since you've taken such an interest, but my answer is that nothing really happened. In particular that which you speak of, the notion that anything happened between myself and the members of the opposite sex that I have brought up in conversation. Such a thought, Aldebaran, such a thought, which, just by imagining it, I feel a sensation of my soul rejecting envisioning anything further along those lines. I have never attempted such a thing, but it is surprising how vivid of a sensation it is. To think that I could be made to experience such dread. Aldebaran, setting aside their humanity, was it something like them being horrible as members of the opposite sex, which, no, they were not a lot praised for their humanity either. It is a miracle that the group did not fall apart along the way, or rather they did a few times, but the girls managed to mend things back together. Perhaps it hurt her head to think back, because as the witch searched through the shelves of her memories and the people present in those recollections came to mind, she was pressing her hand on her forehead the entire time. If even this ill-natured witch was speaking of them so harshly, Aldebaran assumed they must have been quite the formidable lot, but at the same time he also noticed something. He noticed that as the witch spoke, her lips were by no means pursed in displeasure. Which, speaking of the opposite sex, the majority of my companions at the time belonged to it. Though as I have said, it would have been quite problematic to have such a perception of them. Reed was out of the question, Farsail was married, and Alec and he both had people they were in love with. Volcanica was not a target for such a thing, and Reed was out of the question. Aldebaran, there was someone marked as out of the question twice, but I see if any such developments happened, it would have turned into a quagmire for the party. Which, it was sort of like a mud boat founded on balance rather than trust, so the journey could have very well ended up as a mud boat sailing through a quagmire. Given that there was no leeway for such things, are you satisfied? Aldebaran, well, when you put it like that, no. I won't give up so easily. Even if you didn't choose anyone close at hand, you ought to have had a summer romantic adventure or something with someone you met during your journey. Which, why are you so fixated on this that you would make such leaps like that? I would have been glad if you displayed this much initiative during the trials I had prepared for you. Seeing Aldebaran's enthusiasm when it came to this topic, the witch pouted her lips in a bit of a dejected manner. But unfortunately, there was no way for her wish to be granted. To begin with, the impetus for this conversation topic had been a retreat to reality from the harsh and merciless trial she had given him. For just a bit longer, until Aldebaran's heart regained some leeway, this topic would not be dropped. Regardless, the conversation had already delved into a rather interesting zone. Aldebaran, see, there was something you had boasted about earlier, teacher. Something like that it became the point of many scuffles to seek out your knowledge as the witch of greed, teacher. At the time I thought you were just joking, but just for now, I'll believe it in order to broaden the current conversation, which I would prefer if you did not use such a disappointing method of broadening the conversation. I'll speak if you make me, so I would like it if you could make it enjoyable for me to do so. Aldebaran, yo, sexy lady. Beautiful courtesan witch. With a smile that can make all royalty and nobility weak in the knees. Which, how smooth, well, I have experienced an episode quite similar to that. It was an obvious encouragement, but it seemed like it had cheered the witch up and she began speaking of the past. If there was a similar episode, would it be stuff like courtesans and weak-kneed royalty? Whichever happened to be more applicable, it was sure to be an episode that packed quite a punch. Which, at the time, Magriza was still at the height of its prosperity. We were basically a group of fugitive problem children, so we were trying to hide our identities as much as we could, but Farsail ended up getting found out by a noble of that nation. Though that was also because when someone came to return something that he had dropped, he boldly declared in the middle of the road, "My venerable self shan't forget this gratitude. Should you encounter any hardship, do visit the kingdom. I, Farsail Lugunica, shall grant you my aid." Aldebaran, was that companion an idiot, which, indeed, he was a fool. Foolishly earnest and honest to a fault, well, he was the type who was applicable with everything that could be attributed to being a fool. And so, our identities were revealed because of Farsail, and we ended up being invited to a banquet of nobles. That is where they saw me for the first time. Aldebaran, Hess, so you caught the eye of some nobleman? Placing his hand on his chin, Aldebaran pretended to be impressed, though he was not particularly surprised. To the point that even Aldebaran, who was already well accustomed to her face, would end up slipping a "what a beauty" if he let his mind lose focus. The witch harbored a truly beautiful appearance. Earlier, he had likened her to a beautiful flower, but it truly was the case. As if her allure and toxicity were proportional, she was a poisonous beauty. Which no, the one whose eye I had caught was not merely some nobleman, it was the crown prince of Magraza. But it seemed like Aldebaran had still underestimated the toxicity of that deadly bane. Which, at that time, we had just split up from the ones with capable fighting strength, which was quite the hard blow. In fear of causing any larger ruckus, we had intended on following the other party's demands for the time being, but before I knew it, preparations for the wedding ceremony were already commencing. I almost became a queen. Aldebaran, you could say that was dangerous in two different ways. What happened then, which, naturally, the wedding of the crown prince would have been a large-scale event involving the entire nation. Of course, as most people might expect, that wedding was completely and utterly spoiled. Ultimately, it was the result of Reed and Volcanica going on a rampage, but the trigger for that was Aldebaran, teacher. Her loquacity in speaking of those resuscitated memories suddenly paused, and in response to Aldebaran's suspicion, the witch gave a curt "it's nothing" before eliminating the hesitation in her words. Which, anyway, that was how my wedding with the crown prince was cancelled. We were chased out of Magraza, but not too long afterwards, the black serpent began wreaking havoc in that nation. It thus met its demise, and we had not the time to concern ourselves with it. And that was that, Aldebaran, you can't just end on that was that. That was a great tragedy. Teacher, I can't believe that you and the rest were even involved with the black serpent, which, still, I think Daphne bears more of a responsibility than I do when it comes to the witch beast's damages. Well, I won't deny the possibility that the black serpent had been pursuing us. The witch shamelessly shrugged her shoulders, and Aldebaran was at his wit's end because of her attitude. If Magraza was unable to gain the protection of the witch and her allies against the damages of the black serpent due to having incurred their displeasure with an unwanted wedding, could that have been called a blunder of their royal family? Which it was nothing so simple. Before he knew it, a white table and tea set had manifested there, and the witch responded to Aldebaran's internal thoughts as she pleased, bringing a cup to her lips. He wanted to delve into those details a bit more, but Aldebaran knew from experience that her current demeanor, holding her long-lashed eyes closed, meant that she would refuse going any further on this topic. Even though it was a topic she had chosen, he found the witch's whims to be quite troublesome. Aldebaran, but with how it stands, there are way too many ups and downs, so it surely can't be called a romantic story. Which, is that so? Well, when it comes to entanglements with the opposite sex, it's always the same old story. As I had said, I was unsure of whether it was a predicament that would live up to your expectations. As a matter of fact, the witch was an individual possessing outstanding talents and an appearance so beautiful that the prince of a nation fell for her at first sight. Assisted by her own thirst for knowledge, she could likely make anybody fall in love with her if she so desired it. Which a waste, is it? The reason why I am unable to grasp an accurate measure in the realm of love is likely due to the poor examples I had in my vicinity. The witch, who can always read ahead in the happenings of Aldebaran's mind, gave a rather sad self-analysis after reading his feelings. Nearby examples regarding love, what matched that description was, which, I have hinted at it many times now, but my parents were good for nothings. I learned many negative emotions, such as contempt and ridicule, from my parents. Though from their perspective my very existence would have been a failed imitation, a result that they had not desired. Aldebaran, teacher, which, but it is quite ironic how I, who despise my parents in such a manner, am now doing the same thing that they did. I suppose this could be called self-deprecation or self-reproach. Haha, even though a long time has passed since we parted ways, I still find myself learning new things from those two. Holding the cup, the witch's fingers trembled, and she cast her face down towards the table. Her bangs hung before her eyes, and no longer able to see her expression, unease burgeoned within Aldebaran. Beyond that unseen expression was the witch angry. Was she saddened? She was probably not smiling, but whichever thing it might have been, it was not something he could ascertain. Even so, Aldebaran did not do anything so tactless as to peer at it. Instead, Aldebaran gently hugged the witch's slender body from behind. Which, even though you do not fully grasp the situation, at Aldebaran's deed, the witch expressed her bewilderment while being embraced. Hearing the witch's perplexed voice, Aldebaran began to regret what he had done, but that was overcome by the lone fact that she had not shaken him off, allowing him to continue hugging her. Aldebaran, how should I say this, teacher? Anyone who says that you're doing the same thing as your parents is way off the mark, so it'd be better if you don't dwell on it too much. That's what I think, therefore I am, or something. Which, that is a complexity unique to disorganized opinions. But there are many holes in that logic. You claim I am off the mark, but my parents produced the existence known as myself for purpose, and I produced the existence known as yourself for purpose. In that case, you could say that I, who perpetuated the chain, am more malicious. Aldebaran, that's if you believe that me and you are the same, teacher, and that the perpetrators of such an act are good for nothing. You have a nasty personality, you don't understand people's hearts, and if you add it all up, you've killed me around 1,000,000 times, teacher. which, simply put, I'm a heinous villain. Aldebaran, but I don't hate you, teacher. With just that, these two cases are completely separate matters. The witch had spoken of her parents as good-for-nothings, revealed that she despised them, and though she had not said it explicitly, she would have likely harbored resentment and grudges towards them. But if she was reproaching herself for doing the same thing as them, then why did those same sentiments not exist within Aldebaran? That was evidence that the witch's actions were completely different to those of her parents. Which, though I also think it is entirely possible that you are simply a much better person than I am. Aldebaran, stop trying to tear down the premise we've established so far. Just accept your salvation, which, haha, very well. As the witch scrambled to nitpick, she gently caressed the hands of Aldebaran, who was embracing her from behind, and without shaking him off, she silently closed her eyes. The witch could run wild through his inner thoughts as much as she pleased, and yet he was completely unable to get a read on her feelings whatsoever, so it was quite an unbalanced relationship. Even so, Aldebaran, I like you, teacher, I really do. In this world, there might not be a single man who would fall in love with you for any reason other than your looks, but there is at least one right here, so rest assured. Which, though, I think there is no way that no members of the opposite sex has ever taken an interest in me for reasons outside of my appearance, but I suppose this is where I say thank you. Aldebaran, who's to say? But normally, when someone confesses that they like you, you would respond with how you feel. Although he played it off as a joke, those words had taken quite a bit of courage from Aldebaran. In response, the witch placed a finger over her lips with AHM. Right now, he could not see the witch's face as she leaned the back of her head against his chest, and the time spent in contemplation felt extremely long. And then, witch, I am a woman who does not know love. Hence I will not say that I love you. Aldebaran, NGH, well, yeah, witch, it is just, receiving the words at the end of the witch's contemplation, Aldebaran attempted to quickly accept the result. But speaking over Aldebaran's evasive response, the witch continued. Which, if the sentiments I feel towards you can be classified as love, I think that would be nice. Aldebaran, with an unseen expression and a relaxed voice, just what sort of feelings the witch had spoken those words with, was not something Aldebaran could tell in the slightest. His days spent with the witch were filled with such things. The witch, faithful to her curiosity of wanting to know and understand, would not allow him to step into the deepest parts of what he wished to know and understand. Even so, Aldebaran, I'm well aware that it's no use even if I badger you with love talk, teacher. Which, good grief, what a thing to say to me after I have answered all of your whims. I wonder who it is you take after. I would love to see your parents' faces. Aldebaran, even though you know it damn well, while cursing at her in such a manner, Aldebaran suddenly realized something that troubled him. His arms were still embracing the witch from behind, and he did not know at what time he ought to let go. When it came to being unable to speak of any romantic stories involving lovers, it seemed like they were in the same boat. To be continued.